Welcome back, everybody, to day 2 of Breaking the Habit 2025. Before we get Trine 5 going with Baguette, I'm going to run through a few of just kind of recap of day 1 and then a few of the polls and prizes that we still have going on. So, if we just jump straight into the rewards here, we have a Chester Bennington painting that is a minimum $10 donation. We still have the Pokemon TCG bundle that's $15. We also have the Sonic Squishmallow, the DMC figure bundle, and the big prize, the Switch 2 bundle. If you want to see how to qualify for all those, hit !donate, and obviously all the money goes to a great cause here. And then as we go through, we also have some polls for a couple games going on, the soonest being Mario Odyssey, that is next up after the Trine 5 run. And we've got a poll going on where you can either have Mario wear boxers, or just the plain old costume. So currently boxers is in the lead, and if you want to make sure that stays, go ahead and push that poll a little bit more. Later on, we also have a character choice poll in Space Jam between Lola Bunny, Bugs Bunny, and LeBron James. I think everyone should vote for Bugs, but that's just me. We also have
it's got to be Lola all the way. I'm not dealing with that. No, we're going with Lola. I'm pushing Lola.
All right, well, now I'm going to push Bugs. So everybody, let's go Bugs. No. But we also have Resident Evil Operation Raccoon City. There's 2 options there: defend Leon, don't defend Leon. Our own Yossi, who is running Resident Evil 4, really does not want to defend Leon. So just for spite, I think we should defend Leon. So let's get that poll going as well. And then the last poll we have as well is to play as a boy or a girl in BS Zelda, and that run is coming on later today as well. And girl is leading by $5. So if you want to tip the scale there or increase the lead, check out that poll as well. And then last but not least, we have our targets or kind of the incentives or extras in our runs. We have 2. We have Make the Golem Dance in Haunting Grounds, which I've never seen. So I think that should just be, we should get that going. That's a $100 kind of threshold to make that happen. And then last but not least, in our closing run, the Resident Evil 4 run by Yas, we have Save the Dog. And that is a $200 threshold that we have to reach today. So if you want to see the dog saved, let's give to that. If not, we can make, see Yas not save the dog, which is a bit rough. I'm not a fan of that, but, here we are. Anyways, so that is all the prizes and targets and polls we have going on. Obviously, all the money raised throughout day 1, which was yesterday, and day 2 today, goes to the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. It's a whole, I wanted to say collaborative, but that's not it. It's why we're all here, right? I'm trying to say the encompassing event. We're all here for this cause and to raise money for an awareness that we all believe in, and really it's a very important thing here. And so anything that we could do, any dollar that we could raise, so if you're willing, all the money goes to them, and we really appreciate it. And with that, before I hand it over, I also want to give a big shout out to Video Game Trading Post in Pensacola, Florida. They are huge in donating all the gifts and really do a huge push. So I really want to give a shout out to them. They've been a fantastic sponsor throughout all of these events. And then obviously there's a huge shout out to the staff behind everything. But here we are. I'm going to hand it over to Baguette for Trine 5 and get the show on the roll.
Right, so hello everyone. My name is I Like Baguette, or just Baguette. And today I'm going to play run Trine 5. Any percent with checkpoint skipping. I'm gonna get into what checkpoint skipping is pretty early in the run. So yeah, let's just start up the game. Obviously I'm gonna choose easy difficulty, and these cosmetic settings don't really matter, so I'm just gonna choose these ones. And we're gonna go as soon as the screen goes black. So, okay, after we skip the cutscene, we get to the first level. So basically in this game there are 3 characters that you can play as. There is Zoya the Thief, which is the one I'm controlling right now. There is Pontius the Knight, and there is Amadeus the Wizard. And each character has kind of their own abilities and specificities that they're good at. So here we get Zoya. She has a bow and she can shoot things at a distance. She has a grapple where she can basically grab onto certain rings and swing and do all sorts of stuff with it. And yeah, that's what we're gonna do for most of this level. Basically, the first 3 levels of the game we just have one character, and then in every level after that we get all the 3 characters and we'll be able to switch during the level. So for this first level I want to grab as much experience as possible. Experience is those green little things that I'm getting. So there's a bit of routing involved with that. The reason I wanna get those experience points is to buy an ability later in the run. And so here I'm shooting arrows at random to try to hit something in the distance. It did not work, but it's always worth it to try. So we keep getting all this experience and go through the level. Now Zoya is actually like probably the worst character for speedrunning, because she doesn't have that many abilities that make her like go faster. I guess swinging is pretty nice, but it's only possible on certain rings. On here we're gonna do a pretty neat trick. Instead of doing the puzzle where we have to link both rings, we're just gonna jump onto the chain while holding on it and then release. So yeah, Zoya unfortunately is not the best for speedrunning because I do usually play as her like casually. I like playing as her kind of more, but yeah. I'm gonna see more Pontius and especially Amadeus. Amadeus is just kind of broken, we'll see that later. Just more fast puzzles right here. There are times where we're forced to kind of wait, which is a bit unfortunate, but it's the first level, so yeah. And there's a funny glitch here. Oops, actually, let's try it. What? I actually got it, what? So basically sometimes you can levitate up like that these days. It's really inconsistent. It's really funny that I got it right now because I only get it like maybe a fifth of the time normally. And I haven't found a consistent setup for it. Alright, this is checkpoint skipping. And I'm gonna go back to the menu and go back in my game. And what it's gonna do is it will spawn me at a later checkpoint. I'm not sure why this happens, but yeah. It's doable on most levels in the game. Basically all levels except level 3, 6, 12, 16, 18, and level 19, which is basically the last level before the boss fight. I usually don't get it. I mean, I've never gotten it myself, but another runner has managed to get it like a few times, but it's never consistent. We're currently trying to figure out what causes the skip to work or not. So yeah, we'll see if I get it during this run. Meanwhile, this is a little fight, so we can dash to go across the screen. Or we can also dash to kill these enemies in a single hit, basically. I want to kind of keep our dashes because there is a bit of a cooldown. So now, as I said, checkpoint skipping does not work on level 3, so we're just going to go into the level normally. And with Amadeus, there's a lot of tech that you can do. First example is gonna be summoning these boxes, and we'll use the box to make us go across horizontally or vertically. It is easier if you're on keyboard and mouse, but I'm just used to controller, so that's what I'm using for this run. So you can go across these large pools of water, for example, which here it's just water. It would just be slower to swim, but sometimes you just wanna cross a gap or something, and you can use a plank to go across, basically. And so yeah, Amadeus is pretty good for notably skipping a lot of puzzles. And he will get even better once we get the ability I mentioned earlier. Here we do a fun little trick with this sort of thing. I'm not sure how to call it. These vases can be a bit annoying if you... Sometimes they don't break if they fall like too softly, kind of. So you really have to throw them against the wall to make sure they break and you can get the XP. Yeah, I'm just gonna do a little detour through here. And now we're gonna get to this gap. Normally you'd have to use a plank to press the button back all the way to the left, but here you don't have to, you just throw a plank and walk across. Here I push the rock with the ball, so it doesn't slow down in this part, for example.
J'espère que ce serpent n'est là que pour le sport.
It's unfortunate.
Ah, la réception est juste là.
Alright, now we're gonna get to the first level. We'll have all 3 characters and we are going to checkpoint skip. So we can spawn later in the level.
Se retrouvèrent à l'Académie astrale pour...
Oops. I'm also gonna do a little detour again to get some more EXP. Yeah, it's really important to get it at the beginning of the run. Later on we're not gonna do as many detours just to get EXP, thankfully. So one thing that you'll notice in this game is that if you die, normally you'd have to wait a bit before you respawn, but if you switch characters, the game doesn't really... the game instantly spawns you back. So if you switch character quickly back and forth, you just instantly respawn. So sometimes it's worth it to take a death to... what am I doing? Worth it to take a death, like in this part we wanted to destroy some wooden things to allow us to go forward. Feed the hedgehog the carrot.
En raison de sa taille inhabituelle, cet animal magique aime dévorer des carottes. Ses homologues de plus petite taille se nourrissent...
Another thing is that the invincibility frames are... It's like really long. I think it's like about 2 seconds or something. So... You can actually, if you just die to, for example, if there's a row of spikes that take really long, if you just die to the spikes and then go back, you can just traverse the whole part thanks to the invisibility frames. We do that, like, I think a few times throughout the end of the run. First proper fight, which are again these robot enemies. The basic one are pretty weak, you can just kill them using Pontius and just mashing the attack button. There are some flying enemies as well that you do need Zoya to shoot. And shoot them with an arrow. So yeah, you kind of have to switch between the characters for this fight. We continue forward. We're going to use this this fireballs destroy our boxes. So that can be annoying sometimes. There are a few parts where it's a bit bothering. Not doing this in the right order. There we go. I wanted to check if I could get the ability, but unfortunately not. So yeah, basically each time each time you get 50 experience points, you get a new kind of ability point, I guess, which you can use to buy abilities. But the experience points are only converted if you go to certain checkpoints. Oh yeah, this is one of my least favorite parts. Because you don't have the abilities you need yet, we're forced to use this box to get up, and I mess it up. This box is wooden, so it's very fragile. It can break very easily and it does not respawn. So this time I'm gonna actually go under the enemies so they don't mess with me and with my trick. So yeah, what we're gonna do is we're gonna push a plank against the button. So we're gonna get some height and use the box to get the remaining we need. This is the only way to get past this part at this point in the game. Unless you want to re-grind for those experience points, but I think it would take way too much time for what's worse. So here's another fight. Oops. We do it pretty quickly thanks to Pontius. I have to switch to Zoya from time to time to get an arrow in. Zoya right now is not the best in fights, but when she gets her elemental arrows, she will get much better. So yeah, and now we go into another level that does not have a checkpoint skip, which is level 6. And this is my least favorite level in the game for several reasons. It's, in my opinion, it's very slow and tedious. And there's especially one big section with just Zoya in the middle that you can't really do much to get faster. There are a few puzzles that can be really annoying if you mess them up, because you have to redo them all over again. So yeah, I did not mention it, but I think pretty much every level from level 5 to 15, I think, has a little quest, sort of side quest that you can do. Or really, you have to do it on your first way through. it allows you to get a new ability with either one of the 3 characters. And these abilities are different from the one you get that you can buy with experience points. So yeah. But getting those mandatory abilities will unlock new optional abilities for you to buy. So for example, here we're going to get an ability that allows those arrows to bounce off walls, which isn't like the best thing ever, but it's mandatory for a couple of puzzles here and there. Again, shooting in front of me blindly so I can hit things from the distance. Now this is the puzzle that I was talking about. It's really long, it's also really easy to mess up. You have to basically make a pile of these 2 boxes, but sometimes if one of them is not correctly above the other, they will, like, the upper box falls down. I'll have to redo the whole puzzle over again, which is just not fun at all. Now I'm going to get this ability. Something I wanted to mention is, for a lot of levels, checkpoint skipping is gonna make it so that we don't actually see the quest that we have to do to get the ability. Alright, let's try this. Nah. You can actually do 2 jumps and avoid shoot a 3rd time. But so yeah, we're gonna skip a lot of this quest. We get the ability anyway at the end of the level, but there is one time that it's actually going to bother us. We have to get the abilities anyway. We have to get the ability like in the level itself to be able to progress. But we're gonna get to it when it becomes relevant. We solved this little puzzle, and now you saw I went on the ability buying screen. What I did is that I bought Wind Burst and Wind Burst Leap. So normally the Wind Burst is a thing when you can project objects around you with Amadeus. Oops. And Wind Burst Leap, you're supposed to be able to do a jump after doing the Wind Burst. Now I said supposed to because the developers kind of forgot to cap the number of jumps you can do after Wind Burst. So you can actually do 8 or something jumps in a row. So yeah, it is a main trick that we use throughout the run. Now, I said the developers forgot. They actually fixed it in like, I think the 3rd update or something. But for a good while you were able to skip like so many puzzles with this glitch with Amadeus' ability. So yeah, I'm playing on an older version, which is kind of mandatory because otherwise the run would take forever because you'd have to do all of these puzzles. Oh yeah, this is a big finally fight that we're just keeping thanks to the Wind Burst. We can jump over the truck and continue all the way to the end of the level.
Le château royal n'abritait plus ni roi ni reine depuis longtemps.
Alright, so we move on to the royal castle. So the Wind Burst doesn't allow you to skip literally everything. For example, here we need a bit more height. So we have to still use that plank to get us up. So yeah, it's not a it doesn't like literally skip everything. It's just really convenient for many puzzles. And here we're gonna try to use the wind burst to throw this ball right into the area. So oftentimes it does that. Instead it goes over to the other room. I've not been able to get a proper throw like in forever. That's still a pretty fun trick you can do. Under the backup strat anyway if you miss. These enemies, which are like the weakest enemies in the game, besides the flying enemies, so what we can do is one-shot them with the box. But it doesn't work with the stronger enemies. While we're fighting these guys, we are going to use Pontius' shield to deflect these fireballs that are being thrown at us. And yeah, so we can get rid of the turrets a little faster. Alright, let's move on to the tallest tower.
Nos 3 héros se dirigèrent vers la plus haute tour.
C'est une tour très
Oops, wrong direction.
La bâtir a pris des années.
Comme pour l'escalader.
So as you can see, we now have a ball with Amadeus. That was the ability we were supposed to get in the previous level, the Royal Castle. And we got it because we finished the level. I think the game just kind of checks something and gives you the ability anyway. Now here is I think the first like main boss. This boss has a few attacks. There are 3 that you're supposed to basically have to hit him. And once you get 4 hits in, you can remove a third of his health. So the 3 main attacks are the one you saw at the beginning, where he throws bombs and you have to basically deflect them with Amadeus. He has this attack, where we use Zoya to basically kind of use the fire against him. Like basically we throw an arrow through the fire, so it gets on fire, and it allows us to hit him. And there is one last attack that we haven't seen yet, where he just quickly shoots at you. But this is this one. But it's so quick that basically anytime he's on the ground, I have Pontius with the shield ready to deflect it in case he uses that attack, because otherwise you literally don't have time to react to it. And yeah, obviously he also has attacks that... Alright, that was really clean. With the fire you can actually hit him 3 times, but it's really hard. Most of the time I hit him 2 times with the fire. Alright, now we get to the shortest level in the game.
Awesome. I'm going to jump in here and read some donations that we got here real quick. We have a donation, a $10 donation from Anonymous, and the comment is "Gotta go with Lola," and that is referring the Lola Bunny incentive poll for the Space Jam. So there's a poll to vote for Bugs Bunny, Lola Bunny, or LeBron James as the playable character. I've been the one saying let's get Bugs Bunny in there, and so this is $10 away from that. So I think we need to let's get some more donations in there and tip the scale in Bugs' favor. But anyways, back over.
Alright, so yeah, we skipped over the last level very quickly because we got instantly to the very last checkpoint and we just had like 1 gap to cross. And now I get to another level with no checkpoint skip, and this one is pretty long, but I do like it because there's a pretty good amount of strats that we use.
C'est magnifique.
Here I'm going to use another strat that allows us to get pretty good amounts of height, which is basically you just throw an object up with Amadeus thanks to the wind burst again. And you grab onto it with Zoya, and so just to get like more height. More height than the wind burst leap itself. It does have a few uses in this level and in level 16 as well. I'll do a quick solve. Yeah, this level kind of introduces the underwater mechanics, which basically have this oxygen bar while you're underwater, but really have like more than enough time to make it across all the underwater section in the game. Now I did use a consistent strat here. I can actually use like this strat I showed earlier with the object charge, but it's a bit inconsistent, so I decided to go for the strat where you use an upright plank and wind burst from here. From the little puzzle earlier, the solution is actually like kind of clever. I mean the solution we use, at least, where we use the spikes to our advantage. Basically the spikes can put an object in place, like a plank or a box. And thanks to a plank in place and some physics shenanigans, we get this done really quickly. Oops. I have to bring this little shell thing up here, so we can go down. Yet another fact we're gonna skip. We can just solve the puzzle right away and not do the fight. This level also has some wind right here that should push us down, but the wind burst leap kind of prevent that. Alright, this part we have to light this barrel on fire to make this open up, and then we have to light another barrel on fire to open the other door. And now we're in a little elevator. There are some rats that are going to attack us. I usually just get rid of them with the Pharaoh. As you can see, it's really powerful because it does damage over time. So even if he doesn't kill them right away, you can switch to another enemy and just let the damage over time do its thing. Now, as you can see, there were rats earlier here, and now there aren't there anymore. Basically, they try. What I discovered recently is that I think they try to follow you in the water, but touching the water makes them instantly die. So I think it's because they don't have like any animations or anything underwater. So yeah, I think it's kind of funny that you don't have to deal with them anyway. So this fight, I switched the strat a little bit. I use this spiky ball that's given to us at the beginning, and it does like half damage equal to like half of the health of the enemies. So just if you use the ball to attack them like twice, it gets rid of them really quickly. Oops. Please walk, no. So yeah, you have to use this tentacle to break this thing. But unfortunately I kind of missed the cycle here, which is normally not that difficult to get, but yeah. So you can see I let the tentacle hit me for like a bunch of damage. I don't really care about it. As I said earlier, like, if you die, you can respawn really quickly and there's like not many consequences, at least in easy mode. I think like in normal and hard mode you have a limited amount of lives or something before you're forced to respawn at a checkpoint. But in easy you're not limited to the amount of deaths you can take. So it's really not a big deal. Alright. This is the level I was alluding to earlier. Basically, we can use checkpoint skipping to unlock a later checkpoint, but we can't actually do the part after that without using Pontius's clone, which is the mandatory ability you get in this level. So we're gonna play the level all the way up until we get Pontius's clone, and as soon as we get it, we can quit out to the map and just go back to the checkpoint we unlocked before, because it's like you don't just spawn to a later checkpoint, you actually like properly unlock it and you can go to it anytime. That's kind of convenient. Alright, this part somewhat inconsistent because of all the things that destroy your plank. The orange projectiles destroy your plank. The rat can destroy your plank. So yeah, just not the most fun part of the run. We'll do a little quick solve for this puzzle. And now we're going to get on this quest with just Pontius. This box can be a little annoying. Whoops. It's not super consistent. Sometimes, like in this part, the box doesn't fall down properly on the where it's supposed to, so you have to redo the scene. So yeah. Otherwise, we do a bit of solo Pontius. We're using this thing where you can throw our sword. This is actually the first mandatory ability we're supposed to get in level 5. Alright, I can actually go back to the map right now and go back to the checkpoint we were to earlier, which was checkpoint 13. So we do actually skip a bit of the level. Basically all the rest of Pontius's side quest and the following checkpoints we skipped. We're going to some more fair hours with Zoya. Namely this guy, the guy in the purple robes. He can teleport and he spawns these rat skeletons. So killing the rat skeletons, it's not worth it, it just loses time. And it does nothing because they will keep spawning as long as the necromancer is up. But the good thing is that you can put the necromancer on fire and we'll keep using health, even if we like dealing with the big guy. I'll just call him the big guy, the big rat enemy that's also there and he has a bunch of health. Oops. This part is a bit annoying. We have to deal with the wind burst cooldown. To do a few wind burst slips in a row. I guess we could use that object charge I used earlier. I'm just not always used to using it.
Enfin sorti des tunnels.
And now we're going to get to the forest level, which would be a pretty nice change of scenery, but we're actually going to skip to the last checkpoint yet again. And all we have to do is use a plank here to help us reach up. And after that, we're going to use a ball to open this door. I'm going to ignore the enemies again. There are going to be more fights towards the very end of the run. But for most of the run, we just skip them.
Nous espérer obtenir de l'aide à l'observatoire astral ou un moyen d'affronter leurs
Oops. I don't know why I keep... I usually charge to the right here because that's what you have to do for most levels.
Quelqu'un aime jardiner.
But here you have to go to the left, unfortunately. One thing I didn't mention is that at the start of every level you start with Amadeus. Oops, it was unfortunate. But we want to start with Pontius since we want to charge really right away.
C'est une représentation fidèle.
So I just switched characters during the black screen to the level. Oh, and this is the second boss fight, which is pretty fun to do. Basically, she has 4 phases, and for the first 3 phases, she's going to have this electric thing on top of her head that we have to first activate, and then we're going to use I use a ball here. It works with any object that Amadeus can spawn, but I use the ball because it's the most convenient one for the first 3 phases, and we're redirecting the electricity towards her. So the second phase that I just did right here, we were supposed to press both buttons at once. I think the game wants you to freeze one of the buttons, but we can just press one with Zoya and another with one of the arrows. So here we're going to use Zoya's fire arrows to melt the ice, but her own fire projectile can also melt the ice, so we can redirect them with Pontius with his shield. Now we get to the 4th phase, as you can see she had enough, so she just throws the electric thing away. But unfortunately for her, she's going to use her hands to do something with the floor, I guess, and we can destroy her hands. Also fun thing, you can, like this fire, you can just roll over with a ball if you want. Now here, instead of using the platforms that the game wants us to use, I just wind burst all the way up to the hand, which is, I think, a little bit faster. Alright, pretty complex boss fight.
Barbara, une
A lot of
magicienne
things to remember.
astral, indiqua à nos héros où ils devaient.
Autumn Woods, another level that we're going to skip almost completely. I'm going to do something really quick. Do a little ability chance, it's gonna be for the next level.
Un dernier obstacle se dressait entre nous et...
Kind of unfortunate that we skip Autumn Woods, by the way. I do like this level. And this is a Petrified Marches, which is... It normally has a few complex trials that we would do without checkpoint skipping, but here we're going to use another very useful ability, which is object locking. Wind bursting does not work to reach this checkpoint all the way up there. Basically what object locking does is that it freezes the rotation of an object. So you can put it, for example, right here, and it won't fall off. But I'm going to use Windburst Leap again for the following levels, so unfortunately I do. We don't get this for very long, but it will come back eventually.
Pontius avait hâte de revoir le bastion.
Yeah. Object locking, this is not the final time that we're hearing of it. Alright, this is the Bastion of Hope, my favorite level. It has lots of diverse tricks. On this catapult, normally we would have to push this all the way to the left and then use the lever, but instead we can stop pushing to the left and push to the right for a tiny bit. And yeah. Here we're using some windburst shenanigans. Windburst affects like all physics objects, I think, not just like the boxes and planks and whatever. And it can actually like, it's so powerful that it can push these little things through the wall. You can even push like that big thing that would normally it would have to get out of the way through a puzzle. Alright, this is more object charging here. I'm going to use it twice in a row because these things are like that like the distance is too big for it to work with a simple wind burst. So that's why it is object charging again. As you know, we have to change strats every once in a while. Actually use the clone to deflect this cannonball. And coming up is the big skip. I'm just going to jump in the void to trigger the spiky ball. So we're going to do this little shenanigan and we can just levitate ourselves all the way up to the other side. Normally the game prevents us from lifting objects that we're standing on. So yeah, but if we kind of impale one of the objects with a spike ball, I'm not sure what the correct word is for that, we can levitate the spike ball and it will bring the object with it. Now there are lots more tricks that I didn't get to cover, but this one is pretty fun. We activate the checkpoint through the floor and we basically don't have to deal with the fight or the puzzle at all. And we're already getting to the boss fight. This boss has 3 main phases, and then the 4th phase is just hitting him over and over. So the first phase we just get the cannonball and we use it. But the second phase, here we have to use a vegetable that just fell, and we have to turn it to stone thanks to the boss's raise. Basically the lore behind this boss is that this thing stole a magician powers, and this magician has the power to turn things to stone, or yeah, or people to stone, I guess. But yeah, so his raise just turns the vegetable to stone, and we can use that as a cannonball. What? Normally this cannonball is on fire, so you first have to remove the fire. And then use it as a cannonball. Unfortunately, the boss was in the wrong position. You can only hit him if he's standing on the middle or on the right. I mean, hit him with a cannonball, obviously. And yeah, the 4th phase just hitting him over and over until he dies. Sometimes he will spawn another fire cannonball and it will kill him instantly. But I don't have that luck on this run. Alright, we're getting to the airship level. We're going to checkpoint skip, and it is gonna spawn us inside of quest with Amadeus. So we're soon going to get a new ability that is basically never used at all. Oops. A little sulfur. So yeah, this ability allows us to reverse the gravity of summoned objects like blanks, boxes, and balls, and it's only used right here. And I think like once or twice in the last few levels. So yeah, it hurts. You'd think having objects being able to float upwards would be good, but the game really works hard to make sure we don't abuse it and float upwards indefinitely. That's a bit unfortunate. So here we're seeing the first instance of me dying. And second instance right here, so we can get across gaps. Like that's where we would normally never be able to, but we can just cross thanks to the very generous invincibility frames. Also, we did a little thing earlier where I stomped with Pontius and got through the little hatch. Normally you'd not be able to... I don't think this is intended. Normally you have to do a puzzle to open the hatch, but somehow stomping with Pontius works. And the puzzle I just did was mostly memorization. It's not that hard once you remember it, but for a while I could not get myself to learn it. Alright, we're gonna get rid of these enemies with this electric thing. It's an electric generator which instantly kills them. I'm not sure why we heard Amadeus dying, but as long as I got through, that's the main thing. Getting stuck in my own object. Oops. I'll have to hold this button, unfortunately. Unfortunately, we're not gonna be able to object shard right here, because this thing is kind of a bit complex. But thankfully we do get across it eventually. It's probably the most finicky part of the run. Or at least of this level. This annoying rat. I'm going to simply get rid of him for now because he annoys me so much. He always stands in the way of this puzzle. Basically what you have to do is use the rope to make sure the crystal wagon stays up to the right, and then push the gears in place. But if the big rat is standing in between, you can't do this, and if the big rat stands onto the gears, it acts just as if you are standing onto the gears, which means that you can't move them with Amadeus. And I don't know why, this is really annoying. Normally I just try to avoid the rat, but here I was just not in a position where it would have been viable. What I just did is use Pontius' clone to throw a sword and grab onto it with Zoya, and then use another ability of Zoya that I haven't had the time to mention, which is unfortunate because the ability is really pretty useful actually for the speedrun. This is the fox rope, which allows you to teleport to any ring that you grabbed onto. So yeah, this sounds really useful. Obviously we have to find the rings. But yeah, when it's used, it's actually like really nice. And Pontius' sword is something you can grab onto with Zoya for some reason. Alright, so normally these balls, you see them a bit earlier, or I guess we saw them already in level 7. Well, the trick is that you can't levitate them with Amadeus. So you have to redirect them with either Pontius's like charge or with the Yaz rope. So I have puzzle with them in the last 2 levels. Fox rope again, so that we don't have to wait for... Oh. Yeah, we are going back to object locking and I don't have enough EXP to get it right now. This is weird. But thankfully we can just use it this year. Right, the trick with this ball is that they also, when they are on fire, they can power up mechanism at a distance. Or within a certain range. Alright, I need this back. It was a bit unfortunate that I didn't have enough XP to get object locking, but it is what it is. We are going towards this part, which has the enemies right here with a shield that, which is another ability you haven't had the time to see unfortunately, which is the light shield. The light shield dissipates the not the light, the light shield, sorry. Where Pontius' shield emits rays of light, and this allows you to dissipate the shield of enemies. Oh. Right. I'm gonna get rid of this guy first. Unfortunately, because I don't have enough XP to get both abilities at once, I need to switch back and forth between them. Thankfully, the game is pretty generous, as it allows you to don't really limit how many times you want to learn or unlearn an ability. But yeah, what I mentioned with the enemies with the shield is that they can be very annoying to do, because if you don't hit them like for enough damage, they will regenerate their shield, and you have to dissipate it again, which takes like a few seconds at least. You can see me struggling to switch between the abilities. Normally at this part in the run I do have all the XP I need. I don't know why I don't have it. And here there is a bit of juggling to make sure that you still have the I'm gonna have cooldown. Alright, we're going to just push this guy in the void. Makes this thing, and hopefully it's so stressful. No, that's so unfair. Let me dash jump and then finally. Normally I do have both object locking and windburst sleep at this point. Alright, now I'm going to try the most RNG checkpoint skip ever. I don't expect this to work. It didn't work. What a surprise. Unfortunately, we have to do the entire level, which is also one of the longest levels in the game, unfortunately. Oops. Yeah, we're working to find a consistent setup for the Clockworks Palace checkpoint skip. Until then, we do have to do a bunch more puzzles, a bunch more fights against these guys with the shields who are extremely annoying. As you can see, I did not hit him fast enough for some reason. I'm not sure why, so he just has a tiny bit of health remaining, and I need to dissipate his shield all over again. What?
Bienvenue dans le couloir.
More invincibility frame. Abusing, I guess. There are a few spots in this level that we use that. We're going to use the shield to destroy this guy really quickly. This puzzle is one of the more complicated ones in the game. Fortunately, I have it memorized. And yeah, unfortunately, there's no way you can skip it. Like so many steps of this thing. You have to put the ball in the right place, put a plank in the right place, make it levitate upwards, and use the ropes. Yeah. It's gonna be a bit of a downtime here. If there were any donations to read, this would be a great time.
I do not, but I have a few other things I can read, so I appreciate it. Obviously, we're all gathered here for the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention and to raise money and awareness. They have been established since 1987. The American Foundation for Suicide Prevention is a voluntary health organization that gives those affected by suicide a nationwide community empowered by research, education, and advocacy to take action against the leading cause of death. They are dedicated to saving lives and bringing hope to those affected by suicide and those who experience loss. With that, we have a bunch of polls and incentives to kind of entice you to donate. The big prize is the Switch 2 bundle. You have to donate a minimum of $100 across the 2 days, which day 1 and day 2 today. With that being said, we also have some polls running. We have one that will wrap up here at the end of this run that will impact what Mario outfit we have in the Super Mario Odyssey run that is coming up next. You can vote for Mario wearing boxers or just a traditional Mario outfit. So take that as you want. And then, we also have another goal to save the dog in Resident Evil 4 on the run that comes later today. If you want to see that, we have to hit a threshold. And then we also have another threshold to hit that would make the Golem dance in the hunting grounds. That's another donation goal that we have to reach to make that happen. And then there's a bunch of other polls to dictate character choices in Space Jam. Do we defend Leon and Resident Evil Operation Raccoon City? There's a bunch of other prizes and raffles to incentivize you to donate, such as the magnificent Chester Bennington drawing that was so kindly donated by Beck Beware. So if you're able to give, it goes to an amazing cause. Yeah, I'll hand it back over to you.
All right, thank you for that intermission. As you can see, I'm struggling a lot right now with this skip. Basically, I just want to skip this long puzzle that you would have to do with Pontius' light shield. We would have to light up all of these little stars here, and then there are more things to do. You can skip all of this with a well-timed charge, then wind burst, then you can charge again, and you do need all the extra height you need. So both the platform and 2 planks locked to each other. Oops. This part is always tricky because of this thing that rotates in probably the worst spot possible. But thankfully I just barely reached that platform in time.
Il y a des vaisseaux là.
Tant mieux. On pourra rentrer à la maison sans avoir à faire le grand saut.
I just have to cross this giant obstacle course. That's not the most fun thing ever, but... And now we get to a cool little puzzle.
Ne me dis pas que tu doutes de nous.
Je sais qu'on peut
there's a
échapper sur
very
place,
specific solution to go fast enough.
mais ça ne rend pas les
Again, this is
trucs
another puzzle that you pretty much have to
J'ai vécu quelque
memorize.
chose absolument horrible.
It's not that
Seulement
difficult.
Sarah était là. Elle pourrait sauver mes enfants. Elle était si gentille et intelligente. Elle saurait quoi faire.
Here's another spot where I should really implement object charging. But I don't because I'm so used to
C'est moi ou
my
c'est
usual
le
strats.
De la chasse au trophée. Ce seigneur est une véritable...
Alright, this is
Les animaux me semblent
C'est parce qu'on a combattu la version
very tricky
mécanique de
part.
chaque animal.
Ils volent presque les vies des magiciens. pour
let
créer
me-
ces machines.
lock this object. Basically, as I said, the trick with this ball is that you can't lift it with amateurs, but with this whole structure around it,
Aurore et Godric.
Nous allons...
we can lift it up this.
Quand la vraie Traîne était là. Elle saurait
Now,
quoi faire.
not having to do this puzzle is pretty nice, but that's not the main reason why I do this. The main reason is this part. Normally this is not the cooler part. I call it the washing machine. And so, yeah, and there are lots of things, lasers, water, everything. And it lasts on for a really long time and there's no way you can skip it. So, yeah, we do want to not have to do it if possible, and this trick wasn't found by me, it was found by TMA2, another runner in the community. And it's, yeah, you do all of these shenanigans to be able to solve the puzzle faster than you're supposed to. You're bringing this ball instead of using the one that spawns after the washing machine sequence. And you save, I think, a good 3-4 minutes by doing it. And look, we're already to the final boss.
à l'heure la plus grave.
This boss, there's not much skill involved, unfortunately. It's kind of an anticlimactic ending. There is a bit of luck involved. All of his attacks, I mean, I should say all of their attacks, because there's Godric and Lady Sunny. All of their attacks, you can attack them back, except one, which is this missile attack. There's nothing you can do, so I just destroy the missile with boxes to pass time. So yeah, basically this fight is divided in between like 3 phases with Godric, using his different attacks and the patterns are randomized. And then you have Lady Sunny using one big attack, which usually doesn't take much time once you know what to do. So yeah, now we're out onto the second Godric phase. She introduces these soul attacks, which are really not that difficult to dodge. Just do a jump and that's it. And also this attack, which is by far the best, because basically the thing stays for an extremely long time, like several seconds, and it allows you to hit him for really long time. Alright, the second Sunny attack, if I can choose the right character, and again, why is it with the marathon run that I fail the easiest attack in the boss fight? I have to do is get out of the way and then shoot an arrow at the big cannon. And it's also kind of long, unfortunately. Alright. Back to the random patterns. And I was lucky because I did not get the missile on phase 2. So... let's hope that it does not bring... Oh, just right as I say this. It brings up the missile attack. The best I've gotten is one missile attack. I've never gotten him to like not do it. And yeah, I just continue hitting him even though I'm losing health. It doesn't really matter, you lose a bit of time by respawning and have to walk back to it, but yeah. And then you have this auto-scroller sequence, which is always the same. so I just kind of, you know, those things. I'm gonna make sure I'm at full health with everyone. What? What happened? I mean, you can also protect yourself with a box if you want. Oh no, he's about to destroy us. Oh, okay. Just, if I can grab the right thing, use the ball to destroy this thing, and then you just hit the heart a few times, and it's gonna be time. And yeah, this was Shrine 5. I hope you enjoy watching this showcase. Thank you for the GG. And shoutouts to TMA2 for... he basically discovered the whole checkpoint skipping. As well as, that I said, the last skip in the... Not really the last one, but the one in the final level where it skips the auto-scroll sequence. And yeah, the community for Trade 5 is still quite small. I mean, it's mostly me and TMA2 because I don't know why people haven't gotten much interest in the game, but at least speedrunning the game. That's what I meant. But yeah, it is pretty fun to learn. There are room for improvement, of course, but yeah. This was Run 5 and it's gonna be the end for my run. Good luck to all the future, like, not future, but the next runners, and yeah. See you later.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Baguette. GG's on the run. And for those of you that are just joining us, we are going to go to a short break here, and then we will come back with Super Mario Odyssey, and we will close the poll here, and it looks like the outfit of choice is going to be boxers. So we shall see what Mario looks like in boxers when we come back. Thank you again, Baguette.
You're welcome.
With the mental health thing, it's in my family, and you know, my uncles and my dad, there was no mental health thing back then. You know what I mean? It was, you're a man, shut up, hide it, protect the women, move on. That's it. Your feelings didn't matter. And then, you know, they passed it on to their sons and so on and so forth, and it sticks with you. And I know when my dad finally realized that, not that something was off, because there's nothing wrong with us if we have those kind of feelings. There's nothing wrong, by the way. There's no such thing as normal. Let me put that out there. There's no such thing as normal. We make our own normal. My normal's not the same as the next man. Trust me. It's vice versa. But when my dad saw me going down that dark path, I'm his son, and he was like, let's talk. And they brought me to therapists, and they just wanted to know not just why, but more like how can we help? You know, and they accepted me for who I am and what I am. You know, and it helped me accept who I was, and that's why I'm so open about talking about mental health, because it was open in my house. Because my dad lost a bunch of his friends from suicide. He didn't want to see his son go through that. I lost a lot of friends through suicide. And I don't want no one else dying no more. You know what I mean? Because when you get in that dark place, in that dark circle, as I call it, it's like circling the drain. You know what I mean? I call it. You just stop thinking that anyone cares about you. And you start thinking that you're worthless and no one would care if you died tomorrow, and that's not true. We put that in our own heads to justify our pain in our own minds. Our pain is already justified because we're human and we're feeling it. You know, but we want everyone else to feel it and this and that. There's no reason for that. You know, there's no reason not to talk anymore. There's no reason not to break the habits of the past. Like we all say every generation says they're progressive. You know what I mean? My generation thought they were progressive. and now this generation thinks they're progressive. Okay, then let's be progressive about it. Why can't men talk about what they're going through? Why can't men talk about their feelings? You know what I mean? You can sit there and call me a clown or I'm soft or this and that. Fine, but I'll be alive and soft. I'll be with my friends and my family, but I'll be that soft, but I'll be with them. And I'll still see my mother. You know what I mean? Everyone knows me, I'm a mama's boy. But I'll still see my mother. I'll still see my dad. I can go wrestle in New York for AEW and they'll be there. You know what I mean? Now imagine if the one time I was very close to suicide, if I did it. None of this would happen. I wouldn't be here to talk to you today. And one of the hardest men I've met in my life, like a real straight OG, then things I can't say because, you know, I'm not allowed to under the law. He talked to me about it and he saved my life. And he made me realize that people care. You know what I mean? You may think people don't, but one person always does. They always do. It's always one person. And when you hurt yourself, it hurts that one person, but then it hurts that one person's friend, that one person's girlfriend or boyfriend, and so on and so forth. And then it becomes like a ripple effect. Like you throw a little rock and a little pebble in a pond. You know, so people do care, and you do affect people. And you're never really alone. No, you're not alone, because I didn't think, oh, I'm special because I go through this and I talk about that. But when I see people come up to me at Fan Fest or stop me and they tell me how they're going through their stuff, that makes me feel good, because it also reminds me I'm not alone, because it's an everyday struggle. For the past 2 weeks I've been going through it, recently. You know what I mean? Where I get in my own head and I beat myself up. And I'm sitting there in a house that I'm paying for, which I should be happy about, but I'm sitting there beating myself up because it's a never-ending struggle. And I don't know, I like the struggle now because, you know, you hear sayings and stuff, and without struggle there is no progress, and never the suffer is to never be blessed, Edgar Allan Poe said, and I believe that. You know, I believe when you suffer and you get past it, you're a better person. And now that I'm in a position in AEW where I can talk to people about this, I'm happy I progressed, because now I can help. And I just don't want to hear no more about people taking their lives because they didn't talk. Or I don't want to see a mother crying because her son's gone. Or a wife crying because her husband's gone. Or a son crying because their father's gone. I just don't want to see it no more. I just don't want that to happen to anybody. I don't even have to know you. I just don't want to see it happen. You know, because, man, we're only here for a cup of coffee, man. And, God, when things hit you and you realize how short we're here for, you just want to live a happy life. And so does that mean medication? Fine, go ahead, knock yourself out. That's nothing wrong with that. I'm on medication. I take Zoloft. I'm good with that. I'm not ashamed of that. You make fun of me for that? You make fun of me for that? That's on you, dog. God bless you. But I'm good. You know, and just you got to do things that's right for you. And I know they're like, oh, you can say this, you can say that. And I get it, all these buzzwords or whatever you want to say. But I truly inside feel this. And I hope, as I'm sweating, I hope everyone understands this. You are never alone. You're not. I'm telling you the God honest truth, you're never alone. There's always one person. You may not have your family around anymore. Maybe they passed away, this and that. Maybe, I remember there was a guy at a bar, perfect example. It was an older guy that used to come to a bar I used to bounce at all the time. And, you know, he was an older guy, about 45. And didn't have his family, didn't have his wife and kids, just came to the bar every night and drank himself stupid. but he was a likable guy. And when I found out he committed suicide, and the other bartenders found out, God, that just ruined us. And we didn't even know the guy. We just knew him from there. And that ruined us for like a week. All of us were just like, couldn't believe it. And we didn't even know him that well. Now imagine the people who knew him well. There's always someone out there that you are going to affect when you decide to take your own life. And I don't know. I just don't want people doing it no more. You know, I don't want normal's another thing. I just get that word out of your head. There's no such thing as normal. That word's a lie. My normal is not yours. You know what I mean? Do you think getting beat up for a living is normal? To me, it is. Maybe not to you. Again, that's my normal. We make our own. So, I don't know, I can blab on forever, but that's the two things I want people to truly understand. You're never alone. There's always one. And that's all you need. That's all you need is one. And the second thing, too, is we make our own normal. We make it ourselves. No one else does. So, that's it.
All right, everybody, we are back for run number 2 of the day. It is going to be Super Mario Odyssey. I have Cheese here with me, and before I completely hand it over to him, I'm going to just run through some polls that we have still out there. We obviously have met the, or I shouldn't say met the goal, the poll to choose boxers versus Mario traditional outfit. Boxers won, so Mario will be wearing boxers. We still have poll for defending Leon in Resident Evil Operation Raccoon City or not defending Leon. Both of those are at $0. So if you want to see one or the other, our own Yasi wants to not defend Leon. So let's just push it to defend Leon just so she doesn't get what she wants. You know what I'm saying? Otherwise, we do have a $200 goal to be met to save the dog in Resident Evil 4. We have not met that yet. So as of right now, we won't be saving the dog. And then we also have a $100 goal to be met to make the golem dance in Haunting Grounds. I don't know about you, but I want to see the golem dance. So there's a few of the polls going on and kind of goals. With that, obviously, if you hit exclamation donate in the chat, you see a bunch of cool prizes that kind of pushes you to donate, and you can win in a raffle. But otherwise, I will hand it over to Cheese and let Super Mario Odyssey get on its way.
Okay, hello. My name is Cheese J, and today I'm going to be showcasing Mario Odyssey Kaizo Mode Any %. If you don't know what Kaizo Mode is, it's just like a mod that makes the game way harder. It changes all 880 moons in the game to make them more difficult. And we'll get more into that as we start the run, but I'm just going to do a countdown. We'll start up here. 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, first thing you'll notice is I'm playing on English instead of simplified Chinese, and that's just because English is the only language that works for this mod. The developers got rid of like the Chinese text file, I think, so if you just boot this game on Chinese, it just crashes. But that's the first thing. And then Cap's not too difficult. There's going to be a little bit of tricky platforming, but it's still your traditional tutorial stage. That's the word I was looking for. So I'm just going to wake up Mario here, do a spin pound by spinning the stick twice, and then doing the ground pound inputs, and transitioning that into a roll by holding the crouch button and then shaking the controller. And that's how I move really fast in this game. And then I'm going to be going to grab Cappy, just as you would in any other Mario Odyssey speedrun. And then you're going to see the first change coming up here in about 3 seconds. I'm going to be having to do some platforming on these danger signs here. Oh, unfortunate. Okay, sometimes this takes me an attempt or two. I should also mention, I haven't run this mod in the better part of like 2 weeks, so we're just going to see if I rust. I just have not gotten an opportunity. Been doing other stuff in this game that's been keeping me busy, so I'm just going to try to lock in here on this jump. There we go. I'm just going to put this slow and safe. There we go. Okay, second try. Not too bad. And then you're going to notice there are no frogs in the frog tower. So I got to do this triple jump. This is not super difficult. It might look a little bit flashy, but this triple jump here has been known about since like the dawn of this game. It's been using the category minimum captures to skip the frog. So I know how to do that. Nice and easy. Like I said, still getting warmed up here with the mod. One thing this mod does really well is the difficulty scaling. So these early kingdoms are pretty easy, but then the later ones definitely get more difficult. I am having a hard time here, though. Having Mario and Cappy cooperate. There we go. Oh, wait, boxers. Okay, I almost forgot. If I go up this way, you'll notice that there are some platforms. Good thing I didn't forget this. Because... One sec. Okay, you'll notice that there is a boatload of coins right here, and this is what's going to allow me to buy the $1,000 boxers. These does put this here because this mod runs on version 1.0 of the game. And if you know much about Mario Odyssey, you'll know that in 1.2 there were these Luigi coin arts implemented. And if you grab on in specific spots, they'll give you 200 coins. But, like I said, they were added in 1.2, and this mod runs on 1.0. So we don't have that in luxury. So the devs put in a lot of hidden coin stacks like that are just massive, so you can get coins really easily. Because otherwise, you just don't get like any coins on version 1.0 of the game. It's way harder. Also, you'll notice there's some spinies here in this fight. Okay, there we go. And then one more. Okay, come here, Topper. There we go. Okay, Cap Kingdom done. Not my cleanest Cap Kingdom in the world, but it was a Cap Kingdom. Oh, okay, there we go. And now we're going to move on to Cascade Kingdom. And I'm going to give the hardest trick in the run that I do, personally, one try. Just for the heck of it. There's a trick in Cascade known as down a skip skip. And if I hit it, I'll save a boatload of time. But it's like really pixel tight, so yeah. The backup is not much slower, though, if I miss it. I'll probably give it a try or two. Just gotta skip a couple of cutscenes, and then coming up, you'll see. What I'm going to be doing is, I'm also going to be skipping this first main and grabbing it later. And I'll explain that in a minute. But for now, this is down to skip skip. I'm going to be doing a triple jump off this rock. And first try, look at that. And then I want to grab boxers, so I'm going to come over here. And then kill, they have extra burbos here. These are going to give me a bunch of coins. Okay. And then I'm gonna... Oh, I forgot there's ribs here. That's right. That'll make my life easier. Maybe. Oh my gosh. I nailed the hardest trick when I'm failing basic platforming. Okay. Okay. Come on. Oh my gosh, I think I'm dead. That's very bad. I am struggling. It's because the camera's panning on me there. I should have just done what I'm used to. That's fine. I'm going to showcase the alternative now because I'm back at the start, unfortunately. So this is what is known as first min skip. Typically what I like to do is come over to this rock and then set up Cappy and do a vault. I'm not even upset about that death because I'm able to showcase both methods here. So, no big deal. And like I said, this is a Kaizo mod, so it is a bit more difficult, but I haven't really gotten into the hard stuff yet. Okay. And then I'm going to come over here, do a vault. And I'm going to come over here, and this is what's known as rib skip. Let's not fall. Oh my gosh. I'm going to come over here. There we go. And I should be able to buy the boxers by the time I hit Sand Kingdom as well. I should mention that. So at the start of, like, before the end of the next level, I should be able to buy the boxers. Come here. That rock got in my way. So you'll see the difference to this fight is there's a bunch of rocks that can get in my way, but it still plays out pretty much the same as vanilla. And as you can see, grabbing more coins to avoid the 1,000 coin boxers. They're very expensive. Almost at 1,000 coins there. There we go. Okay, that's the first multi-moon of the game done. And I mentioned earlier that I skipped over the first power moon that was in that rock. And that's because if I grab it early, it takes a lot longer to grab, and two, there's extra cutscenes associated with it if I grab it early. So if I grab it later, the devs made it so there's not as many cutscenes, because in the vanilla game, if you grab it after the Madame Brutal fight, the game just crashes and it's like ungrabbable. So the devs for this mod fixed that. So you'll notice this first moon is not a story moon anymore. It's one of just like the traditional normal moons and has a much shorter cutscene. So it is significantly faster to grab now. And then there's one more moon I gotta grab over here that uses the Gushin. Not really much harder, but we get to use the Gushin, so it's a lot of fun. And with that, we're gonna be moving on to Sand Kingdom. Not the cleanest cascade in the world, like I said, but definitely acceptable. And I got to showcase both DSS and FMS, which I've never done before in a run. Definitely a more chaotic start to this run than I expected, but that's what happens whenever I come in with a little bit of rust. I'm not too worried, though. This is probably one of my most ran categories, so even whenever I'm rusty, I'm still pretty dang good at it. And you're going to notice a lot of kingdoms still have the vibe of regular Mario Odyssey 80% in the sense that a lot of the moons are really quick. And I think Sand's a great example of that. There's still a lot of tricky moons I'm going to be grabbing because it is a Kaizo mod, but for example, some of the moons are just very slightly changed from vanilla, and I'll point those out whenever we get there, but they're still very, very fast. And that's one of the things I like about this Kaizo mod. Not everything is like hard platforming gauntlets. A lot of the moons are still kind of easy and quick. So it makes gives the run a little bit of a sense of consistency. And this first moon I'm going to be grabbing is from the Rumble Room. And that one is very slightly changed. If I come over here and go into this pipe, you'll notice usually you have to go to the top left there, but they move the right moon to the bottom right because this is where it is in the Seaside Rumble Room. And in the Seaside Rumble Room, it's in the sand spot. And I'll definitely showcase that when we get there because that's one of the moons I will be grabbing. But next up, I'm on a bird cycle here, and I have the seed, so I have to try to maneuver it over to the spot with relative speed to try to plant it before the bird passes by here. There's a moon behind back that I like to grab, but I messed up my movement a little bit, so I'm just going to be safe and grab this bird moon early. I'm going to do this. Actually, you know what? I bonked on it. I'll grab it now. Yeah. Okay. And then the moon that's behind that building I'm going to grab after slots here. And typically those seeds take 20 real-time minutes to grow, but if I go into my system date and time here, I can update it by like a month or whatever. And then I can start this game again. And that'll get the seed to grow really fast. Also, there's wind here that makes salts harder. But I got it first try. Assuming I don't get blown out of the wind by the wind. That is going to make boxes slightly harder because I wasted 10... I had to spend 10 coins there, so... Just going to keep that in mind, but it shouldn't be an issue. And as you see, the seed's grown. But I'm going to come back for that moon in a second. Because I have to grab this one. I'm also going to be doing a slightly modified sand route from the vanilla, or from the intended, or the speedrun route for this kingdom to get a couple of extra coins to buy the boxers. I do have that in mind. And I'll be able to buy the boxers before I leave this kingdom. I'm going to do this. Every coin counts. And then there's a moon here. And then they also... So, like, I think you're getting a good sense of, like, how these moons are so really quick, but, kind of changed to fit the vibe of Kaizo. Like, this moon is usually over in the Oasis area, but they put it right here. And then this, nipple cactus coming up over here is also slightly more difficult. Because it's underneath this cactus. And then this moon is over on the other leaning pillar. Yep, on the other leaning pillar. And then there's a moon in this chest here. Oh, I dropped an input, so I didn't get over the cactus. So I think I did clip out of bounds with that. There's what you can do is called a moon clip if you backflip and throw cap with precise timing, but it doesn't really help me in that instance. Coins. And then there's a moon on this pillar. And then I want to come over here and go into the quicksand. There is an out-of-bounds clip I can use known as platform clip to grab this moon, but you'll notice whenever I sink underground here, this moon's midair, and that makes it a little bit harder to grab the moon out of bounds, so I just opt to not go for the clip. And then there's another clip I can do. If I come over here, and then hop over here, this is what is known as Sphinx clip. Oh, just give me a second to clip out of bounds here. I'm messing up my setup. Okay, come on. Come on, Mario. Small things like this is what I rust at. Really, this clip, I've never had this much trouble with this clip. He's not clipping. I'm shocked that one didn't work. There we go. Took a minute. That's what's known as Sphinx clip. Oh, and there's a guy in my way there. Oh, just die, please. Thank you. Okay. Give me the coins. I need all the coins. Okay, I have 1,000 coins now. Perfect. And then I'm gonna come out over on this side. Oh, I didn't get my wall jump right there. I'm gonna try that again. Whoa, what happened there? Mario like stubbed his toe. There we go. There we go. There we go. That's the move I like to do to get this moon nice and safe. And then I can put them around this way. And I actually have more coins than I need, so I'm just gonna do the regular route here. I was gonna sub out this sub here for a different one that has some coins in it, but you know, okay, I'm gonna do a slight reroute actually. I want to be really safe with my coin cap, so I don't want to run out. Because even though I have to spend 1,000 coins for the boxers, but I also have to make sure I have coins for moons later in the run. So here, I'm gonna grab one moon from this sub and then one from another one. Also, there's no invisible platforms here, so I have to just make sure I'm platforming very precisely here. And then I'm gonna go out through the front door. And I'm gonna go get another moon and a coin stack. And then I'm gonna go buy the boxes and we can leave this kingdom. Right here, this sub area right here, the invisible maze. This moon is very easy. Which is another reason why I like this moon. It's just sitting right here. There's no difficulty to this moon. Coin stack right around this corner right here. And then I'm gonna go buy the boxers. I have to warp here, and then we're gonna enter the shop and spend 1,000 coins on the boxers. If I talk to this guy, and then go here, I can buy the boxers. Look at that. And I will change now. Oh, I already own that, yes. Okay, with that, we're done with Sand Kingdom. I'm gonna warp back. Oh, can I? There we go, I can. And we're gonna be moving on to Lake Kingdom now. Lake is a significantly quicker kingdom with not very many moons. But it's still a little bit tricky. There's still some hard stuff I do. Okay. couple of cutscenes here. Like I said, it has a couple of quick moons, but there is one boss fight in particular I'm going to be doing, and that is the Ringo boss fight. And the Ringo boss fight is made significantly harder, but hopefully I can nail all the fast strats to still kill Ringo with ease and speed. You'll see at the end. I'll leave it as a little bit of a surprise. It's going to be the last 3 minutes I grab before leaving the kingdom. But first moon coming up here is just one that's just up in the air, so I'm going to have to do some vertical platforming to grab it. Nothing too crazy. Oh, good bonk. I'm going to do this. That'll work. And then I'm going to come over this way. And I can grab this fish. And I can grab a couple of underwater moons and then make my way up to the Ringo fight. Ooh. Also, this moon might look vanilla. Like I said, all 880 moons are changed. And I believe the change for that one is just that the Dory, like, swimming pattern is different. She swims differently throughout the kingdom. So not really much of a notable change there. This one is, obviously, there's way more combo. Way more combo. That's the enemy name. Oh no, I have full health. Okay, I don't need that heart. I'm gonna grab it for the coins, though. Or not. Okay. There we go. And then that's the last moon I have to grab before I fight Ringo. I'm gonna come over here. More coins. Hold on. There we go. And then you'll notice there are spike bars throughout the fight here. So I have to hit them immediately there. Okay. This'll work. I don't like where he is specific. Oh my gosh, this is a mess. Okay, this is not going the way I wanted it to. Hold on. I am also on 1 HP here, which is not ideal. I'm probably dead. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I've never had that fight go like that before. I'm gonna try that again. No big deal. Luckily there's a checkpoint right here, so it's barely a time loss. Let's try this again. Okay, this'll work. This is what I want. There we go. That's what I was trying to do. And then I can ground powder right through them here. And I can grab some of my coins back, too, after the fight. There we go. If that fight goes Australia in any way, you can see it's pretty much... It's really hard to back up. It's probably doable, but it's really hard. And with that, we're going to be moving on to Wooded. And luckily, Wooded isn't hard in the sense that I can die. There's not really many opportunities for me to die in Wooded. But it is a very hard platforming stage. And if I fall at any point in Wooded, you'll see I can lose a bunch of times. I'll be doing platforming very high up. Oh, bonk. Okay, so the first couple moons of Wooded are actually some of the more tricky runs, believe it or not. This entire kingdom is pretty rough, I'll be honest. Just in terms of difficulty. Luckily, like I said, though, I can't really die, so that's the one saving grace about this kingdom. But this first bit of movement is actually kind of like pixel tight, believe it or not, to get it to work. So I'm trying to land on top of a very tiny tree. And you'll see that right here, just to get a lot of height. There we go. If I did that the absolute fastest way, I would land on that without no ledge grab, but no big deal. Still very, very clean. I'm going to come over here now, and then there's going to be a rock in this tree. Oh, grab the rock. And then I'm just going to yeet it, and then I'm going to roll over here and meet the bunny right here to kill it really fast. Okay, then I need to find the rock right over here. And then I'm going to pay to win, and this is one of the reasons why I was trying to go out of my way for that Submarine Sand, just because I need a lot of coins for the run. Especially with Boxers. The 800 coins I get in cap, believe it or not, is not enough. It helps quite a bit, though. And then I'll be going over here and capturing an uproot. I'm putting my camera up so the uproot spawns sooner, because the way this game works is if something's off-screen, it doesn't exist. So I have to on-screen that earlier to get a really fast capture. And I'm just climbing this tree. They made some extra platforms on this tree. Okay, I lost my uproot, but that's not an issue. Technically, you could do this all with Mario. It's just faster with the uproot. And a bit easier. There we go. Good backup. And then I'm going to land right here. I don't like how blind this is, how much the leaves get in the way, but, you know. Doing a bit of a vault to get over here. Oh, I missed that? Wow, I can't believe I missed that. I held back on the stick too much at the last second there, I guess. Not a hard backup. I can come over here. And I can just do this like the intended way. Instead of doing the fancy vault. And then there's a nut in this little alleyway here. There's a lot of nut mints you're going to see in Wooded. Over here. And then I'm going to do some long jumps. And then I'm going to come over here, and there's an invisible platform I can stand on over here on this wall. And then if I do some really fast jumps here on this ramp, I can climb it without the rocket flowers. And then I can do a triple jump around this corner to grab this moon. Oh, let's not fall. I think you can see what I mean about if I fall, I can lose a lot of time here. I'm just kind of suspended in the air for a lot of this movement. Oh. Not gonna fall, don't worry, I got this. Look at that back up. Ooh. And then there's a nut here I gotta grab. Outside of the maze instead of inside the maze. And then I get to do a fancy triple jump for this next nut. And now I'm going to be doing a trick known as Fire Road Skip to get across this gap. I had a bad setup there, so I'm going to do this. Oh, let's try that again. Oh, I don't trust that. I held back there. I don't know how I made that work. That was so scuffed. There we go. Lots of nuts here, like I said. Another nut right here. Doing some homing cap throws here to stay midair and make it into the tower here. And then this part's really fun. This part is actually not scary at all and very fun. Because I just get to do this not round tower, the wooded tower rather. Without the uproot, which is just very fun. Very fun platforming. And then typically it's hard to grab this moon with just Mario. Oh, in the base game, but they lower. Oh, okay, maybe it's hard to grab it with Mario now too. There we go. They lowered it so you can grab it with Mario. I still struggled with it though anyway. And then I'm gonna I pretend Spirit doesn't exist because I didn't grab the first storming because it's really out of my way. And I'm just gonna vector down here. And grab this nut. I can't see. Oh, there we go. And then one more sub-area and we're gonna be done with Wooded. There's no platforms here, so I gotta be a little bit careful. And then this sub-area is really fun in the base game, but in this mod, they kind of just butchered it. You have moon gravity, no cappy, and the water cycle is like way faster. So it's not very fun in this mod. It's just a lot of damage boosting. There is a fast shot you could do, but it's like ridiculously hard, so I just don't bother. I kind of just hope for the best. I'll be honest, I don't really have much of a shot for this room. Other than just praying that it works. There we go. And with that, we're going to be on to Cloud. Making good progress so far. And Cloud is pretty much the same as Vanilla. There is a very slight change, but there's some strategies I can use to mitigate the change that you'll see and make it play out very similar to Vanilla and still be a very fast fight. If you don't know, Cloud is just a boss fight kingdom. We just go to Cloud and fight Bowser because he kind of gets in our way while we're on the Metro Kingdom here. And we also have to make a pit stop in Lost as well after Cloud. And then we get to go to Metro. And here we are in Cloud. Something small you'll notice as well that the devs did is they kind of changed the skybox to make it a lot prettier for some of these kingdoms, and I believe Cloud is one of those kingdoms. So you'll notice there's these clouds that Bowser likes to jump on now. This first phase, we just kind of do it the intended way. Grab the hat really fast and then let him jump down to us. And then if I roll over to the middle of the kingdom here, or the middle of the arena, should jump down to here, and I can just pretend the cloud platforms don't exist anymore. And I can do a strat known as fast hats here, where I backflip and then throw Cappy while I'm above the hat to grab it immediately. I think I was too slow here. No, I was not. Look at that. Easy kingdom. Okay, and now we're on to Lost. And Lost is still a very quick kingdom, like in Vanilla, if you've seen regular any percent speedruns of this game. This kingdom is very quick, and they've definitely kept that theme for this mod as well. Lots of really quick things for me to grab here. We should be in and out in only about like 3 minutes or so. I'm going to start the kingdom by doing a trick known as Meme Tree to get to this upper bit. And then I'm going to give Cappy to this Trapedal. I was not centered there. I'm going to have to do one extra throw. One extra explosion here. And this moon is behind the second bit of bricks here. You'll see this going spot, and then I have to pan my camera to figure out where to grab it. There we go. Because that moon does spawn inside the wall, so it's kind of hard to visualize if I don't pan my camera. And then there's a moon behind this block here. Oh, if I could squeeze in there. And then you'll notice, if you're an astute watcher or viewer, that there is a flower missing from cave gardening here. And that's because I have to jump all the way over here to hit that flower. Whoops. There we go. And that'll spawn the cave gardening moon. And now if I die at any point before I get back to cave gardening, I'm going to have to respawn that moon, so Gotta make sure not to do that. I messed up my triple jump here, but luckily I can just back it up with the vault. That'll work. Just playing it safe so I don't die here. There we go. Oh, I didn't get it. Oh, I was so close. Okay, I was trying to off-screen that butterfly so I could hit it with Cappy, so I didn't have to do the camera run up to respawn it. That's really tricky. That's something new I'm trying to do. It's really tricky, though, because I just have to do blend platforming there. There we go. There's that cave gardening we know I was talking about. And I'm going to come over here, and there should be a moon right here. If I could grab it, there we go. Underneath that ledge. And then there's another one off the side of the map here. And then I want to go into the 2D section here. This part's a little bit tricky. Really tight platforming there. I'm going to fall straight down. Work to the Odyssey. And there's one more moon behind the Odyssey here, and we'll be done with Lost. And what I was doing there is throwing Cappy back and then shaking to home into the globe so I can teleport after I grab that moon. And we're going to be moving on to Night Metro here. Which is another very quick kingdom. There is a bit of a platforming gauntlet that I'm going to have to do here. Hopefully I don't screw it up and lose a bunch of time. Okay. But whenever we start off this kingdom here, we're going to do a jump known as the People's Jump. Or the Impossible Jump. One or the other. It's called both. Because you'll notice that the wire doesn't take you down to the mainland anymore. So I'm going to have to jump down to it. Yeah, as you can see, that wire takes you up top now. It takes you nowhere. So I'm going to do a fancy-looking triple jump here. This jump is actually very easy. It's not impossible at all, but... Well, I always hop on the scooter somehow. Back in 2017, that jump was considered impossible, believe it or not. And now I'm doing what's known as left row. Just climbing the left side of Metro. Because that is the faster side to climb. That's fine. One bonk never hurt anyone. And then I can triple jump up here. I'm going to go on my way to kill these 3 flies because they can be a bit problematic. They can fly into me and hurt Mario. There we go. That platforming can be a little bit tight. And now this is the platforming gauntlet I was talking about. I have to climb City Hall without any of, like, the platforms. Just the crumbling ones. There is a slightly faster platform cycle I could get there, but that one's fast enough. Inconsistent. Oh. And then I'm hopping over to these blocks, and then I could go back to the left here, and there's going to be a chest all the way up top here for me to grab that has a moon in it. Oh, are you kidding me? I knew I shouldn't have backflipped. That is so unfortunate. That's just a value dive. There's not much I can do there. Sometimes if you dive at Cappy, Mario just misses. There's not really much I can do there. We'll just do it again. Okay, second try. I almost missed that platform. Can I please spin pound? There we go. Okay. The game is definitely making me work for it in this climb here. Oh, I guess I got a couple of coins there. That looked like it was gonna miss. Are you kidding me again? I got a second value. Oh my god. I'm just getting so unlucky, it's unreal. That was again not my fault. That is ridiculous. I've never had that happen before. That is a ridiculous sequence. Okay, third time's the charm. Can Mario please cooperate? Please let us grab. That'll work. Okay, I'm gonna be ultra safe here this time. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that. There we go. Wow, that was way harder than it needed to be. Ridiculous. Okay, not done yet. I have to do this long jump across City Hall here. And then land in the door. There we go. Perfect. And that is the hardest part of this Net Metro portion done. Typically, I have to fight the Micro boss fight, but if I knock this guy's hat off, you'll notice in a second here. Grab this checkpoint for later. Give it a second. Now, there we go. The multi-move just spawns, and that's because whenever the mod developers were trying to modify the Mecha Wiggler boss fight to make it harder, it would just crash the mod, just because of the program they were using. So they just replaced it with a regular Wiggler. And if you just despawn it, that spawns a multi-moon. So that's like the only instance of Moon being easier in the mod than it is in the base game. But now we're on to Day Metro. And Day Metro has a lot of really fun moons. There's some sub-areas I'm going to be going into here. Lots of fun movement. But once again, we're going to be starting off with doing the impossible jump here right at the very start. Just like this. Big vector. Oh, bonk. There we go. More coins. Can never have enough coins. I didn't get it. I was trying to go for another one of those mid clips there to clip into that wall there and skip a wall jumping up here. It's very precise and tight to make that work. Wow, I think that's there's that water tower there that I always run into. I think that's the first time I've not run into that water tower. And then we're spending 100 more coins to buy this moon. I think our coin count's looking good for the run. I should have enough for the rest of the run. Maybe. I think. I think I need 40 more coins before I reach luncheon, but that should be doable. And you'll notice that I have to use the RC car here. Typically, in regular 9% speedruns, you would use the scooter to clip into the cage there, but they turned the cage around and put them in the ground, so you can't use the scooter to clip in there anymore. Oh. Grab them in, please. And now we're going to be going into the bullet building sub-area. And the way they changed this one, you'll notice, is if I long jump over here, they put this little dumpster below the platform here rather than on top of it. So I gotta hit it with a down throw. That's not gonna work. There we go. Hold on. There we go, I'll take those. And then I'm going to be coming up here. There's a moon underneath this AC unit, and then the one after this one, not this one, but the next one is a little bit tricky. I'm going to be doing some blind platforming. Hopefully I can hit the moon. It's underneath this little girder sandwich platform here. There we go, and it's not done yet because I could still die, so I have to do this to survive. And then we're going to be going into City Hall here again, or the Musician's Room. The Auditorium, that's what it's called. And then there's a moon around this curtain here. And I warp up top. And then there's a moon below this little platform here. I screwed up my movement slightly. You'll notice a theme of this mod is that if the mods don't know, or the developers don't know where to put a moon, they typically just throw it underneath something. Really? There we go. Also, the trick for that moon, or not, there's a bunch of hidden Mecha Wiggler scrap pieces throughout the kingdom, and that's the one with the moon. There we go. And then we get to say hi to our good old pal Captain Toad here. I think I actually just saved time by having this camera angle, by the way. Typically the camera likes to pan a bit. But somehow I just got the camera not to pan there. Save like a second. Bonk. I did not get in the door like I wanted there. And then this is the people room. Typically there's only 2 moons here in the base game, and then the third one to add in post game, but for whatever reason this moon that's underneath those boxes that's supposed to be a post game moon is just added here now. So we get 3 moons for this area rather than 2. Can I hit this lever? Oh my gosh. There we go. And I have to kind of pull that lever from a little bit further away there because this timer is tighter. But still not a problem. Okay, let me try that again. There we go. And with that, we're done with Metro. We're moving on to Snow. Snow is a very deadly kingdom. There's definitely a handful of spots on Snow I can die at, so hopefully I can nail everything. Okay. Done with Metro, and that is also the halfway point of the run. Just about, I would say. Half the kingdoms are now completed. And Snow actually starts out with a little bit of a trick jump here. You're gonna see that there is some poison waves I have to dodge in Snow Kingdom. So I'll be doing a bit of a trick jump to dodge those. And they also move the entrance to Shiveria to, like, the back corner of the kingdom, so I'm gonna have to make my way over there. Okay, triple jump. Oh, I did die to that wave. My angle was off. That wave covers up the platform, so it's kind of hard to visualize exactly where it's at sometimes. I got it this time. There we go, just barely. And then I'm going to come over here just to make sure to dodge the wave. There we go. And then I'm going to be coming up here. Hi, Beach. Doing a trick jump known as Blowy Noey now. And this is just to get inside of Shiveria. A little bit of precise movement here. There we go. Trying to get like a vault off the wall there, essentially. It's really precise. And then this one's also a little bit finicky. Because if I break any of the boxes, I can't really grab this next moon. Because it's really high up in the sky there. Really high up in the ceiling. And then another pay-to-win moon here. Oh, talk to the guy. I guess I should also point out that the life of parts are impossible to buy. They're 10,000 coins. And these moons are 101 coins. Then I'm going to come over on this pole here. And there's a chest up in the sky here. And then we can come over to this moon shard sub area, or bright frost, or whatever you want to call it. And I'm only going to be grabbing the one moon here. We're not grabbing the shards. The shards is really slow. And there's a moon, another chest that's just suspended midair here. I just jumped off the chest there as it opened. That was really weird. And then I'm going to come over to my side here and bust open this crate. Grab this moon. And then we're going to come over to the poison room here. Long jump behind these guys. Capture this blowy Joey. And then below the stair, here's the moon tin underneath. And then this moon is just pretty much the same as vanilla. Just gotta blow all the spinies off the edge here. And then with that, we have one more sub-area to visit here in Treveria. This moon is considered harder, though, because of all the stuff beforehand, I believe. So, even though it looks the same as vanilla, it's still just a tiny bit harder. Okay, we're going to be going into the Goomba room here. I didn't get the vault I wanted there. Luckily, I can do some trick jump movement, and it doesn't even matter. Nice movement there. To climb up really fast. And then I'm going to drop down with this icicle here. Got the story moon. And then I'll be stacking some Goombas to grab this second moon in the sub area. Grab this Goomba, and then we can come over and grab the fourth one over this way. Doing some jumps and vectoring at the Goombas just to move them a bit faster. And then we're going to have to do... Oh my god, don't die. Oh my gosh. Almost slipped off the edge. For the last minute, we're going to be warming back to the Odyssey and doing a trick on a snow jam here. Just a bit of doing a vault to cross over this gap. This is not how you're intended to grab this moon, but that's the fast way of grabbing it. Gonna get my vault there. Sometimes if Cappy's too far off the edge, you don't get the vault. It's a bit precise. Almost first try there, very close. I'm also used to doing this moon on Chinese now, and I'm on English, so my camera setup there is a bit different. It makes visualizing, or it makes the camera look a bit different, and makes getting the mid-air vectors a bit harder. There we go, second try. I'll take that. Oh, Miss Cappy in the air there. And we're going on to Seaside, and Seaside's a very fun platforming kingdom because they remove the water in it. So instead of it being a boring water level, it's a fun platforming level. And it's also not too tricky either. I would say Seaside is the last easy kingdom we have before Luncheon Ruin, Bowser's and Moon, which are all very, very difficult. Just gotta skip a couple of cutscenes here. Okay. And the first moon we're gonna grab, I mentioned earlier when we were in Sand Kingdom, is this Rumble Rim moon. And if you remember, like I said, this moon's gonna be in the sand spot, so it's up at the top left here. So nice and easy, not a hard moon. And then next up's gonna be a Grandpa moon that's straight ahead of me here. Or not Grandpa moon, it's just a moon that's hanging out in the open here, straight ahead. We're here. I think I'm on the top ledge here too. I am, so I can get a spin pound off. Nice. Oh, I missed the pipe. So close. I'm gonna be able to get some coins in this room too, which is good. And then we're coming up here. Dodge this spike bar. And open up this chest for another moon. Missing the moon. Grab it. That did not work out in my favor. It's okay, I don't need to see to grab it. I need one more coin, I believe, for the shop moon and luncheon. I think I have enough. I slipped, but I still made it up. Just abusing janky geometry there to make it up top, and then doing a bit of a trick jump to get over to Toad here. That was really close to not working. That was a really whack angle I got. And then doing some mid-air movement to grab. Oh no, I missed it. That sucks. You know, I have a backup in mind. I can actually still grab that moon, I think, if I'm good at. You know what? Dory's gonna come over here. Watch this. Just give Dory a minute. Yeah, Dory's making her way. I think I can still grab it right here though if I'm good at the game. Yeah, there we go. Get back up there. I was just shy on grabbing that moon. I'm gonna drop down a little bit here, but nothing too crazy. Like, as you can see, no water, so I can make my way up very quickly there. And then this moon is like a damage boost moon. There's just like a million spike bars here, so you just gotta take a hit on the way in and on the way out. Where am I? I'm going the wrong way. I may die. Let's not. Okay, I made it out. Wait, I think, yeah, this is the right way. Okay, sorry, I got turned around there big time. Both sides look the same. And then this is another damage boost moon where I just kind of run into these eels and hope it works out. Make it. Okay, and now we're on to the platforming gauntlet, or I guess it is a bit of platforming, but this is the gauntlet that is LRBM, Lynch and Rue and Bowser's Moon. All these kingdoms are stupid brutal. So pretty much every single moon is a challenge here on Luncheon, and then you'll see Rue and Bowser's Moon are all really hard too.
I will let you focus on the start of this here and jump in. Just want to welcome anyone who's joining us. Breaking the Habit is a charity marathon of speedrunners that supports the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. If you hit !donate, there's a bunch of prizes and bonus incentives and some polls that I'll go over real quick. The polls that we still have open is we have Plywood Cows Space Jam A New Legacy run coming up later today, and there's a character selection. Currently, Lola Bunny is winning. The other options are Bugs Bunny or LeBron James. So I think we should all donate to get Bugs Bunny because, Bugs. The other polls that we have open are for Resident Evil Operation Raccoon City, that Fiery, and I hope I'm pronouncing that name correctly, is running later today as well. And there's an option to defend Leon or don't defend Leon. And then the other poll we have open is to play as a boy or girl in Desert Eagles BS Zelda run later. And then the last poll that's still open is whether we save the dog or not in Resident Evil 4, which is our kind of ending run for the 2-day event tonight. So those polls, again, you hit exclamation donate, they come up along with the polls that you get to vote for. We do have a array of prizes that's starting out with their $10 minimums or higher, depending on the item. But to start out, we have a DMC figure bundle kit, or bundle kit, sorry, DMC figure bundle. We have a Sonic Squashmallow, a amazing Chester Bennington painting that was so kindly donated by Beck Beware, a Pokemon TCG bundle, and a Switch 2 bundle that you can all put your money towards as well. And then lastly, we do have some targets that we're trying to reach, which means the Save the Dog that I mentioned earlier in the poll, that's a $0 to $200 like kind of target. And then the Make the Golem Dance in the Haunting Grounds run that we have coming up later is a $100 target. So those are all just things to kind of help incentivize you to donate to such a good cause. And I will let Cheesy continue to go through the gauntlet here.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that was Spirit. Nice and easy. I should also mention we did a bit of magic there with the Goombat there. Typically, you're supposed to use 4 Goombas, but the developers only give us 1, so I have to do some platforming with the Goomba there to get a bunch of speed and make it up. That's one of my... Now that I know how to do that moon really fast, I really like that Goombat moon. Especially when I get it first try like that. And there's a moon. Oh, crap. Oh, crap. I've never slipped like this before. I can save it. Oh, my gosh. What was that? There's a moon on the side of the mountain. Oh, that was wacky. I believe I have 100 coins, so I don't need that coin stack. Yeah. Oh, more than enough. So another pay-to-win moon here. And then this next moon is probably my least favorite in the kingdom. It's not really super tricky, it's just really finicky and precise. And you'll see why here. First of all, I want to kill this plant, and then I want to get rid of this guy. There we go. And then there's a crate that's underneath in this alcove here, below this platform. So I need to throw Cappy down there. And getting this within a couple of tries can be pretty tricky. And the movement to hit this crate with Cappy is very precise. There we go, second try. Not too bad. And this is another very tricky moon coming up here. I have to grab this turnip and then bring it over here because I have to throw it over this massive gap here. Oh, it was almost first try. I barely stubbed my toe. Let's try that again. Let's throw that a little bit this way. Come on. This is what I mean. This grabbing the turnip with speed can be a bit finicky. There we go. There we go. And that's... I need this turnip over here because I'm going to be doing a trick known as platform clip. I'm going to kill that spine just like that. Or platform clips, turnip clip. Oh my god, so many clip names. And you capture this Pambro, and then you see I put the turnip right against this cage here. Uncapture, recapture, and I should clip in within a couple of tries here. Come on, give it to me. Okay. Come on. Okay, I'm gonna have to reset up this turnip. Every time I bounce on it, it gets further away from the wall. Come on. Give me the... This is being a bit annoying. Clip into the cage, please! This is like the only way to grab this moon. That should work. I'm flabbergasted. There we go. That took way too long. Okay. And that's what I mean about this kingdom. A lot of the moons are hard, and a lot of them can go well, but then you'll just hit a moon like this where stuff will just break for no reason. And then I need this Pambro again, so he's gonna respawn over here. I can capture him again. Don't take damage. And then there's a moon underneath this cheese right here. How did that not spawn it? Oh my gosh, okay. This game is being... No, I killed him. I'm gonna need to grab him again. Okay, over this way now. Break open this cheese. And then there's some shards that I need to grab here. I always forget there's one in the door there. And then there's also another hidden in this room as well. Oh, I thought I was going to grab it there. There we go. Oh, I got both of them there? That's crazy. And then I need to come over here, not forget to spawn this moon for later. Oh, I missed it. Let's try that again. There we go, second try. Got it. Landed right on the moon, and then we can leave and go to the next sub area. Oh, don't forget the moon. I've done that before. Oh, that was a good catch. Almost forgot the shards have been there. If I come up here and then do a vault with Cappy here, I can get over this really big lava gap and make it over to the Forks room. And this room can be a bit finicky and precise. Okay, that's not what I wanted to do. So I have to land on top of that fork flinger to make it further up in the Forks room. There we go. Nice and easy. Okay, and then I have to do a bit of a trick jump to grab the first moon here. Heading over here. And then I'm setting up Cappy here. Doing a bit of a triple throw there. Just a very fast grab through midair to stall Mario and get over to this moon. And then I should be able to grab this moon. Perfect. Almost done with luncheon. Falling down here. And then warping. That is the fastest I've ever done that movement. Holy crap, that worked out flawlessly. Okay, 4 more moons left. We just gotta make it up over to the meat platform over this way. And we don't want to grab the meat right away because the last moon is right next to it right here. Bonk. And with that, we're done with luncheon. 3 kingdoms left in the run. Well, not quite yet. I have to come over here. Okay, we're moving on to Ruined. And typically, Ruined is a boring auto-scroller, but in this mod, it absolutely is not. It is brutally difficult. And if I fail it at all, I could be losing multiple minutes. So, hopefully that doesn't happen. It's very important that I nail everything in Ruined here first try. and you'll see why whenever we get there. But if you remember back in Night Metro, it is another only up platforming gauntlet. So if like I said, if I fail at any point, I'm just dying and going back to the start of it. There is no checkpoints. And the boss fight at the end of the climb is also really difficult. Come on, there we go. Like I said, I'm on version 1.0 of the game, so it loads very slow. I'm also on a Switch one. Let's just mention that. Okay, here we go. Ruin Kingdom. Lots of really precise platforming here. This little bit of movement I came up with on my own, where I can do a triple throw to wall jump off it, so I don't need to get the height to make it over that lip, because it's very precise to make it on top of this platform without that wall jump. Sorry if I'm a bit quiet here. I really need to lock in to make sure I don't screw any of this up.
Oh, good. I will read a some excerpts on the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, which is the charity that this speedrun supports. American Foundation for Suicide Prevention focuses on public education. The organization educates the public and professionals about mental health, risk factors, and warning signs of suicide. Signature programs include Talk Saves Lives and More Than Sad for teens and educators. They also do a lot of advocacy. They work with public officials to promote policies and legislation for mental health and suicide prevention at the federal, state, and even local levels. And then obviously they also focus on support for lost survivors. So they provide resource and programs for those that have lost a loved one to suicide, including Healing Conversations, a program that will connect lost survivors with trained peer volunteers. So they're really involved at the prevention level, but also at the after a tragedy level too. So they're doing about everything they can to try to be involved at all steps of what can happen throughout tragedies. So they're also even involved on community engagement level. They have nationwide Out of the Darkness walks where it's kind of like a fundraising awareness event. So again, they're a really good organization that is trying to just I always say if they can save one life, then it's totally worth doing. And so it's very much their focus. And then obviously providing resources for those that are unfortunately impacted by the loss of a loved one.
Good save. Okay, well that was a really scary moment. That was a really good save on my part. Luckily, I've done this Ruined Kingdom climb a million times, so I am very aware of how to save just about anything here in this kingdom. Let me try that again. I don't like that angle. Okay, making my way back up. You might think it'd be safe to land, or easier to land on top of that rotating platform there, but it's moving really fast, so I don't like doing that. Okay, let's try this, and then this. Oh, no, not again. Really? I was short again? I should be able to save this again, though. Okay, I'm just losing a lot of time in this kingdom. As long as I'm not dying, that's really what matters. Very unfortunate mistakes there, though.
Well, oh, sorry. I'll let you focus on climbing back up. I do want to give a shout out to, obviously, as I've done in the chat there, ! VGTP, very long time supporter, and they are very pivotal in getting all these awesome prizes we have. So thank you very much to Video Game Trading Post in Pensacola, Florida, not only for just the long-term support of just, being a supporter of the event, and helping out in any way you can. Obviously donating the prizes, which is like the Switch 2 bundle. They give 10% of their sales at their store in Pensacola, Florida during the event. I also want to thank Beck Beware has provided the fantastic Chester Bennington painting that you can win. Very awesome prize there. We have Magic Cart Collectibles as well, donated the Pokemon card bundle, which is a PSA graded 10 Japanese Glaceon EX special art, special rare art or art rare. Again, not a Pokemon card collector, so I'd make sure I mess that up. And then also a trainer box. And then obviously want to thank all of the runners for being a part of it. Again, as we go throughout this weekend, and obviously we're early into day 2 still. There's a lot of things that it takes a village to put all this on, and for the great cause that we just talked about. So, yeah.
Oh, bonk. Okay, so now I'm onto the Rune Dragon fights here. There are 3 dragons here I have to kill, but after you kill the first one, it becomes significantly easier, and you'll see why here. I should be able to get... Maybe... I'm not going to be able to get this off. I got 1 sword pull, though, so not the end of the world. If I didn't bonk there climbing the first dragon, I would have been able to get more swords there on the second one. And I'm just using wall stalls here to dodge everything. If I just spam cap you on this wall, nothing is really much of a threat to me. Doing whatever I can to make this fight easier. Because if I die at any point in this fight, I'm going back to the start of the climb I just completed. I should be able to get a couple of sword pulls here. And a ground pound. Look at that. Give me 1. There we go, I got 1 there. I'll take it. Okay, 1 hit there, not the end of the world. Okay, there's 1 dragon down. 1 of 3. And you'll notice that now that I have 1 dragon down... Well, actually, I'll be able to showcase it here after this phase, probably. Maybe. Can I spin pound, please? I'm having trouble spin pounding here. Okay, I should be able to make this cycle here. For this one. And now I'm kind of just multitasking 2 dragons rather than 3 here. You'll notice now that I have this dragon dead, I can kind of just stand on its corpse, and I don't have to worry about dodging anything. But I still want to go fast here, so I'm going to jump a little bit early to make sure I pull that sword as soon as I possibly can. Without taking a hit. And that's 2 dragons down, now I just have to focus on a 3rd. There we go. That's 2 phases down on this dragon. We only need 1 more. And I'm going to be landing on this corpse over here. Dragon corpse. Actually, according to game lore, these dragons aren't dead. I just concussed them really badly. If you come back, the dragon just sits here very concussed. I can take this hit. I'm going to do it. I wanted to play that safe. I wasn't sure if it was going to take a second hit if I jumped too early. There we go. Fight's done. That's Ruin done. Everything first try, even though the climb was a bit messy, but I didn't die. That's typically how my Ruin climb goes. I either get it, like, perfectly, or it's really messy like it was today, but I don't die. Oh, I forgot I spawned midair here. Grab them in. There we go. Okay, Bowser's is definitely still difficult, but it's a bit of a breather in comparison to this Kingdom and Moon. And the final stretch here of this run. Okay, on to Bowser's. And Bowser's is kind of broken up into sections if you've seen the vanilla run. I can't really skip any of the story moons. That's not really something the game allows. So we're going to be going through and collecting all the story moons. And a lot of them are changed to be either look different or like slightly more difficult. Some of the boss fights in particular are a bit more difficult, but none of them are nothing I can't handle. They're all definitely doable and consistent. Okay. And this first moon is going to be over on the Ogre Island, so I just got to make my way over there. Jump. There we go. Up to that first wire. And then the first moon's on this next island over here. I gotta make my way around back, because typically you only have to kill one ogre on the vanilla game. But in this run, you'll notice there's an ogre around back. And you might be wondering why I'm going over here to grab this Pokio. That's because if you poke the ogre, you can kill it like that, and that is the only way you're able to kill that particular ogre. The devs wanted to show off some niche game knowledge there. You can actually do that in the vanilla game, just poke the ogres right in their head there with the birds. Not a lot of people know that. And that second one we could just kill by ground pounding. And now we're going to be making it over to the Shards Island, and of course all the shards are in slightly different spots, but none of them are too tricky. This is more of just like a visual change than like a difficulty type change. Okay, come over here. There should be another moon, by the way, up here that I need to grab. Oh, good bonk. Oh, Goomba's trying to hurt me. That's it, yellow Goombas. And you'll notice this first shard is off to my right here, so I'm going to rule over here. Throw Cappy and grab it. And then this next shard I actually need a bird for, so I'm going to capture it. I'm going to kill this one just so it's on my way. Perfect, that was really fast. And then I'm going to be making my way up here for the next one. I do not need those blocks. And then this next one's on the roof right here. Oh my god, I rolled off, of course. I can back that up quite easily, though. There we go. Dodging the bombs here and then jumping off this cliff. Okay. Okay, I need this bird to come closer. If I kill this bird, it does not respawn, so I need to be careful about that. I don't think it's the way I'm supposed to go, actually, now that I think about it, but it is a way. It works. And then the last shards are around back this way. Okay, I'm falling. That's fine. I typically like to grab that with a down throw, but that works too. I have to make it back on top, that's why. Oh, come on, give that to me. Okay, I guess that's not something you can do. I have to go this way. I tried to be fast about it. And with that, we're going to be moving on to the bunnies fights. These fights are definitely more difficult than vanilla, but they're not too crazy. Like I said, this is definitely the breather kingdom between Ruined and Moon. Before that, though, I can't forget there's one more moon I gotta grab. Gotta throw Cappy. Oh, don't do that. I want to throw Cappy back like this, and then grab this moon, and then I can shake to home in after the cutscene ends, and Mario will teleport back up to the wire. Well, go, please. And these bunny fights are made more difficult because the floor is lava. Look at that. So I'm going to be doing Topper first over here. Luckily, they do give us some platforms, so not the entire floor is lava. Oh, I tried to bounce on this hat there. Oh, I ran into that hat. Okay. Oh, I'm just killing Mario is what I'm doing by trying to be... Okay. Okay. That was silly. That was incredibly silly. I tried to be really fast and I ended up killing Mario. No big deal. Back here, but that's not a problem. This camera's really wacky there for some reason. Let's try it again. I'm gonna play this smarter this time. There we go. That's how you do that fast strat. He's getting really close to me. I don't like that. Okay, you know what? It's fine. I'll just knock all his hats off. Okay, the hats are not cooperating. Oh my god. He moved. He moved. He moved. There's nothing I could have done. Oh, the frame I went to dive, he moved. He's got the dukes. I've never had this fight go this badly before. It's supposed to be the easy part of the run. Come on now. It's not supposed to be that hard. Okay, I got it this time. Don't worry. There you go. That's how you do that fast. There we go. I thought I had him there. Okay. Hit the hat! Oh my god, Cappy, cooperate. I still see which one he is. Yeah. Okay, that'll work, that'll work. There we go, that'll work. Third try's the charm, look at that. Luckily those tests aren't not too punishing in terms of time. And this next fight's a bit easier. I have to do some precise platforming, by the way, because these hitboxes lava hitboxes, while they may look like a circle, there's no such thing as a circle lava hitbox in Mario Odyssey, so they're actually a big rectangle, or a big square. So they extend over the corners a bit. And then right here, perfect, and then I want to come back over here. I don't like the way she's hopping, it should still work. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. And then there's going to be a bomb right here. One more bomb to knock back into her. There we go. Easy fight. That fight is significantly easier than the top of it one. Okay, we're halfway through Bowser's now. There is one more boss fight I gotta do, and that is the Mecha Brutal boss fight. And if you're catching on to the theme here, that one is also gonna have a Forest Lava theme. But luckily, I can just do the speedrun strats that are used in regular any percent to kill that boss, so it's not any different for me personally. The intended strat for this mod is just to use the regular speedrun strat, so I get a bit of a breather here, luckily. It's still definitely a hard speed strat, and I could die to the fight still if I mess it up, but it's something I've been doing for years, so hopefully it isn't too big of an issue. But before I get there, though, I gotta climb vertically a bit here to get to the top of the kingdom. Jump over here, and then I gotta capture this bird. There we go. And then this platform's moving really fast, so I can just peck onto it and wait. Okay, now we're going to be starting the Mecha Brutal fight, just like that. That climb's very quick. As long as everything goes well, that is. And there's the lava I was talking about. And now we're just going to be climbing this mech with Mario, trying to beat it really fast. Oh, missed my spin pound there. Second try. That could have been catastrophic. Got a bit lucky there that I got saved by the other flop there. And now I'm going to be standing right here, so the mech rams its head into the side of the wall of the arena here twice. Rather than like roaming around the arena aimlessly. Just a bit of a minute. It was too early, I always am. How did I hit that? That's crazy. That last trick is known as target acquired. I don't know how I hit that with that camera angle. That's ridiculous. I have a very particular visual cue I'm supposed to use with a different camera angle, but I kind of just winged it and it worked out. That was really funny. Okay, and with that, we have one kingdom left on the run, Moon Kingdom, and then we are completely done.
Fantastic. I'm going to jump in here. We do have one donation to announce. It is donated by What's Up Doc, and for a total of $11 with a comment of Bugs Bunny Baby, and that puts Bugs Bunny $1 ahead of Lola Bunny for the character selection for Plywood Cow's Space Jam speed run later on in the day. So those Lola Bunny fans, you gotta I guess top Bugs Bunny. So that is an update. All right, back to you.
Okay. Okay, moving on to Moon Kingdom here. Oh, can I globe, please? Thank you. And the Moon Kingdom, like I said, is another brutally difficult kingdom. The Bowser fight in particular is really, really hard. So, hopefully I can nail it first try here. If you remember back in Snow Kingdom with what they did to the overworld with the Poison Waves, they've brought that back for the Bowser fight, so I kind of have to dodge Poison Waves while I'm fighting Bowser. And it can be quite tricky. But, I should be able to nail it first try, hopefully. Just gotta travel to Moon first, and before we actually start Moon, you're gonna notice, after this cutscene here... Hold on, let me skip the cutscene. 1.0 loads very slow. Oh no, Mario's not in the boxes anymore. Whatever will we do? Let me skip this cutscene, and then talk to Cappy. I do look dapper, but I don't want to look dapper, so I'm gonna go this way, and change back into the boxers. Can't forget that. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, there's Firebirds here now. Oh my god, get out of my way. Open it, please. There we go. I forgot about that. Every time I enter the Odyssey in this mod, I forget about that. There we go. Just ignore that. And now what I'm going to be doing is known as the bomb vectors, or the bomb vector. Just doing a big triple jump with the vector to get over this gap really fast. Oh, okay, I almost rolled off the edge there. How did that bonk? I want to hear it. Okay, and typically, if I come around back here, there's a Sphinx, and I use him to do a trick known as Mooncave Skip. But you'll notice the Sphinx is no longer here. Luckily, I can still do Moon Skip without him. I just gotta do a little bit of tricky mid-air movement. There we go, first try. And now we can enter the chapel and do the Bowser fight. Just a bit of rolling. Okay. Bowser fight, here we go. I also have to make sure I'm timing my hits very specifically here, so you're going to see me wait here. And that's because Bowser can do this thing known as wave riding, I like to call it, where you'll notice he's on a question mark block there. If I knock him off the block, he'll ride the waves and kind of just ride away. And make it, like, almost impossible for me to hit him. And I'll have to, like, it'll be really hard to back up. So I'm just timing my hits very precisely because of that. I also have to make sure I'm always manipulating him back to this specific platform right here. Oh, how did I miss that? That's ridiculous. I thought that was perfect. Okay, this is just time offs. Like I said, I don't really want to fight him on this one, so I'm just gonna... I'm gonna hit this hat and then just let him come back on his own terms. Perfect, okay. There we go. I was almost late again there. And then now.
We do have another donation to announce here. We've got a donation from the name Lola with the comment of "Don't ever call me doll," for an amount of $5. And as you can kind of guess, that is $5 towards Lola Bunny. So Lola is now back in the lead as the character choice in the Space Jam speed run coming up later today. But time will tell what character gets picked.
There we go. Okay. Oh my god, that was almost bad. Oh no, he's wave riding. Yeah. That's the last phase too. That's a very unfortunate death. Okay. No big deal, we can try again. I should still be coming in underestimate here. Yeah, I should still be coming in underestimate. As long as I nailed on this try. Two. That's another fight that takes a lot of my focus, so I excuse my silence a little bit here. But yeah, just doing some dodging of the fire here now. This is I know I'm going like above and beyond to dodge this fire, but all you have to be is midair there. It's just a force scan. Again? Again? That is crazy. I am just getting hecked over here. Okay, third try. A lot of what I've been doing is third try, so I'll get it this try. Luckily, I played the rest of this run clean enough to give me a bit of leeway on this final boss way here. Oh, that'll still work, I think. No, it won't. I have to kill Mario. Fourth try. Unfortunately, hit that brown block there. That brown block is such a troll. On rare occasion, I can hit it like that, and it just becomes such a hassle. Okay. Okay, I got it this try for sure. I'm locked in. This is the last hard thing in the run, though, I should mention. So after I kill Bowser here, the rest of the run is kind of just home free. Or at least it should be. That'll work. This wave is getting really close to me. I didn't like that. Oh my gosh. Okay, 2 of 3. 2 phases out of 3 done. Perfect. No! No! That wave just didn't cooperate. Oh my gosh. Third phase again. Wow, I'm losing a lot of time to this fight at the very end. That was just a very unfortunate sequence. I was on a particularly bad wave pattern cycle there. If I wait too long, Bowser will jump away. And because this is, I should mention, this is also the Wii Fight version of the fight, so there's more hits I have to do, or more times I have to punch him, and there's less time you can wait before he jumps away. So it's really tight on that last phase to get everything to line up, and if I'm slightly off on the wave cycle, it can become particularly difficult. Hopefully I can nail it here, though. Oh my gosh, I almost killed Mario. Sometimes this fight just does not like to cooperate. There we go, that's how I like to do that. Oh my god, he's wave riding again, but I think I have it. No, I don't. I'm dead. Yeah, I'm just struggling. I am just hitting a wall here, and I'm struggling. I'm hitting a wall. Nothing is working. Oh my gosh. I timed this second hit just slightly off. Come on, Jay. That's awesome. Missed the dive. Lock in. Lock in, lock in, lock in. I got this. I guess you can see why this mod, I'm doing a really good job of showcasing why this mod is so brutally difficult. Because stuff like this can happen where I just get hit a wall and I can't do a certain part of it. Even though I've done it hundreds of times before. Perfect. Okay, I got it. This is the one. Okay, 2 phases down again. I got it this time. Where's the hack gonna spawn? Perfect, that'll work. No. Oh my god. Oh my god. What a save. Oh. Just like sank. Okay. Please. Home stretch here. There we go. Okay, that took way too long. Way too long on that fight. But that's okay. It happens. Okay, final stretch of the run here for like 2 minutes of gameplay. I should not die on it or anything on this part. This part's pretty home free. Pretty easy. Okay. So now I have captured Bowser. We're in the escape sequence. Oh, you'll notice there's more rocks here for me to break with Bowser. And something cool they did for the final bit here is they made it so it's like a platforming gauntlet with Bowser. Luckily, none of these jumps are anything too crazy. I'm using an old monitor and it is very red. I'm just noticing for this part. Everything's kind of blending together, but it's okay. Okay. Just gotta break a bunch of blocks here. There we go, claw that. And then we're gonna be entering into the 2D section. And because this is a casual mod, there's going to be blocks blocking a lot of stuff, and it's forcing the fastest speedrun movement, essentially. So I'm going to be doing a trick here known as 2D skip. If I just jump here, and then jump on top of this block. Okay, I have to die. That's great news. I didn't mean to break that block. Okay, I guess I am dying on this section, too. I don't know why, but this 2D skip movement has always been giving me trouble recently. I've been doing it for, like, literally 8 years. It's so weird about, like, speedrunning is so weird in the sense that you could be doing something forever, and sometimes it'll just give you issues for no reason. Even though you've been doing it the same way for years. But it's okay, I'm gonna get right back there right now. That was not a big time loss at all. At least in terms of a Kaza mod. Yeah, like literally back there right now. Look how fast that was. I even broke those blocks faster than last time. Okay, I'm gonna hit it this time. I'm not gonna get walled on this too. This Moon Kingdom has been especially brutal today. Okay, nice and slow. There we go. No need to rush anything. I have to land on the very edge here. There we go. And I've died enough, so I'm gonna put this really safe. If I jump and the fireball hits the wall at the same time, it can drop my jump input, and I'm not trying to risk anything at this point. There we go. And now we're in the final room of the game. This is the Pillars room. Time's gonna end whenever I shoot out of the wire in the middle of the kingdom after knocking down all 4 pillars. So in about a minute or so time. I'm gonna try to play this as safe as I can so I don't die. There we go. We have to hit this pillar first because we never really come near it. This is the closest we come to it, so we do that one first. Really? Really? Come on. There we go, that'll work. I forgot I had to shoot too. There we go. Then we knock this one that's right next to me. And then there's one straight ahead I can knock down. Three, 4, 5. Okay, last pillar. And these platforms fall really fast after that's knocked down, so I gotta be fast. And that's the end of the run. That Moon Kingdom was especially brutal. Holy crap. This mod is so hit or miss with if I'm consistent with it or not. There we go. Time's coming up here in about 5 seconds. And time. Okay, I'm a bit overestimate, but it happens. Thank you for having me. I'm sorry I was overestimate, but you know, it's a Kaza mod, it happens. Quick shoutouts for me. If you want to see more from me, I'm over on twitch.tv/cheesej with 2 Ys, and I've been making YouTube content over on cheesej on YouTube at cheesej1y. But yeah, that's all I have. Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Awesome. Thank you very much. What a fantastic run. Very cool to see. Obviously, played through normal Mario Odyssey back when it came out on the original Switch, but never, you know, it's a cool mod. And like you said, I mean, it looks crazy, all the different difficulties they've added into it. So awesome, fantastic run. We appreciate having you. And we're going to go to a quick break, and then we're going to be back with Silent Martyrs, Chrono Trigger, New Game Plus run. Also very excited for this run. So we'll take a short break, and we'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. We are up and ready for our next run here, Chrono Trigger with Silent Martyr. I'm going to run through just some quick polls and prizes we have yet going for the rest of the event. So right now we have a really close race for play as a boy or girl in the BS Zelda run by Desert Eagle coming up later today. Girl is leading by $5. We also have a close race in the character choice in Space Jam that is also coming up later by Plywood Cow. Lola Bunny is beating Bugs Bunny by $4. And if you really want to push somebody, LeBron James is at 0. So you could also, get a dark horse in the race and, make a switch there too. Right now, Don't Defend Leon and Defend Leon are tied in our poll for Resident Evil Operation Raccoon City. Our own Yossi Hop, who's running Resident Evil 4, doesn't want to defend Leon. So I've been telling everybody, let's defend Leon just because, that's what Yas wants. So we also have some targets. Make the Golem dance in Hunting Grounds. We are at $0 of our $100 threshold we need to hit to make that happen. And then for our last run of the evening or of the event, or with Resident Evil 4, we have Save the Dog. We need to hit a $200 threshold, and we are at 0 for that. So if you want to see Yossi Hop have to save the dog in Resident Evil 4. I shouldn't say have to. I feel like save the dog's the right choice. If you want to see the dog saved, we need to get there. Otherwise, we'd have to not save the dog. That's the bad choice there. And then obviously we got the polls, and that's all fun and stuff. But we do have some incentives to help kind of encourage you to give what you can. We've got an awesome Chester Bennington painting by Beck Beware. We have an awesome Pokemon TCG bundle that has a PSA graded 10 card in there that was donated by Magic Cart Collectibles. We have a Sonic Squashmallow, which is it's just a really cute little pillow thing of Sonic. I don't know why you wouldn't want that. If you're really into Devil May Cry, we have 2 Devil May Cry figures. And then we have the big grand prize bundle that is the Switch 2 with Pokemon ZA. And that was donated by Video Game Trading Post of Pensacola, Florida, our big sponsor and partner in all of this. So those are the things we got going on. I'm going to hand it over to Silent to watch this awesome Chrono Trigger run. Thank you all for being here, and let's see what happens here.
Thanks so much. Hi, everybody. My name is Silent Martyr. I will be running Chrono Trigger New Game Plus on the Super Famicom version of the game. I'm going to talk about a couple of things before we get started, just to help you guys understand what's going on, because I won't be able to do it in the moment. So to start, I'm going to back out into the intro screen, because there's a way that we control the RNG in this game that requires us to wait in this specific menu for a certain amount of time. I have a little GIF on my screen that you guys don't see that moves at 148 beats per minute. I need to wait 16 beats to make sure that the RNG will be locked in. And as long as I execute properly, I will literally know every attack damage value throughout the rest of this run. As long as, again, I input correctly. And the only, yes, it's actually, OG Happy Dude, it's actually going to be less than 10 minutes. I just give an extremely generous estimate so that I can give you guys plenty of time to adjust for the usual marathon shenanigans. But yeah, so let's get the run started, and then timer won't start yet, and I'll let you guys know when to start it. So I'll be silent for a little bit, LOL, while I count this out. Okay, so we choose wait because we need to do this to help control and manipulate the RNG. If we did it on active, then the enemy's timer bar would be flying. Wait allows us to hold things when we're in menus. And so the first couple things we want to talk about is the equipment menu that I'm going to be doing in a little bit. We're going to be equipping Chrono all out. He's going to get Haste Helm, the Rainbow, Nova Armor, and Prism Specs. And Marl is just going to get a Prism Helm, and that's really just to keep her protected from status effect attacks that Lavos has. The other thing that I'm going to be doing right after that menu is what we call Candy Skip. If you're familiar with the game, when you try to go to the telepod area after it's opened up, Marl will stop you, and we can actually get around that trigger by movement. And the timer is going to start right now. So we're going to start by skipping these name intros as quickly as possible. It's actually frame perfect. We can have a black screen and not see it at all. But for the purposes of this marathon run, it's not super important. That's more of like when you're going for world record and those milliseconds all count. We're going to run into Marl here, and we want to talk to her right as she's walking over Chrono's slumped over deceased body. And if we stop her until the bell stops chiming, we can then position her so that she's right on top of us. This is extremely important because she walks incredibly slow when she joins the party, so having her as close as possible is incredibly important. So then here's the shop I'm talking about. And then again, right now, we're just going to try this candy skip out and see what happens. Nice. So instead of having to wait the like however many seconds for her to figure out what candy she wants, we just fly right into the next screen and dodge it all. So here we're going to go into the menu. When the screen is fully black, the game allows you to enter that options menu if you hold X right at full black. It has to be full black or otherwise it won't work. So we'll know that we're on RNG because Marl will take 493 damage from this. Chrono will take 150. And the shell is very quick. It's only 10,000 HP, so Chrono's Luminaire will do 6,000 of it, and then we'll finish it off with an Ice Sword 2, which is a little bit faster of an animation than Luminaire, so that's why we use it to finish it off. So we're going to use that menu ability again, but this time, since we don't need to go into the menu, we can cancel the menu as soon as it opens, and this skips a load here and makes it a lot faster. So you'll see we like immediately come in. If you're familiar with the game and you know this part well enough, it's a very slow fade in, and it's about 2 seconds that it takes, and we just skip that entirely. So Inner Lavos is pretty simple except for one part, and that's the second Luminaire. We need to kill his arms before he can get off any extra attacks. So he'll have his laser Doors of Doom attack, and that's the only attack we want him to have with his arms. And we set earlier in the options menu, we set the battle speed to 2, but more importantly, we set the memory to on. so that we can just mash directly into Luminaire from the tech menu rather than having to scroll down each time. So now we're just going to have to wait a little bit because we need Lavos to do this attack and drop his defense before we can continue to Luminaire him. And then we'll have Marl just be an ether assistant. So she's just going to throw an ether at Chrono, max him back out, and then we'll just spam one more. And then we'll have to be a little careful here and just make sure that we do the Luminaire first, and then we'll finish off the inner with Ice 2 from Marl. Yeah, my PB is 6 minutes and 21 seconds for this run. For marathon purposes, I can usually keep it under 7 minutes. And then that finishes off the inner Lavos, and then we'll have the final core phase next. But first, we'll have another one of those menu skips where we try to dodge the slow fade in. The fade in is a little quicker on this one, so it's a little bit easier to do. But we still like doing it just to make sure that we get all the time that we can. And yeah, Happy Dude, this is a really great run to learn if you're looking to get into Chrono Trigger speedrunning. It can be done on emulator, so you don't need to worry about having like a $250 to $300 cartridge or anything like that. So we're going to start out by confuse on the left bit. This will kill it instantly, and then Marl's going to shoot the right bit. This will allow the right bit to realize that one of its party members is down, and it will drop its defense so it can activate its revival ability. Because it will not use its revival ability if its defense is up. So now his defense is down, we can start spamming Luminaires again. And the center bit will change the time to 1000. And then we'll just do one more Luminaire to finish off the center bit. And then from here, we're just going to be spamming Luminaires to finish off the final bit. And again, one more Hyper Ether for Chrono, and that will be the last thing that Marl needs to do. And we just need to be careful here to not overmash and accidentally Hyper Ether again, once Marl actually has her turn back. And we have one more Luminaire after this one, and that will literally wrap up the run. This is it's a super quick run. It's really beginner friendly because and see, I was a little too fast there, and that's okay. It's really beginner friendly. It doesn't require you to spend a lot of time practicing stuff, and then the timer stops now, and that's it. That is Chrono Trigger New Game Plus. You can also do this in English. The strats are exactly the same. It's only slower because it's only slower because of the text. With it, you'll have like 2 or 3 text boxes in English versus like 1 text box in Japanese. So it's a little bit slower because of that mashing. So you can definitely learn this in English. When I picked up this run, I used my own personal save file that was already maxed out. For the Japanese version, in our speedrunning Discord, we have a file that you can download and use. So this is just a great run for anyone to learn, especially people who want to learn RPGs but don't have like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 hours of their day to dedicate to like some long speedrun. And yeah, this is the developer's ending. So if we ran through all this, we would get the dream team at the end. This is the hardest ending to get in the game, and it's an appropriate ending for this great game and speedrun. Well, thanks for the GGs, everybody.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Very cool, very fun run to watch. We will take a short break, and then we will be back with our own Marforia's kiosk run, and that should also be another very entertaining run. So we will take a short break and we'll be right back.
I was diagnosed bipolar depressive about 12 years ago. Essentially, if your mood goes from 0 to 10, 10 being super manic and 0 being super depressed, I was kind of just doing this, which is not healthy. So I'm on a number of medications, which I highly recommend. It kind of makes me more balanced, and it's great. It's a struggle often. It's making sure I get enough sleep. It's making sure that I eat right. It's making sure that I work out and all of these things that I need to do to take care of myself normally. But all of these things really impact my mental health. And being depressed is just not a place that I want to be. It's not anything I wish for anybody. When I was 12 years old, my dad committed suicide. He was bipolar, much like I am. It's a hereditary disease. He didn't take medication seriously, and he went off of it. And unfortunately, he lost his battle. And I think part of that really kind of made it clear to me that how important it is to take care of yourself. Because if you don't, the worst thing can happen. I've done a lot of cool things in my life that my dad never got to see. And I would have really loved that. Get help. If you need help, get help. There's nothing wrong with asking for help. Life is hard, and all of us go through struggles. It's okay to not be okay. It's okay to ask for help.
Are you okay? Yeah? Have you been crying? No. Do you want to talk about it? No. Do you want a hug? Yeah.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
The purpose of the conversation is not to fix your friend or to offer advice, but to make sure that they know that you're there to support them.
Make sure that you're listening. You're open to what you're hearing. You're giving your friend lots of time to share what they need to share.
So rather than thinking about solving something in one conversation, think about it as an opening to a door of support.
And if they want to talk more, that you're there to listen. You can share that there are mental health resources available. If you've had your own experience with a mental health professional, you might share with them how it helped you. Sometimes after these conversations, people may feel vulnerable or they may feel like they've shared too much.
So I would end the conversation by saying, thank you for sharing that with me. I hope that we talk about this again, and I'm here for you.
Whatever gets you talking.
The second you think that something is up, that's the moment to begin the conversation.
These conversations can be difficult or awkward, but they don't need to be.
What you want to do is express concern, express care, express that you're there for them. I'm worried about you. I've noticed some changes in you.
I've noticed you haven't been around much. You seem more frustrated than usual. You don't seem like yourself. I care about you. This is a way to reach out that lets your friend know that you're there and you're willing to listen.
Social media can be a really powerful tool for connecting because that's where people already are.
Message them and say, hey, I noticed this thing you posted and I want to check in.
Not every conversation has to be heavy. Just sending a simple text message saying, hey, how was your night? What's going on with you? How's your family?
It's okay if you don't have the exact right words. What's really important is that you reach out and that it shows your friend that you care.
There's no right or wrong way to feel. What I would like to encourage is knowing some tips to kind of manage those emotions. A great way to start is by having a good support system. My friends and family support me by hearing me complain, yell, cry, just having an open and safe place to vent my feelings and just know that I have my best interests at heart. Younger Liv Morgan kept every single thing in and never expressed her emotions. People would look at me and think I was happy all the time when I was the exact opposite. So I would tell her, express yourself. You can trust people, let people know how you're feeling. They're not gonna judge you. It's a safe space. And you will feel so much better getting these burdens off of your chest. Be open with how you're feeling. There are so many ways to start a conversation about mental health with a friend. What matters is that you reach out.
Real quick, before we get into this next song, and I come down there and sing with all my friends, I just want to make sure before we leave and go back home that we pay our respect and share some of our love and our prayers for the families of the victims of the tragedy at the Manchester Arena. My heart has never been broken so much than the day that I found out that that tragedy happened. And since that day, I've been wearing these little earrings with the bees in them. I know that's a symbol of the strength and hope of the city of Manchester. And I'm gonna keep these in. I'm gonna keep these in until all this nonsense stops and we can start loving each other. We can stop hurting each other because we believe in something different than the person standing next to us. The one thing that can't be defeated is love, right? You can conquer hate by ignoring it. You can destroy it by loving the person next to you.
Welcome back to Breaking the Habit. I'm your host for this run, LP Soldier 0303, and we're about to go into the world of making burgers and tons of, I don't know if it's tons of other food, but a few other foods. We have Marforia here. We're going to be running Kiosk Any %, and her commentary team is Yasi Hop. So, guys, let's get this show on the road. Take it away.
Hello, everyone. Happy Sunday. My name is Morphoria. We'll be running Kiosk Any Percent. Kiosk is an indie horror cooking game where we cook some food for, various fast food for some really strange looking customers. And at the same time, there's some creepy things going on that may or may not be scary to y'all. So it's such a fun game. I love it so much. It came out this year, so I always implore people to buy it. On commentary with me today is Yasi Hop.
Hello.
Yeah, I convinced Yasi to get this game too. So, we're our team of chefs here in the kitchen. She's my sous chef. So, yeah, I'm super excited. So we'll go ahead. We'll be playing on story mode, which goes through the 7 days, 7 levels, 7 days. And time will start as soon as the words day 1 pop up. So I will count it down for you in 3, 2, 1, and go. All right. As I said, everything's broken up into 7 days. And welcome to our food stand that we've dubbed Marfloria. You will see here in just a second why we call it that. Oh goodness me. This is going great so far. Yeah, we have everything's on a timer here, so we have to be very mindful of how quick we cook our food here. It takes 10 seconds. It takes approximately 10 seconds to cook our food here, and then it takes an additional 8 seconds for it to burn. So as you see, we have to cook it very, very fast. So we're starting off, we're cooking on day 1, it's just hamburgers and hot dogs. And as the days go on, it adds more food here to our food stand. And oh yeah, it's something. And what's really nice about this game is that all orders are static. So the orders are the same every single day for every single customer. So at least we're fine with that. And as you see here, we're getting some orders prepped ahead of time for our customers. Oh goodness, this guy, he is our Dine and Dasher. He kind of bamboozles us a little bit, saying, oh, hey, what's that behind you? And then he disappears. So kind of silly on that part. Oh my God.
Oh no.
The lights went out.
This is a spooky game.
All right. Oh my God. Just a little heads up, there are some loud noises there when it comes to our little ghosts that pop up there. So if any loud noise warnings there, just be a little careful on that. Alrighty. Yasi, what are your opinions on this game?
Oh man, I have many opinions about this game. First off, the food just sitting there right on the floor. Like Morphoria says, I think you have a total of, 20 minutes until it fully goes green or foggy, which means it's moldy and we can no longer serve it to our guest. By the way, you kept saying customer. They are guests. They are our guests here at this fast food place at Marfloria.
Oh my God. Oh
it amazes me how much you memorize these food orders. It's astounding that all these are memorized for you, Mar.
Shoot, I just did the wrong thing there. That was my bad. And it was really funny. You might have seen me there go pick up some mustard. I was like, oh God, my mustard bottle disappeared when it was actually there in the corner. So very silly is that physics in this game can be a little wonky, but that's okay. You know, it kind of gives us a little variety there. And we're coming upon our last customer here. We serve about 5 to 6 customers per day. And yeah, depending on what they order, as you see, we just have burgers and hot dogs today. And that is it for day 1. Give it up for day 1.
Day 1, give it up for day 1.
All right, good job on day 2. Now, most important piece of tech here, you'll see us hit quit and then continue. And that's super, super important because that will restock everything in our food stand. If we don't do that, then everything will be left as is. And you'll have to restock everything one by one. And yeah, during your first playthrough, that's great because, it kind of gives you more content with the game and stuff. But for the speed run, we just go ahead and hit quit and continue, and that restocks everything for us.
Yeah, which each new day you also get a brand new item. For day 2 we have coffee. So we're gonna try to pre-make that coffee as soon as we can because it could take a little time to make. Yeah,
I just burned some hot dogs and burgers. That was my
that's
bad.
fine. They'll still take it. They won't, but
Yeah,
you know
well,
we'll make them.
yeah. Very silly. All right. All right, next up, we have another burger up in here. I actually have to go. Oh, the cheese. I was like, where'd my cheese package go? As you see, physics can be very, very silly with this game, and I love it though. It's super fun. All
They
right.
love to fall in that corner, along with behind that desk too. They love to just clip underneath that shelf and just disappear. So that's always fun.
Very. All right. Oh, oops. Coffee, coffee, coffee. All right. While that's going, I'll just go ahead and cook some more sausages and burgers since I accidentally burned those other ones. Yeah, as I said, it takes only 8 seconds for them to burn. Yeah, before we give our food to our lovely lady that's sitting here, I'll go ahead because like the timer will run out on our food items here, so I think that'll be good. You'll be seeing lots of green on the floor now, and it's not because we started on the floor. It's just like Yasi said, there's a timer on everything, and then they just eventually turn green, which is so hilarious when that happens.
From that green, they're still good. We can still use it.
Yeah,
Doesn't matter what deep corner it fell in, we can still use it.
absolutely.
Do we have some
All right,
time
this
for a
is.
few donations?
Oh, absolutely.
All right. So we have $10 from An Ocean Pearl that says making good use of the 5-second rule. We got $50 from Anonymous with no comment. And then we have $25 from Silver that says, yep, floor.
Yep, floor. Love it. Love to see it.
Thank
All
you, guys.
right. Yeah, very, very good. Very good. Oh, my goodness. Where's that other bird? Oh, shoot. I think I have one more burger here. Oh, no, it went... Oh, it's funny. The burned burger went rancid, so that was... Oh, it's because I didn't cook these guys. I was going to say, I was like, I'm missing one burger, but that's okay. Yeah, cheese and mustard for that guy. Alrighty.
It's still good cheese.
It is still good cheese. Yeah, cheese doesn't go bad. Cheese doesn't go bad. All right, mustard bottle. Okay, there we go. Okay, last up, we're doing 4 adult beverages for one person, but you know what? It's because they're picking it up for their friends. You know, they're being such a good friend, picking up these individual bottles of beer from our food stand. I like to think they're probably really cheap, so very good of that guy. All right, and that is it for day 2. All right, give it up for day 3.
Day 3.
Day 3. All right, on day 3 we introduced salads to the menu. Salads, and as you'll see there, you know, I prep everything ahead of time with those vegetables. So today we are given, you know, not only the lettuce, but we also have onions and tomatoes to put on our salads here. So more ingredients, more fun.
Yeah, each salad takes only like 1 leaf, which I find hilarious. But you know, we just skimp on our guests, I guess. It's just really, really funny.
Well, it's really great because it just kind of chops it up ahead of time. Oh,
Mhm.
excuse me. There we go. All right, we already gave him his burger. He also wanted a salad. Oh God, I didn't cut that thing of lettuce. Come on. All right, one more coffee for this guy. Very good. Now, as you see, items will lock onto our food here. Oh, lettuce. Ah, shoot. I was going to say, I'm so used to that other head of lettuce being there. Oh, goodness.
I always find it weird you could put lettuce on the hot dog, which does anyone else eat their lettuce with their hot dogs with a slice of lettuce out there? Anyone? Because I don't. No judgment, but you know.
I think they're doing that to kind of have it be like maybe that's your relish.
Oh, clever.
Alrighty. Now we're gonna cook a couple more things for our orders here, and like I said, I like to do things ahead of time. Yeah, next up we just have simple hot dog, ketchup, mustard, and let's see. Come on. We only need one of each here, but I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to prep myself ahead of time here. Or just for backup, I'm just going to do a couple more there. Our Dine and Dasher came back. We don't like you, sir. Go away, please, and thank you. Now, Yasi, she actually works in a restaurant, and so she's definitely seen some fun stories at her job as well.
Oh my goodness. I think the weirdest one I had was someone asked for ranch for their risotto.
Oh my god.
That is one that has always stuck with me, and just I remember it to that day. But you know, everyone has their own thing. You do you. I did judge on that one. I'm not gonna lie. But yeah.
Oh goodness. That's risotto is already like creamy as it is, you
Yeah,
know.
yeah.
So the fact that
People,
they
when
would
they
want
like their
ranch.
ranch, they like their ranch.
I actually read a Reddit story one time of this girl who got real, or it was a guy. I think a guy went on a date with a girl, and he was really upset because she just had like a ranch bottle in her purse or something like that because she has to eat ranch with everything.
When people ask for a side of ranch, I'm like, I got you, and I bring like an entire cup full.
Oh my god. All right, give it up for day 4. Well done, day 4. We introduce eggs. We introduce eggs to the menu, but that is in addition to everything else here. And not just that, it's not just the eggs. We serve eggs and sausages, which is really funny because we've already been technically serving sausages in the form of hot dogs. But I guess if you put it on a plate, they just turn into regular sausages. So hooray.
I've never been a sausage person. I've
Really?
always been like, I'm all for that bacon, you know?
Yeah, bacon's cool. I guess it just depends on, like when I'm at home, my dad usually cooks breakfast like that. So
Bacon and hash browns. I'm good on that.
oh man, hash browns would be so good at
Yep.
Marfloria. All right, first order of eggs here. I like to throw them from all the way back here over here to our hood. That way it arcs pretty decently. I wouldn't say perfectly, but it helps. It helps. And again, those also cook in about 10 seconds, and you leave them on the burner for too long, and they will burn. So let's see. Cheese, tomato, mustard. Cheese, tomato, mustard. Very good. Very good. We also go ahead and prep that thing of eggs and sausages for them as well. But yeah, as you see, we do have to talk to the customers first before we give them our food. If you do not do that, then the food will just bounce off of them, and it'll just kind of be in the background, which is really funny because I'm just like, hey, that food's behind you. You can just go ahead and get it. We're already serving it from the floor. There's nothing different about it being on the grass.
I've done that so many times. I've accidentally talked to him. I just boop him in the head. I'm like, here's your hot dog.
Yeah. All right. And oh god.
Whoa.
Oh no, more people, more scary ghosts. Oh no. And those are the main things that go on in here is just we just got jump scares going on like that, which I don't know, even to this day, I still get a little creeped out on some of the jump scares because you're just moving so fast and you're locked in.
I think that one with the one where he's by the door, that really kind of sneaks up on you out of all of them, in my opinion. But yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Hot dog, lettuce, mustard. Burger, lettuce, onion, mustard. All right. Yeah, if you're wondering how I'm able to do this, I have a very handy book of notes right here. Super great. Awesome. Now, last up for our last final customers, I'm going to go ahead and prep 4 eggs here. Arc it. All right, sweet. And actually, this next customer is also one of my favorites. She is actually the food inspector. And at first, it's really funny. You see her show up, you're like, oh my God, I'm just going to get my food stand shut down here. Oh no, oh God. But she says, you're doing a great job. So I love that. All right, we also have to be very careful with our plates here too. They are quite fragile, and they will break if even when you're taking them off the counter, they can just shatter, and that's also a jump scare in itself, in my opinion.
Yeah, they're so fragile. I was worried you're actually gonna break that when I saw it turn. I was like, oh no.
Yeah. No, it's pretty funny. It's so convenient when you're making this coffee and just the lids magnetized to themselves. It's just it's awesome. All right. Excuse me. There we go. Oh, this one didn't though. Come on. All right. And that is it for day 4. Give it up for day 4. Hooray. All right, here on day 5, we introduce pancakes to the menu, which in my opinion, I think that's the best food in this game because I just think the texture of it looks really great. And honestly, just all the textures in this game, the developer did a really great job on them making the food look so realistic. So yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah, pouring that batter, it's so satisfying to do. And it's just a lot of fun. But yeah, when you make pancakes, you have to make 3 of them in total for 1 serving. And yeah, so it takes a bit of time there.
I meant to cook these guys here. Also, day 5 is probably one of the more stressful ones for me. Not because, it's bad or anything like that. It's just, the more food you introduce to the menu, the more you have to remember. So yeah, if there's anything going on the donation side, or any blurbs we'd like to read, feel free.
Sure thing. Take a little moment to spotlight our gracious supporter here, Video Game Trading Post. Video Game Trading Post is a locally owned and operated game store located in Pensacola, Florida. Go check out the newly expanded store where you're able to find anything from retro video games to new releases, anime figures, plushies, and everything in between, along with a vast selection of TCG, including a plethora of graded and ungraded Pokemon card singles, packs, and more. You can check them out on Instagram at VGTP Florida and at Blue Sky at vgtp.bsky.social. And just a reminder for everyone who is in that area and goes on by, 10% of all sales this weekend will be donated to Breaking the Habit at some point later today. So big shout outs to Video Game Trading Post for that. And they also provided the Switch 2 bundle that you could win. It's a Switch 2 with a copy of Mario Kart World and Pokemon Legends ZA. All you got to do is either donate $100 over the course of the rest of the event, or you can just donate $100 in one shot. And you could also put it toward all the polls and incentives, or rather targets, that we've got going on too. So if you want Lola Bunny to be played during Space Jam, I think you should do that.
Sorry,
I'm kind of like LeBron James myself, but you know.
Cheese, lettuce, tomato, onion. Okay, I was gonna say this guy was freaking me out a little bit. All right, cool.
Yeah, sometimes items will like snap together when you don't really mean to, so you gotta be careful not to have too many near the counter space there when you're making your serving. But yeah, great job.
Thank you. Oh goodness, I was supposed to cook. Yeah, looks like we were supposed to cook more hot dogs there. All of them went rancid. No big deal. It's just another 10 seconds that we got going on there. All right, pancakes. Well, those that is not a pancake. That was actually a bun. Come on, man.
You got so many things on the floor.
Where's our other pancake though? Where did that go? Oh, there it is.
Right there.
Oh my
Yeah.
god, it flew all the way over there. And your adult beverage, sir. All right, let's go. Oh, and your eggs and sausages. My bad. I am sorry, we're a 2-women show here. We're trying our best. You know how hard it is to pick things off the floor?
Yeah, it takes a lot. You gotta bend down, and then you gotta fight the urge to just stand back up. It's a hard thing to do.
Yeah. Yeah, day 5 here. You are so chaotic. You are not my favorite, but yeah, that's okay. It's just
There's a lot in day 5. You have to make double of almost a lot of the items just for 1 serving, so it's a lot of steps.
Tomato, onion, ketchup, mustard.
I believe like every burger kind of wants all the toppings as well. So it's a very toppy heavy day.
Lettuce, tomato, and mustard. Okay, very good. Oh, you see all that money on the table. Very funny. We actually don't have to pick it up to serve our next customer, which is it's pretty funny. I'm just like, It's like they could sit there and take it if they wanted to, but I trust our customers. They're not gonna do anything like that.
Nah, they never.
Yeah, and if the eggs kind of like are on top of each other a little bit, they can flip over and fall off the grill. So we also have to be pretty mindful about that. Oh God, all the plates. We use so many plates, and our boss, what a silly guy. He's just like serving everything on normal plates. Oh God, that other hot dog was supposed to cook. I hope our food doesn't go rancid in the meantime. Because the food can go rancid on the plate, and when that happens, it's so hilarious. So, oh, please, please, please. Okay, very good, very good. All right, one more thing of hot dogs here, and also one more thing of pancakes and coffee. So, oh God.
Oh no!
Is this where Remy shows up? Yep. Good old Remy, our favorite little kitchen mascot here. As you see, we did miss a jump scare there. And that's pretty funny because that just means we went into the walk-in fast enough before that even happens there. So at least we can miss one jump scare. All right, Timu Pennywise is back for some pancakes and hot dogs. Love to see it, love to see it. Lettuce mustard on for you. Okay, okay, okay. Oh, I did not make his coffee. I'm sorry, we're good, we're good. Please don't leave.
That was supposed to be Remy's job. You had one job, sir. Make the coffee.
Well, he's just kind of pushing the food around for us, which that helps us a
He's
little
organizing.
bit. Moves things closer to us. All right, and that is it for day 5. Give it up for day 6. Day 6, hooray! The very last thing that gets introduced to the menu are fried foods. So we get French fries, onions, and onion rings. So honestly, honestly, definitely my favorite as well. I love onion rings. Are you a onion ring or a fry gal?
Ooh, I gotta be the onion rings. The onion rings are just so good.
Yeah. I was gonna say Sonic, if any of y'all have a Sonic drive-in near y'all, Sonic makes the best onion rings hands down. They make them from scratch every day. We also have to do our fried foods here. Fries, onion rings, let's go. And again, those also take about 8 seconds to cook. And again, it will burn. And thankfully we can just discard them really easily if that happens. But since we're cooking fast and we're not trying to lose any time, we're gonna make sure that doesn't happen. And it's also really funny because I also just yeet these from across the room. And they're very nice to catch it from that far.
He's a good catcher.
All right, let's see. Do I get, yeah, eggs and sausages for this one. So 1, 2, adult beverage. Yeah, we only have to cook one burger for this day, which helps out a lot. You know, once they introduce the fried foods, that's what a majority of the orders are here. So that makes it pretty nice for here. All right, very good, very good. Yeah, and people wanting like coffee with their onion rings, you know, I'm not gonna judge them, but it is what it is. I'll not complain, especially if they're some dedicated patrons up in here.
I feel like that would mess with the taste, but you know, yeah, like you said, you do you.
Yeah, for sure. Man, if only we served these with sauce. Oh my goodness, that'd be great. Nope, not nuggets.
Just as long as it's not ranch.
You know what? I like that for fried foods. I'm not gonna lie. Like I actually at Sonic, I would eat my onion rings with ranch. It was just so good.
Really? I've always
Yeah,
been like, I guess ketchup. It's always been mine.
Ketchup.
Yeah.
I'm picky with ketchup in the sense that it can be a little too sweet for me personally, but I understand why people like them. It's just a classic, you know. All right, hot dog, lettuce, ketchup. And oh yeah, we make fun of our people that want lettuce on their hot dogs, but that is okay. Again, we're not going to judge people for their orders. All right, very good, very good. Did I cook my burger here? Because again, there was only one burger for this day, and that makes it super convenient. Okay, cool. Didn't go to the edge there. Let's see. Oh my god. That scare got me the most when I first played this game. It is super funny. Oh, this one. They want pancakes and nuggets. Oh my goodness. Oh my
They want
goodness.
all the things. And unfortunately for the burger, it's an everything burger, so you need the cheese, lettuce, tomato, onion, ketchup, and mustard. So it does take some time to make that.
Yeah. Oh god. Yeah, I can't forget about everything that's going on up in here, as you see. Lettuce, tomato, onion, mustard, ketchup. I always say ketchup mustard, even though I have like the mustard bottle.
The opposite one.
Yeah. And yeah, literally anything can get caught either on the shelves or in the back, and when that happens, it's just hilarious. All right, nuggets, 2 fries, and a beer. And what's really great when you cook your fried foods here, and then you get rid of it, as you see, the fries will automatically snap in there, and that saves you a little bit of time. Alrighty. Here, ma'am. Catch. Thank you. All right,
It's like, heads up.
sweet.
Just throw the pancake at her.
Literally at her head. All right, give it up for day 7, our very last day. Again, mostly fried foods here, which is awesome. Our first order starts off with 2 orders of pancakes and 2 coffees, which that is a classic combo in my opinion. Very delicious. Are you much of a coffee person, Yas?
I started getting into iced cappuccinos recently. Other than that, I've never been a big coffee person.
That's okay. Coffee can be kind of strong, and I'm not gonna blame you for that. But oh my god, the texture of these pancakes looks so good. Even though there's no butter and syrup, I will still gladly take those. No.
Oh, there it is.
I was gonna say I was doing so good without breaking anything. That's so funny. All right. Other order of pancakes here. Do I have 2 coffee? Okay, I got his other coffee. I couldn't remember. All right, fries. Now, oh no! Please, there you go. Yeah, that kind of I'm like too paranoid of them burning, so I'll chill there. All right, very good, very good. Salad. Excuse me.
Yeah,
lettuce.
for this one, just need lettuce, tomato, fries, nuggets, and just nice little sody.
Oh my god, you're from the north, so you guys call it pop, don't you?
Oh, there's some debate here. It kind of goes back and forth. A lot of people here call it pop, but I still stick with soda. It
Oh,
just,
you
in my
are
opinion, sounds better, but
you are the rare one. I am not
I'm the
joking.
weird one in my area.
Everyone I know who's from the north always says pop, so
Yeah.
that's great. I'm just like, yay, one of us, one of us. All right, let's see. Burger. Excuse me. Oh, and our cheese broke so far down here, so that's yeah, as I said, physics. You wanted your 2 eggs and sausages. Oh, 4 eggs. All right, 1, 2, 3, and 4. And let's see, we got her burger. Oh, onion rings as well. Onion rings. Yeah, eggs, I feel like, even though they cook the same amount of time as our other food, I just feel like they cook so fast compared to the other ones.
Yeah, in my opinion, they're kind of the most annoying ones to make because you need 2 sausages, you need 2 eggs just for 1 serving, so you needed like 2 eggs and sausages, so you needed like 4 eggs all day and 4 sausages all day, which can be a little annoying.
Oh, I love how y'all say all day for stuff because I was watching, I'm a huge fan of cooking shows, like for real. And saying, like, you know, people will say these different phrases and stuff, and I have half the time I have no idea what y'all are saying. So, lettuce, tomato. Oh God. Tomato, onion, mustard. Another salad. Oh my goodness. Anytime there's a salad with onions on it, I'm so excited because that is my kind of salad.
Get that with like
All right.
blue cheese and a blue cheese dressing with a steak with some red onions in there. And
Ooh, that
yeah, I'm
sounds really
good.
good, honestly. I used
Sorry.
to not No. I used to not be a fan of blue cheese for the longest time, and, I've definitely, that's definitely changed my opinion over
It's
time.
something people definitely need to try.
It's a strong stinky cheese, but stinky cheese is good in my opinion.
I believe it's called like healthy bacteria, whatever. I'm like, it's good. I'll eat it.
It has blue in it. That must mean it's fine, right?
Yeah.
All right, we're coming upon our very last order here. Very simple: fries, nuggets, and 2 beers. Also, I can just picture this guy just kicking back, watching some sports ball, or maybe playing Overwatch. Maybe something simple. Actually, no, none of that because you don't want to get grease on your keyboard.
Oh no.
All right, that is it for our orders. Time is coming up here soon, but before we close up Marfloria here, I'm gonna set up some knives because we have no idea if we're gonna get an intruder this late at night. So, you know. Oh God, when the
Oh.
lights go out, you know. All right, we got a gift. All right, time is coming up when the screen fades to black, and go. Time. That is time.
GG's.
GG's. Oh no, we did have an intruder. Oh goodness.
Oh no.
No, that was great. You can die from that guy if you do not hit him with the knife in time. And he will like kind of chase you around, so it's pretty funny. But yeah, no, I just do it right then and there, where he doesn't even see it. So thank you. Very good, very good. Yeah, no, that is it for Kiosk Any Percent. Thank you so much, Breaking the Habit, for having me here today. Yasi, thank you so much for your commentary. If y'all want to find me, I'm at twitch.tv/Marforia. I speedrun Resident Evil mainly, but I'm huge into variety speedruns as well. You see me speedrun a bunch of different stuff. This has been my main speed game for a good bit. But yeah, no, I swap back between Resident Evil and this. And as I was telling Supersonic yesterday, I'll probably go back to Sonic 3 and Knuckles. So yeah, a little bit of horror, a little bit of variety. It's just variety is the spice of life there. And Yasi, and also I was gonna say, you can also find me Instagram, Twitter, Blue Sky, at Marforia. And Yasi, where can we find you?
Yeah, so you can find me under Yasi Hop, under YouTube, Twitch, and also Blue Sky. I'm on Blue Sky a lot. And yeah, this game is super fun. It's really cheap. I believe it's like less than $5 if I remember, something like that. Yeah,
Yeah.
if anyone's interested, you can easily pick this up.
Yeah, it is. It was like $5 at launch, but when it goes on sale, it's like $3. So yeah, folks, I implore you to buy this game. Even if you don't speedrun it, just chill in there, cooking stuff, throwing it at people, giving them the food with extra floor seasoning. You know, it's pretty great. So, and you know, not as scary as other cooking games. There's one cooking game that I played. You know, it was called the Boba Tea Shop. I got scared. I was scared the whole time I was playing that game. So, yeah, it could be pretty funny. But no, here with Kiosk, it's like the right amount of, you know, chill, casual cooking and some scares. So I'm very much thankful that this game came out. All right. But yeah, that is it for me. Everyone, please keep watching. Please keep donating to the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. They're here for a great cause. It is a cause that means very near and dear to my heart as well. So yeah, thank you so much, Breaking the Habit. Take it away, LP.
Thanks, Mar. Thanks, Yasi. The run was awesome. I just want to get one last donation because technically you still have an order up, Mar, from Neo Nemphis for $25. It says, one of your finest hot dogs with all the Marfloria special seasoning, please. So there's still one more order. But thank you again. That run was awesome. That was my first time really fully finally seeing the game, and I get it. I understand. So we're going to take a quick break, and then when we come back, DeCosmic is going to make his return to Breaking the Habit with a Van Helsing run. So everyone just sit back, relax, and we will be back in just a few moments. Stay right there.
Real quick, before we get into this next song, and I come down there and sing with all my friends, I just want to make sure before we leave and go back home that we pay our respect and share some of our love and our prayers for the families of the victims of the tragedy at the Manchester Arena. My heart has never been broken so much than the day that I found out that that tragedy happened. And since that day, I've been wearing these little earrings with the bees in them. I know that's a symbol of the strength and hope of the city of Manchester. And I'm gonna keep these in. I'm gonna keep these in until all this nonsense stops and we can start loving each other. We can stop hurting each other because we believe in something different than the person standing next to us. The one thing that can't be defeated is love, right? You can conquer hate by ignoring it. You can destroy it by loving the person next to you. So I want everybody here tonight to look at the person next to you and just tell them that you love them and you are happy that they're here with you tonight, having a good time, listening to music, celebrating life. We don't care what you look like. We don't care where you come from. We don't care what you believe in. We love every single one of you out there. And nothing will ever change that. With that said, let's sing some songs together.
I grew up in a household where being told that boys and men aren't supposed to cry and seeking some type of outside help meant that you're crazy. I've had some trauma in my life, being shot, losing my brother, losing my mother about a year ago, and losing my grandparents. So me, I seek outside help because me personally, if I keep things bundled in, I'm gonna explode. And I'm a 6'2", 270-pound man, and I do cry. And I have 2 males that I'm raising, and I do let them know that it is okay to cry. Yeah, it's just, for me, I need that person, someone outside to give me guidance, to let me know that it is okay, that I'm worth something, and if I can speak on my personal experiences to even help one person, this big muscular guy that's an athlete, he cries, well, it's okay for me to cry. So for anyone watching this, it does get better. I can testify to that. Just keep pushing.
Are you okay? Yeah? Have you been crying? No. Do you want to talk about it? No. Do you want a hug? Yeah.
Hello, my name is Rafi. I'm here with DE Cosmic, playing some Van Helsing. But before we start, I just want to go over some stuff that we got going on. We still got the poll coming up for Space Jam right now. Lola Bunny's in the lead, $15. Bugs Bunny's close behind, so we'll see if Bugs Bunny can catch up, or if Lola's going to take it for our next upcoming poll. But again, I'm gonna pass it on to DE Cosmic, who's going to play and some Van Helsing for us.
Hey, what's up? My name is DE Cosmic. This is Van Helsing for the PS2. It is the game tie-in to the movie, starring Hugh Jackman from some year that I don't remember. I think it was 2004 or 2005 or something. It might have been later. But we're going to go through like 1887 Transylvania, which they say is part of Romania in the movie, but it's not actually part of Romania at the time that the game takes place, or the time that the game in the movie takes place. And it's going to be cool. It's a neat little action game that borrows a lot from the DNA of, like, you know, its contemporaries, like DMC at the time. So we'll go ahead and get on into it. We're going to be playing on easy difficulty because it doesn't really affect anything other than health. So we'll be cool. All right, so in 3, 2, 1, go. I thought that there was a confirm there, but it's fine. So it says Paris, France, 3 years later. I don't know why it starts with the game saying 3 years later. I think it's just because the intro to the game has a cutscene that shows you some of the prologue to it, where we end up here at this clock tower fighting against Mr. Hyde. We're just gonna be doing a lot of rolling as Van Helsing here. There's also a grappling hook that we have access to. And we're going to skip that cutscene, and we're going to immediately start out using the mechanic called the enhanced ammo, which is the blue bar on the right side underneath the gun icon. And we're just going to go ahead and take Hyde out here. He's going to hit us through the roof there, but then we're going to make short work of him. We're going to end up hitting him right off the edge there. And he's going to get impaled on a spike. And now we're going to head actually to Transylvania now. A lot of the movement in this game is going to generally be done like one of two ways, which is either with the grappling hook or just by rolling everywhere. We're going to activate this bridge here. There is a way technically to skip having to activate this bridge, but it only saves probably like 10 seconds or so, and you only get like one try at it, and it's pretty precise. So not really something that I go for in marathons or PB attempts very much, just because it is such a reset heavy thing, like a minute and a half into the run. Now we're going to use Van Helsing's arm blades here that he has. They take out all these enemies in 2 hits. He has a 3-hit combo, so if you can get a little bit of collateral damage, you can usually take out like 2 enemies in 1 combo. You can also kind of just like roll cancel out of the combo as well, so that's pretty neat. There's that. Get that right here. We're going to grab this for a little bit of safety and then head into the square here. That was a life replenisher. We'll go over what that does in a moment. If you guessed that it replenishes your life, you're correct. The upgrades in this, or the consumables in this game, are rather succinctly named. There we grabbed onto some air in the middle of the square and we're able to catapult ourselves forward. Yes, I did say we grabbed onto some air. We're going to do it again in a moment here, because there's nothing actually that he grabs onto in the middle of that room. It's just sort of like, it's just sort of a thing that the game allows you to do, and then you can catapult yourself forward. So if we go over here, we're going to grab onto air again, and then be able to just go up to this room here where we're going to get the shotgun. The the sound for the shotgun is also going to play here. What is going on? Game. Okay. The sound for the shotgun also played there, just because cutscenes actually can get detached from whatever is going on in the game at that time. So, like, if you skip them, they'll just keep playing their audio. This guy is also known as 4 exclamation marks. Probably the best name boss that I've ever played against on the PS2. To be honest, he is truly a man of mystery. And this is about where we get into the part of the game that everybody thinks is like what the DMC run or DMC2 speedrun looks like, where you just sort of walk these bosses down, and you use your guns to do so. Again, we're going to be using the enhanced ammo, which in the case of the handguns actually just enhances the amount of ammo that, like, the amount of damage that they do, but it fundamentally changes some other guns that we're going to get. And we're going to get quite a few guns during the course of the game. It is also actually faster, you know, there's something about games that have vampires as like main characters or main antagonists where rolling or dashing backwards is just really good. And that, you know, Van Helsing is no exception to that. We got 1/2 of a life increaser there, which, again, if you guessed that it was going to increase our life when we get the other half of it, you'd also be correct. These bats just sort of like to charge at Van Helsing, so we're just going to kind of walk around them. We're going to pre-fire on that door there, just so that when we actually defeat these enemies, we're going to be able to just sort of skip right on through. So, like, we're gonna walk over there now while this enemy is going to get shot out of the air, and boom, we can just go right through. So now we're going to be encountering Dracula's wives. At least the first of 3. So this first phase against this boss, all 3 of them are present, and they're providing the third bride with a shield. So we're just going to use the enhanced ammo to take down we're going to take down Alira and Verona here. But we're going to also just kind of... Yeah, okay, good. And we want to make sure that we get that one done before... Like, we get that phase done quickly. Otherwise, Marishka is going to actually summon a shield on one of the other wives, and then that'll just cost us like 10 seconds. But Demon Marishka here, again, we're just going to be able to walk her out with the pistols. Fortunately, the lightning does not do much to us, and we're good there. So, heading into the library, we're going to actually get access to, once we go down to the catacombs or this little underground place here. Once we exit it, we're going to get access to the third gun that we'll have. So now currently we have the shotgun and the handguns. Now we're going to actually get access to the crossbow. And the crossbow is pretty neat. It's one of the few items in the game that you will use to actually access objectives. So we're just going to use it right here. Okay, we're going to get accosted by owls. And we're just going to run. As you can see also there, Van Helsing got his hat knocked off. That is an actual mechanic in this game. It's absurd to the point that there's actually like a hat percent for this game, where every time your hat gets knocked off, you have to wear a hat while you're playing the game. And if your hat gets knocked off in the game, you have to take it off in real life, pause the game, try and get your hat back, and then so you can then put it back on in real life. It's quite silly. Quite silly. Almost as silly as this statue that we're about to encounter here. Because we got to make sure that we jump right up here. Cool. And we're going to go right up here. I'm going to take this a little slow just because the enemy attacks from below can be pretty precarious. And then we're going to get through this area here where these skeletons with like dual energy blades are going to try and accost us as well. And we're going to be fighting Igor. Or if you watched Young Frankenstein, Igor. And first we're going to be using the blades here to take him down, because they just do a lot of damage while he's up here, and we can then just jump right off real quick. And we're going to use the crossbow here on Igor, because it just does a lot of damage base, and then we can actually switch over to the pistols. Oh boy, we're going to actually go ahead and use... I'm going to actually pretty glad that I grabbed that life replenisher, just for a little bit of safety there. And we'll be able to wrap him up easy peasy. Nice. So now getting to the next area, we're going to grab this ammo replenisher, which actually will refill our enhanced ammo when we use it. We're also going to grab the second half of this life increaser. It pretty much just costs no time to get, and also allows us to play a little safer. Now, what's going on in the story here is that Van Helsing has actually come to Transylvania in order to protect two of the heirs to a bloodline that are responsible for taking out Dracula. Dracula vowed that he, you know, would not die before he killed the entirety of this bloodline. And their only two heirs are a son and a daughter. And the son is this guy here, Velkin, that we're fighting against. He's been turned into a werewolf by Dracula. So his sister and Van Helsing have been kind of looking around for him. Van Helsing kind of, you know, throughout the course of the movie and the game tries to convince the daughter that, you know, it's just not her brother anymore. Like, she needs to stop fighting like it's her brother. But Van Helsing, fortunately, has no qualms about taking out mythical beasts here. Even if it is like a target he's technically supposed to be protecting. We're going to walk this guy down here using the enhanced ammo as well, and he should be good. Getting grabbed like this is actually pretty good for us because we can just do a lot of damage pretty quickly. All right, so now we're going to have to exit this village here and head to Castle Frankenstein. But while we do that, Rafi, if you have anything to go over, any donations or anything, that would be excellent.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. We got a donation from Smash Villain, $20. It says, much love to the sickest vampire slayer I know. And then also just wanna let everyone know that if you donate to our awesome cause today, we have some prizes that you'll be eligible for. If you click the Tiltify link, you get a chance to get a Devil May Cry figurine with Dante and Trish, a Chester Bennington painting that was painted by our fine artist and tattoo artist, Beck Beware. You also get a chance to get a Pokemon card bundle, TCG Silver Tempest Elite Trainer box. And then you also get a chance to get a Sonic the Hedgehog Squishmallow. And if you donate $100 either one shot or throughout the course of the entire event, you get a chance to win a Switch 2 bundle that contains a copy of Mario Kart and a physical copy of the new Pokemon Legends EA game. So, yeah, back to you, D Cosmic, with the amazing Van Helsing gameplay.
Sweet, thanks so much. Those are some excellent prizes, by the way. Those Dante and Trish figures, by the way, they're quite old, and the quality that I saw them in, or the condition that I saw them in, was great. So having like such vintage toys as prizes is a really good value. I've only ever been able to like find one of the puppets in the wild as a figure. So if you get Trish and Dante and from donating, I'm going to be quite jealous of you. So you should definitely do that so you can make me jealous. Because for those unaware, I play a lot of Devil May Cry. So now we got the enhanced ammo for the shotgun here. We're going to actually use it to take out the wall there, because there are certain objectives that are tied behind having different kinds of advanced ammo. And we're going to head over here. That guy hit me for some reason. I don't know why what his problem was, dude. But we're gonna make it work, I suppose. Here's also a great instance of a cutscene getting getting desynced from the audio. We've skipped the cutscene, but you still hear the elevator going down. Now, why the game does this, I don't really know. And if it even saves time skipping that particular cutscene, I'm also unaware. But it seems faster, so I continue to do it, also because it's funny. We're going to roll through this area where Dracula has been performing a bunch of these experiments on people. That's part of the reason, like, why Velkin is actually a vampire, is because Dracula essentially experimented on him. We're going to get out to this courtyard against the gargoyles, and we're actually going to use the speed boost here. The speed boost, you guessed correctly, it actually increases the speed at which our shots come out. So with the shotgun here, this is super valuable because the shotgun normally has quite a low firing speed. But with the speed boost, it's much faster. And it does a lot of damage. So you can really just, chew through those hordes there. Oh, excuse me. Okay. So here, we're going to go through, for whatever reason, he just bonked his head. But we're good now. So we got the electric gun here. The electric gun, we're mostly just going to... We're going to use it for like 1 or 2 enemies. But we're mostly going to be using it for certain objectives. It's going to shoot out like a little ball of lightning, and we're going to use it to power these little nodes here. There we go. And this is going to actually allow us to activate the elevator that will lead us to the Dracula fight. When you play this game on New Game Plus, you actually don't have to do that fight against the gargoyles here. You can just activate the elevator and go immediately to Dracula. Pretty big fan of, like, on New Game Plus playthroughs, games that allow you to just sort of, like, innately sequence break. It's pretty neat. Nice little details. Dracula here has 2 types of attacks. He has the icicles that he's going to shoot out here, and then he also has an uppercut that he's going to do. Now, when I was learning this game, I tried rolling against this uppercut, and all of my time in... Oh my gosh. Excuse you. Okay. Jeez Louise. All of my time in fighting games has taught me that you don't jump against uppercuts, but against that one specifically, which he never did, you would actually have to jump to avoid it. So the electric gun here is what we're going to be using against these skulls. As you can see here, we can actually cancel the animation, or the recoil animation, of the electric gun by just rolling. So we're going to just use the wall here to maintain positioning, and use that to just take out the skulls pretty fast. We're going to jump up here real quick because we're going to use the wave management here to then, yep, there we go. And we'll get in position to just jump right up here. Now, in these caverns here, there's pretty much just only skull enemies. And so we're just going to do our best to, not get knocked off the platforms here. It's just a bunch of skull enemies, and yep, okay, that I shouldn't have done that.
Oh no, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, a little bit. For some reason, the timing on this, like the way the cycles for this room work, is kind of tight. Especially if you're just like ignoring them, because you're meant to, defeat all of them while you're going across the platforms. But nothing doing. We're gonna actually switch to the crossbow here because we just picked up the enhanced ammo for that. And okay, all right, cool. Thank you, game. And unlike a lot of the other enhanced ammo, this actually changes straight up the type of shot that the crossbow does. It makes the crossbow shots explosive. So that's pretty useful in some scenarios. But we're going to use the shotgun here against Frankenstein. And he's going to go down. Now, coming back to Castle Frankenstein, we're going to again use the crossbow here. If we had enough like enhanced ammo to save, we would probably use the crossbow, the explosive ammo against these guys. But unfortunately, they're going to swarm us pretty hard, so we just kind of want to deplete their health pretty fast. And we want to save the enhanced ammo for some enemies that are coming up, typically a boss fight. You can use it against the regular mob that's coming up, but would not recommend it. It does kill them pretty fast, though. So we're going to do a little bit of this platforming here. You don't actually have to kill all the enemies in this area in order to progress. You can just take out that first wave, and then the game will allow you to just move right on. Okay, so now we're going to get the only other melee weapon in the game, which are these swords. They are pretty good. They deal quite a bit of damage, and they have a pretty good, some pretty good, like, enhanced ammo that you can actually enhance your blades. So in the case of the swords here, they'll actually just catch on fire, which is pretty cool looking. But we're not going to use them for that. We're just going to use them for their raw damage output and some of the combos that they can do. Because this game actually has some pretty decent melee combat. It's just that the firearms in the game typically deal a lot more consistent damage. Either in bursts, really, or just over time. So using that in lieu of the melee weapons is pretty much the way to go. But the game does have, like, actual air combos and stuff. They're not too robust, but they do exist. And it is a pretty, like, fun part of the game that, unfortunately, we just kind of have to gloss over in the speed run. As I said, this game borrows quite a bit of its identity from DMC. Alright, so now we're going to go into the second fight against Velkin here. And this right here, we're going to just go ahead and use the shotgun. We're going to walk around him here. And we're going to go ahead and use an ammo replenisher. And for some reason, he just decided to do this to me. And that's fine. Okay, so now he's down. And we're going to move on to the next fight against Dracula. And while we're doing that, if you have any more announcements you need to do, go for it, Rafi.
Yeah, so just want to go over what we're doing here today. So we're just a quick reminder, we're here to raise money for the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. It was established in 1987. The American Foundation of Suicide Prevention is a voluntary health organization that gives those affected by suicide a nationwide community empowered by research, education, and advocacy to take action against the leading cause of death. AFP is dedicated to saving lives and bringing hope to those affected by suicide, including those who have experienced a loss. So something they do is they provide, like, public education. So the organization educates the public and professionals about mental health, risk factors, and warning signs of suicide. Signature programs include Talk Saves Lives and More Than Sad for teens and educators. So yeah, we're raising money for a great cause here. But just everyone just watching, simply supporting, donating helps a lot too. But we appreciate everyone that's tuning in and watching and supporting in any shape or capacity. But yeah, the comics, Cosmic, back to you with the Van Helsing.
Appreciate it. Yep. And just in time for Dracula to bite the dust there. And we're going to actually be escaping from Castle Frankenstein now. That fight against Dracula is largely the same as the first time around. He just kind of, at some point, decides to attach himself to the wall when he hits low health, and then he starts shooting a bunch of lightning and other projectiles at you, which, like these little guys here, is a little bit annoying. Now we're going to go ahead and grab the electric ammunition upgrade. We're not going to use that until the very end of the game, but it is pretty important. So, now that we're exiting the Dracula's lair, it's like going to blow up. We're going to actually use the swords again here. This is going to be like the last time that the swords are going to make a big appearance, because we're going to use it against these statues that we're about to fight. For some reason, they do a ton of damage to these stone statues. I figured they would maybe do less damage than they did to, like, the flesh of the monsters, but, you know, I'm not complaining. They can also just kind of stun lock them if you just sort of roll cancel the swords here. And we want to just try and get actually in a position where we're roll canceling into them and pushing ourselves closer to the door to save a little bit of time on movement. So there we go. Now, Velkin 3, this is going to be on this forest path here where we're trying to rescue, you know, the heirs apparent to this family who are meant to kill Dracula. But we've now been accosted by Verona and Alira. We're going to actually have to hop on the carriage here. They have a bunch of attacks like some fire, some ice, some lightning that they can do. And we got to react accordingly to them. So there they lit the carriage on fire and we had to jump onto the horses to avoid it. Then they put some ice on it and we had to jump to avoid that as well. Now we're on to the final Velkin fight. Unfortunately, Velkin's not going to make it out of this one alive. So we're going to first refill the ammo here with the pistols, and then we're going to end up switching over to the shotgun. And I'm going to go ahead and use a life replenisher here as well as an ammo replenisher. And then we can use this real quick. No matter how much damage you actually deal to Velkin during that grab, he does not actually, you know, he's never going to get... Okay, now he just proved me wrong there. It's very rare that you actually do a decent amount of damage to him there, that he will just drop you. Even times where I've had, like, the enhanced ammo equipped from the start, there's been times where he just does not let you go. But nothing doing, he's down. So now, with that one heir down, it is all up to the daughter of the family and Van Helsing to take out Dracula.
I like how your hat comes back. I like how your hat comes back to your head after the cutting back to the next part of the game.
It's so funny. Like, his hat just has a gravitational force to him. Like, you could lose it all the way back on mission 1. And it's like, nope, I'm back here, dude. It's always funny to think, like, oh, I lost it at this clock tower in Paris, France, but I got it back. I like to imagine, like, it's either that the hat has a gravitational force or he just carries an entire stock of them in his coat. So once he gets to the next chapter, he just puts the next hat on. All right, so here's Igor again, or Igor, whatever your preference is. I'm a big fan of the Young Frankenstein movie, so if you want to say Igor, that's totally fine too. He has a lot of explosives that he dishes out. There's like a little cluster bomb there that will just shatter into a million pieces, so you have to keep track of the little flecks there that kind of come out. And we're just going to do this right here. He does rocket jump like he's in Team Fortress 2 a little bit, and you have to watch out for that. Now, at this point in the fight, he'll probably be summoning a little, like, mine that he puts on the field, and that just kind of, like, has lightning that comes out. Fortunately, it doesn't actually do any damage to you. It's only going to do damage to the bar for your enhanced ammunition, but he seems to be, like, stuck on the ground now. Okay, there we go. There he is. That's the Igor that I was expecting. Okay, he never actually... Okay, there it is. Yeah, we never actually had to deal with it, though. That's pretty tight. I'm totally happy with that. Heck yeah. Been a little while since I had a fight like that go that smooth. Okay. So, approaching the end of the game here. We are going to head into Dracula's castle. We're going to go ahead and equip the electric gun. We're going to just go ahead and do some backdashes here. We're playing Symphony of the Night. And we're going to roll cancel on these ghosts here. That's how I deal with all ghosts personally. Ghosts don't know what to do if you roll cancel on them. Excuse you? All right, there we go. And then we're going to drop into this pit here. Now, there's going to be a lot of, like, these little Ewok-looking dudes down here. And we're going to clear out a little bit of them. We're not going to clear out every one of them in here, otherwise it's going to just be time loss straight up. But we're gonna clear out a few so that we can get in optimal positioning to activate the generator here in order to progress. Now, unfortunately, oh, there's our hat, dude. We can pick that up though. I can make a little bit of time to pick the hat up. Okay. Oh, okay. Now we gotta take those guys out. All right, so we'll get these guys gone, and then we should be good. All right, cool. There we go. There's the hat. Okay. So now we're going to use the electric gun. Okay. These are going to give me a little bit of trouble. This right here, this section right here actually gives me quite a little bit of trouble sometimes because for whatever reason, the hitbox on this node here shifts a little bit every time you fire at it. So we have to constantly like readjust. And there are times like this where it will just not work for you. And that's like pretty feels bad. Excuse you. Do we want to have this work? However, if it does not work, I actually have prepared like a safety save for this part specifically. It will be the first time I've actually had to use it in a marathon run. But oh, there we go. Okay. Is it gonna work? Yeah, let's do it, dude. Heck yeah. See, as soon as you just talk about the game's like, no, I'm going to prove you wrong. And then we're out of there. So there's a little bit of walking here, doing some platforming, and then we're going to be picking up the final gun of the game, which is going to be the minigun. Funny enough, in the movie, Van Helsing never actually gets the minigun, but at the very start of the movie, after he defeats Mr. Hyde, he's talking with these monks that provide him with all of his armaments, and one of them is testing a minigun, and he goes, why can't I get something like that? So then in the game, they were like, oh yeah, no, you can absolutely have something like that. We'll do that. And the minigun is quite powerful. Also, don't ever skip this gun, because when you go into the next room, you will soft lock yourself. I may or may not have tested this for scientific purposes at one point during a playthrough. That playthrough abruptly ended because you cannot actually, cannot go back down that elevator. But while we're heading through these rooms, heading to the penultimate boss, one final time, Raffi, if you got anything for me.
Yeah, so I just want to thank one of our sponsors, Video Game Trading Post. They're a locally owned and operated game store located in Pensacola, Florida. Definitely go check them out. They have a newly expanded store where you're able to find everything from retro video games to new releases to anime figures, plushies, and everything in between, along with a vast selection of TCG, including a plethora of graded and ungraded Pokemon cards, singles, packs, and more. Check them out on Instagram at VGTP Florida and Blue Sky at vgtp.bsky.social. And then 10% of all the sales for this weekend will be donated near the end of the event. So definitely check them out. Back to you.
Thank you. So against Alira here, who's the final bride of Dracula, we're just going to go ahead and activate a speed boost on the minigun, because this is going to allow us to walk out her attacks. Otherwise, the projectiles will be quite fast. Okay, well, that wasn't great, but it's fine. But it also increases the speed at which the minigun fires, as well as our walking speed, so she's then down. We got to make sure we go and buy another... I guess we're going to buy an ammo replenisher, because we didn't have enough for a speed boost, which is typically what I get here. But we got some bad drop. We got a bad drop early on with that life replenisher, unfortunately. So we're not going to be able to do the typical strats for Dracula here on the final mission, but we're going to be able to do an alternate strat, which is also pretty cool still. Because we don't have the upgrade for the minigun yet, but we're going to get it now using the enhanced upgrade for the electric gun. So let's do that. We're going to go ahead and equip the minigun again. And now Dracula's preparing to do some rather heinous stuff, but we're going to stop him. So typically this is around where we would activate the speed boost if we had one, and we would just use it to run down the stairs. Unfortunately, we're going to have to take the long way and just roll down, because then you can actually use the... Not only do you use the speed boost to run down the stairs, but we would use it to build up a lot of enhanced ammo and deal a lot of damage to Dracula himself. But the minigun here actually is going to allow us to essentially launch like some ordnance at Dracula, and that'll deal a ton of damage once we get into it. Time is going to be coming up soon, by the way. Right after this fight, once he stops blocking here. Actually, we're just gonna ignore that because he's almost dead anyway. Ooh, okay. He killed me. I unpaused a little too fast. I thought I had gone into the, I hit X trying to go into the inventory, and then he accidentally ended up killing me because I hit resume instead of inventory. All right, so here we go. All right, so now he's going to go back over there. All right, there we go. All right, and... Come on. And time. So that is Van Helsing. This is a pretty cool PS2 game. That also, he's going to say this means goodbye, and then he's going to get stabbed. And then at this point, Van Helsing turns into a werewolf, and then defeats Dracula, but also ends up killing this woman that he's come to fall in love with from the family. So, you know, it's sort of a bittersweet ending. But yeah, this game is sick. I like this game quite a bit in terms of being a run. It's a nice little short, chill run. Definitely one of the more, one of the pretty interesting action game title on the PS2. It's got some neat ideas in it. Definitely cut from that cloth of like licensed movies that borrowed from action game contemporaries, similar to like Ghost Rider as well. It's pretty neat. Thank you so much, Breaking the Habit, for having me on. Thank you to all the donators, particularly Smash Villain, one of the true homies out there. And continue donating. Keep raising money for this incredible cause, and thank you all so much. Over to you.
Definitely. Where can they find you at, D Cosmic?
I forgot about all that. My bad. I was concerned with the message. You can find me at twitch.tv/DCosmic. I play a lot of action games. I'm going to be playing a lot of Ninja Gaiden 4 and hopefully making the run for that game not like 3 or 4 hours, but we'll see. I play a lot of Devil May Cry as well. If Ninja Gaiden 4 doesn't work out, we're going to be playing a lot of Devil May Cry. But you can also find me on YouTube at DE Cosmic Runs as well. So now, for real this time, back to you.
All right, thank you, DE Cosmic. Great run, great game. Definitely interesting. First time seeing it. So very, very cool. A lot of rolling backwards. It was pretty cool to see that, and like how the movements, everything was done. But yeah, again, my name is Yo Soy Rafi. It's Yo_Soy_Rafi on Twitch. You can definitely find me there. I don't do any speed runs, but I love supporting the community in any way I can. Breaking the Habit, such a great cause, such a great community. So definitely here to support in any shape, way, and form I can. Next we got Spence Speedruns, who's going to do a Devil May Cry speed run. So definitely check that out, and definitely go show support any way you can by donating. We've got some cool prizes, or just by tuning into the stream. Anything's any way you can to support definitely is amazing. So thank you very much, and then we'll be right back.
It's been a month and a week since I have taken my hiatus. It's been hard. I don't know where to begin.
It's hard for me to see exactly where the hell I went wrong. I never thought I'd see the day we wouldn't get along. You think I smoke too much? I think your friends all suck. Can't figure out the reason why your parents fight so much. But I've given up on love. But I'm happy here. I'm happy here. So leave my sweater on the board. Bag under the stairs. Don't go back to our old place, it's probably locked up anyway. I bet it still looks the same as when I ran away that day. Doesn't matter anyway, 'cause I'm yes, I'm happy here. I'm happy here. I'm happy
The purpose of the conversation is not to fix your friend or to offer advice, but to make sure that they know that you're there to support them.
Make sure that you're listening. You're open to what you're hearing. You're giving your friend lots of time to share what they need to share.
So rather than thinking about solving something in one conversation, think about it as an opening to a door of support.
And if they want to talk more, that you're there to listen. You can share that there are mental health resources available. If you've had your own experience with a mental health professional, you might share with them how it helped you. Sometimes after these conversations, people may feel vulnerable or they may feel like they've shared too much.
So I would end the conversation by saying, thank you for sharing that with me. I hope that we talk about this again, and I'm here for you.
Whatever gets you talking.
Are you okay? Yeah? Have you been crying? No. Do you want to talk about it? No. Do you want a hug? Yeah.
Having the conversation while engaging in something that you would normally do can really help them feel more at ease. Maybe you offer to go for a walk or grab a cup of coffee.
Wait for a time when you can have a one-on-one conversation. Even ask them for a time that you could talk one-on-one.
To show your friend that you're actively engaged in the conversation, you can do things that are nonverbal, not looking at your phone, making sure you're making eye contact, nodding and indicating that you're hearing what your friend is saying.
When having a difficult conversation, it's really important to refrain from any judgment. Try to understand what's going on from their perspective rather than imposing our perspective on what they're going through.
We all have mental health, just like we have physical health. There really should be nothing awkward about having a conversation about mental health.
Whatever gets you talking.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be around the world. My name is Supersonic, and I will be your host for the next couple of runs here for Breaking the Habit 5, benefiting American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. Just a quick reminder that we do have a bid war that will be closing very soon. It's for the character choice in Space Jam. Right now, we got Lola Bunny in the lead with $15, followed by Bugs Bunny at 11. But we got no love for LeBron James, which is fine because we would rather see the bunnies play it out when the Space Jam runs. So let's get those donations in. But without further ado, we got our current run here, which is Devil May Cry Any Percent by Spence. Take it away, my friend.
Yo, what's going on, people? Good to be back again. If you were here yesterday, you saw mine and Ish's runs of DMC3 and DMC4 respectively. We're back with DMC1. As DMC3 is technically the first game in the series, and then 4 is just, 4. We thought we'd kick it old school and come back with the first one. I'm here with my brother, Big D Cosmic. You want to say hello?
Yo, what up? I was just here. Hello again.
Cosmic's probably going to take a lot of the commentary on this. If you've seen games like this before, you know it is non-stop from start to finish. Luckily, we get a little bit more of a downtime on this game, so there's going to be some good opportunities to shoot some stuff going on around there. But the timer will start as soon as I hit normal. Like we say, we're doing any percent normal. So if we're ready, I'll do a quick countdown, and then we're going to jump straight into it. So we're ready in 3, 2, 1. Devil May Cry.
Devil May Cry.
Good luck.
Yeah, so this game opens with Dante being tasked by a mysterious woman to go to Malay Island and fight some demons. Dante is a demon hunter by trade. He's trying to find whoever murdered his parents that were demons. He figures he'll hit the jackpot sooner or later if he just hunts them to the ends of the earth. So he cannot resist going to Malay Island here. The first mission here, there's going to be a trick immediately off the bat here from Spence, where there's a horse that has like a cache of 50 orbs or so. And he's just going to jump right up on the lance here. Look, man, you can't make a liar out of me, but you got this second try.
I'm trying, my brother. I'm trying.
So, actually, yeah, 100 orbs. And then we're going to use 45 of those orbs in order to unlock the store immediately. Otherwise, we'd have to go around the entire room and collect little bits of orbs here and there. But using that platforming, we can just skip right to the door and then head right on up here. And we're going to get our first glimpse of how the game sort of gates your progression, which is finding these keys. And then you'll have keys. We'll have some tablets. We'll have other stuff that kind of gates us. Similar to the Resident Evil series, which this game shares a lot of DNA with. I almost said it shares a lot of DMC with, but that's not accurate. And we're going to go and head to another room here, which is where the rusty key will unlock. Dan's going to do a little bit of side rolling there because it saves a few frames here and there, just as opposed to jump walking or walking through here. He's also going to grab that extra orb cache there on the plane. This is going to set him up a little bit nicely for S-ranking the mission. So ranks in this game are determined by 3 parameters primarily, which is the amount of damage you take, the amount of orbs you gather, and the amount of the amount of orbs you get, the amount of damage you take, and the amount of time. I'm sorry, I totally blanked there. And the amount of time it takes. So naturally, the time requirement, we're going to blow past that pretty much, since we're going to be skipping a lot of stuff, especially because cutscenes actually tie into the IGT. So if you're watching cutscenes, your in-game time is going to naturally be longer. But the orb count is really going to be the big thing, the orb count and the damage count that we're going to have. So these first 5 missions or so, it's very important that we get some high ranks on them. Mission 1 is going to be kind of setting the tone of it, because that's mission 1 and 2 especially, because that's going to determine sort of how the orb route is going to go. A lot of the way that this game is routed and ran, both in PB attempts and in marathons, is all about economy. You constantly just basically have to judge how far ahead or on track you are for your orb count. Dan making really, really good work of this room here. Oh, there we go. Nice. Excellent.
I was about to say, don't make a liar out of me now, dude.
And that should be an S rank there. Yeah, so over 200 orbs and a really good time on the IGT there means we're going to get the full 800 from the S rank. Now, in this next mission, we're going to go and grab the sword Elastor. This is one of 2 main weapons that we're going to have throughout the game. Elastor is this lightning sword that is actually going to grant us access to Devil Trigger, which we'll see a little bit later. But for right now, it's just going to go on our back, and we're going to go ahead and grab the next key here. Are you doing the shotgun strats or no?
Yeah.
Okay, sweet. Awesome. So next here, we're going to head through the rooms, and we're going to do a little bit of cool wall hike platforming on the side here. Dan's going to get a little bit of extra Devil Trigger from these guys because he's going to use it on the scissors in the next room. It was kind of bad spawns for him to not get any enemies in the room prior to that, but it'll work out, I promise. And we're going to grab this little staff here, Staff of Judgment, that we're going to use to unlock a door to end the mission. But prior to that, Dan's going to be fighting the Sin Scissors. And the Sin Scissors are an enemy that is a little erratic because they can just go out of bounds straight up. So you really just have to make sure that you are moving in a way that... Oh, geez, nice. Oh, what a beautiful room. Oh, that was beautiful. Immediately, just 3 hits. So if you jump off of these guys and you use the Helmbreaker and then use that slam down attack with the Elastor, also called Helmbreaker, you can just one-shot them. And they're all just gone. So now he's gone through the whole mission with no damage being taken. So it's going to guarantee that he gets the S rank. And that's going to set up the start of this orb route beautifully. And he's going to grab Stinger level 2. This is going to be one of the main movement tools that we use throughout. This is the famous DA. So if you've got your DAs and you want to get them out in chat or in the donations, then feel free to just DA it up. D-A-H. Duh. And we're going to use that because, as you can see, this is much faster than walking or jumping everywhere, or rolling as well. We're going to go across the bridge here, activate that thing, and then boom. Dan did a little jump there as well because that actually skips an animation of Dante like recoiling after being hit by lightning, which, you know, in fairness, I would react the same way. And here he's going to use the shotgun. He's going to jump in between two skulls and just do a little jump shot in order to take out two of them at once. It's a pretty neat strat. One of the more recent ones. I think it was borrowed from like the 100% category as well. And then kind of made its way over here as shotgun became more popular in the any percent category. Because we used to not use the shotgun at all in this category. But little optimizations here and there. People experimenting and innovating. Pretty cool. So now Phantom here. All right, awesome RNG. Again, we're jumping right off of Phantom's body and getting a critical strike with the Helmbreaker. 4 of them in a row. What a scientist, man. And boom, done. That boss is just down. If you played this, the first time most people played this game casually, I think myself included, that was like a huge wall. So when I found out how to fight this thing in the speedrun, I was like, oh man, that is beautiful. And it is also actually one of the glass ceilings to learning this run. It's typically where some people struggle. There are some alternate strategies to make it easier, kind of a different orb route that you can adopt, but that is the optimal way to fight him. By Phantom. He just doesn't follow us. It's great. And then here we're going to put the Pride of Lion, which is that little tablet that we picked up. We're going to move over here, and then we're going to stand at a distance from this cat. And we're going to immediately get the optimal attack. So what Dan did there to make the shotgun shoot so fast was he wiggled around a little bit, and you can actually make the recoil of the animation of the shotgun much shorter that way, which allows you to fire faster, and you get critical strikes when the cat is in that attack on it if you just stand on the spike and shoot at it. So that's why he was able to down it so quickly. Also, fun fact, if you just try and shoot at it regularly when it's not in that attack, it'll have like random health. So sometimes it'll just go down immediately into like an orb form that you can then strike. Other times it will just have tons and tons of health and you will not defeat it in any reasonable amount of time. Now we picked up the Melancholy Soul, another key item, and we're going to jump down to fighting Nello Angelo. He's going to be using... Ooh, okay. Oh, unfortunate.
Yeah, the game's lagging slightly.
Okay. Yeah, that's understandable. Oh no, and he ate the holy water. That's fine.
Okay, low percent it is.
Yeah, low percent strats, here we go. So what Dan's doing here to Nello Angelo is known as slash canceling. This is a huge boon of some enemies that were designed to only be hit like by like 1 or 2 combos over and over again, but you can actually completely reset Dante's recovery animation by twirling the left analog stick after 1 or 2 slashes of like the 3-hit melee combos. And that allows you to just loop certain bosses. If you stand behind Nello Angelo, you can get like 15 strikes or something ridiculous like that before he resets himself. Normally we would just use a holy water on him there, but that's fine. Kind of the same strat going to happen here for this cat. And then we're just going to kind of jump up here. Oh, nice use of the shotgun there to delay his time in the air so the cat was not able to munch on him. And now, as long as we get through these next couple of rooms, we'll have a pretty good start to the run. So that fight against Nello, we did take a hit, but that mission in particular is not super important to take little damage there. I mean, we don't want to take too much, obviously, but nothing doing really. You can just kind of move on. And now we've got the special bonus here. The special bonus, by the way, is like a special requirement that you can get on missions by exceptionally clearing the requirements for the mission, which results in an extra 2,000 orbs. So now Dan has picked up some extra upgrades in order to, which this right here, Vortex level 2, again, quite fast. This is the fastest form of movement in the game. And now we get it super early with some innovations that happen to the any percent route. So if you've seen runs of this game prior to like maybe this current year, you would not see that ability until like much later in the game. But now it's acquired quite early. But I've been talking a lot. This is a little bit of a filler mission, so Sonic, if you got anything, take it away.
Yeah, so we got a few donations here. One of them is from Quackity Quackity Yab Dab Doo with a $5 donation saying, what's up, Doc? And then we got another $5 donation from Lola that says, you think this is a game, Bugs? And then we got a $5.01 donation from Bugs that just says Bugs. And with that, we currently have Bugs with the lead at $21.01, with Lola just behind by, about a dollar and a penny. So yeah, keep getting those donations in and we'll send it back to you.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And now they've gone through there, this is sort of a little bit of another filler mission, but it would be nice to get an S rank on here, but not totally necessary. Phantom, we're just going to run away from him again. And then we're going to head down to fighting these Sin Scissors again. And we're just going to be using the shotgun on these guys, because they didn't protect their neck. Aw, the cutscene interrupted you picking up the orbs. What a jerk. Okay, there we go. And now we're going to head to the middle of this room. Dan's going to use the Vortex ability to actually activate that light wheel there. Pretty great movement there. And then going to head over here. This is a pretty short mission. I think we actually made it out of here without taking a hit. So that's going to be an extra S rank in the bag. It's going to be a little bit extra orbs, which is pretty nice. And now we're going to head into the final fight against Phantom. We're going to be doing something similar to what we did in the first fight. But Dan's going to have a specific setup that he does where he'll line himself up with the wall and then be able to take it away from there. Yep, nice. A little bit of a stun there. Good. Beautiful second jump. And down. Oh, man. Y'all make that look so easy, and I'm jealous every time.
What do you mean? Let's be frank here. That Cosmic was one of the pioneers of this game before people like myself even got a look in. So half of this stuff we would never have been possible without Cosmic's, initial routing or anything like that. So you gotta give yourself some props as well, my dude.
Hey man, I was there to make the first video tutorial, and I made like one trick that's now named after me. I definitely had my heyday, but I was never good at that fight, man. Y'all make it look so easy now. We used to just back in my day, we used to just use air hike and jump all over that guy, and it was like, well, if you crit him, then that's cool. But now there's setups and everything that are just, this game has come like such a long way in a couple of years. It's pretty awesome. I remember a time when like sub 40 IGT was like top of the top, and now people are like 5 minutes faster than that, and it's like, whoo. All right, so we're gonna vortex through here. We're gonna do actually now it's kind of early gauntlets, but not really anymore, because we don't really need any extra abilities for this. This is actually like a strat from low percent that made its way over to any percent, since we don't buy air hike anymore. We're just gonna jump off of this little platform here, and you can just make your way right up to the gauntlets. So if that platforming was giving you trouble in your casual playthrough, there you go. Just jump off of that, and you're good to go. Also, we're gonna skip this boss fight by just punching this door or kicking this door and lighting it, and then you can just walk through. That's like one of the few skips in this game, and I think we forget to talk about it, because it's like, I wonder if that's an oversight, or if it's just like totally, they were just like, yeah, you know what would be really funny if somebody realized you could just punch this door and walk away from Griffin.
Guessing maybe it's like a New Game Plus thing, because on a New Game Plus, obviously you keep all of your equipment.
Yeah. All right, very nice setup there to get the holy water. Again, items very important in this game, holy water especially. The forest there has like some very intricate ways to actually deal with it, depending on where the like how you line up your shots with the grenade gun and everything. The grenade gun, by the way, which we picked up on the last mission, easily like one of the best, like most powerful guns relative to the game that it's in the series. This gun does a ton of damage, and you can completely negate the recovery period of it pretty much by rolling or jumping, really. And you can just deal out tons of damage while also building tons of Devil Trigger, especially the more that like the higher your style rank is in a combo, the more Devil Trigger that thing will build, and it's incredible. Yeah, it's a really powerful weapon. Here we're going to actually use it in the forest to group up those enemies and get the light to go over to this right side of the forest, because we just got to follow the light here. This light has messed up many a runner's attempts, let me tell you. There's been definitely some bad news bears times where people walk out one of these doors and then all of a sudden they're walking back to the entrance of the forest, and it's like, huh, how about that? But not today. Today we're just going to use the holy water on those guys. We're going to grab a little bit extra orbs at that obelisk there, and we're just going to head on out the door. Then we're going to go ahead and use I'm just going to go ahead and use a holy water, and that will take out both the enemies in this room. They're little like phantom babies, essentially. Well, not really babies, but they are phantom shoot-off, like spin-offs, essentially. Phantom offshoots, phantom offspring. And nice. Some good A rank there. Sitting pretty on the orb economy here. Run's going pretty well. This mission is exceptionally... commentator's curse, man. This mission is exceptionally precarious when it comes to taking no hits. Because these lizards that are here can really just tag you. But we got the backup strats. What is this camera angle? That guy had you in the bounce pads. He was like, yo, Dante, welcome to the jungle gym.
No, we're going on the bounce house right now, bro.
All right. And now we're on to the second fight against Nello Angelo. And this is going to go a little differently than the first time. Whereas the first time we would have ideally wanted to use 1 holy water. Here we're going to use 2. So Spence is going to use a little like 3-hit combo there on Nello. He's going to try and slash us, but we've gained invul frames from the holy water. I also feel invulnerable after having some water, so I get it, Dante. And then we're going to go and grab this key item right here. Or rather put this key item down on this statue that will then open up the doorway to the next mission.
We all like underwater sections, right?
I mean, sometimes, yeah. I mean, the ones in this game are pretty short, at least, you know. If there was like a huge 3-minute underwater section, I'd feel pretty put out by that. But these aren't too bad. We're gonna go to the ghost ship here, and we're going to grab. I think we grabbed the untouchable here, right? Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
I'm remembering this correctly. Excellent. So we're gonna grab the untouchable there. We're gonna use that a little bit later. We're gonna avoid these guys, and we're gonna pick up the needle gun, as well as we pick up the double star here. Yeah, we picked up the double star.
Yeah.
And we're going to move on. So that needle gun actually allows us to attack underwater. Shout outs to my boy Loner Hero for forgetting to pick that up one time. And then when I told him he forgot it. He didn't believe me. So the next mission, he was a little flabbergasted. So now Griffin here. We're going to wait here for Griffin to get in position. Do a combo here. He's going to knock us into the air, but it's kind of whatever. We're just going to use a holy water on him. There is a rather precise, like this strat is rather precise to not get hit in the air, but as you can see here, you can salvage it pretty easily. And then just use the holy water anyway after the kite knocks you up into the air from Griffin. And Griffin, that was the second fight against him. Well, technically it's the first in the run because we ran away from him this first time. At this point in the game, from missions 9 through 16 is when we enter sort of like the second act of the game, and you'll notice that Spence is actually getting more rewards or better rewards for S ranking missions. So you can kind of split the game into 3 acts of missions 1 through 8, 9 through 16, and then 17 through 23, where the S ranks in the early game are important, but they also only give you 800 orbs, whereas at this point in the game they give you 1600, and that is exceptionally important for how much like consumable routing that we do later on. So while you can salvage a lot of runs, it is very important to S rank like these middle and end game missions, just because of the plethora of orbs that it gives you later on in the game. Gonna grab another holy water there, and then we're gonna go ahead and do the Slickford special. Oh, what the heck is going on with these guys? All right, nice. So again, you saw Dan there roll canceling the grenade launcher, and he basically built like a full Devil Trigger bar in like 10 seconds or so. Grenade gun is nothing to joke about. While we do a little bit of platforming here, because this mission is a little bit of a filler bit, we're going to do like a little bit of vortexing as well. Sonic, take it away.
All right, so as we all know, we are raising money for the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. We do have some really cool prizes on board as well, such as the Devil May Cry figures featuring Dante and Trish. And they are vintage figures from Devil May Cry 1, manufactured by Toy-Com, which was released in May of 2003, which is a $10 donation. We also have a Chester Bennington painting as well, which is a one-of-a-kind painting of Chester Bennington by fine artist and tattoo artist Beck Beware. They created this piece specifically for this event, and it comes with a certificate of authenticity. This is also a $10 donation. We also got a Pokemon card bundle. So it is a bundle of the Pokemon TCG Silver Tempest Elite Trainer Box and a graded PSA 10 Japanese Glaceon EX Special Art Rare from Terrastol Festival, which is a $15 donation. And this is probably my personal favorite because, you know, obviously I am a Sonic speedrunner. The Sonic the Hedgehog Squishmallow, which is a 14-inch Squishmallow of Sonic the Hedgehog holding his beloved ring, which is a $10 donation for that. And of course, we got the grand prize, which is the Switch 2 bundle, and it includes a digital copy of Mario Kart World and a physical copy of Pokemon Legends ZA for the Switch 2. And this was provided by the lovely staff and owners of Video Game Trading Post in Pensacola, Florida, which is a $100 donation across the entire event. So all those donations will go towards those amazing prizes. And yeah, back to you, Cosmic.
Awesome. So, and again, by the way, just want to piggyback off that. Those figures are very cool. And,
I really want them figures, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah. They're dope.
Can I just have them?
They're
okay?
dope, dude. So now we're using the Untouchable here. The Untouchable actually gives us like unlimited Devil Trigger. And we can use it to just vortex really fast through this room. And if we exit the room that we've used the Untouchable in, by the way, it made us invincible. Cut title drop. So when we exit a room that where we've used the Untouchable, it will give us full Devil Trigger, and then when we exit the room, it will retain that full Devil Trigger that we had for until we actually spend it. So that actually helps us a lot with DT management on this mission, because we're going to use it for fighting Griffin here for the final time. We're going to use the electric grenade gun here. If Griffin wants to not be a jerk, there we go.
Oh, I could really go for some KFC after this. I don't know about you, Cosmic. Or some KFG, some Kentucky Fried Griffin.
Griffin, true. So either that or I don't know, man. Some Popeyes sounds pretty good. After
You know, I've never had Popeyes. They brought them to the UK. Not had it yet.
I think you know what you need to remedy this weekend then. All right, so getting into near the third act of the game here. I guess we'll grab the blue orb. Can't hurt. A little bit of extra life from the blue orb there, so it's going to give Spence a little bit extra safety on the final fight, or the final boss fight particularly, which is pretty nice. Then we're going to vortex to the end of the room here. Get a little bit of DT management back here. Little things like that Spence just did, where he was able to vortex pretty cleanly to the end of the room and then get off like an immediate 2 shots of the grenade gun to refill his devil trigger. If you belabor those points, like, you can add up some time loss pretty easily. So him being able to just like fire off those 2 shots and then get immediately to the end of the room is like one of the, like, a sign of somebody that's run this game quite a lot. So very well done there. And now we're going to activate this wheel here. And we're going to hit this guy with a good old Tekken juggle. With the grenade gun. And we're on our way to Nightmare. Now, Nightmare is an interesting boss because its health bar from the orbs on its back and on top of its head, they carry over between missions, and they're 2 separate health bars essentially. And the more that they're damaged, the more damage resistance that Nightmare has. And this is done through hits, not necessarily through the damage, not through the damage taken. So you have to deal as much damage as you can in as little damage as possible. So Spencer's going to go ahead and switch to Ifrit here, which is those gauntlets that we got earlier. Fire gauntlets.
Oh, this game is lagging so much.
Oh boy. So he's going to deal 5 hits here, but did not want to risk possibly missing the holy water there. So we're just going to go ahead and reactivate the light wheel here to get Nightmare to reset here. We're just going to have to wait again here a little bit. All right, there we go. We're just going to use the back core.
Oh my god.
Okay, game. Sweet. Love that. All right. So, moving on here. Now that Nightmare is down, we're going to wait for the double trigger to refill so that we can actually just vortex right across the bridge here. And boom. So now we're going to use... We should be good still.
Yeah.
Because you'll still get the S rank on 19.
Yeah, I didn't get one of the red orb caches on that last mission in the ceiling.
Yeah. You have you have like 4 of the big ones on that bridge still, so you should be all right.
Yeah.
Because the second one from that bridge did not like attract to you when you jumped through the door for whatever reason. All right, so we're gonna use 2 holy waters here on the frosts. One of the older strats actually was to use Ifrit against them because Ifrit deals a lot of damage to, I guess it makes sense that the fire gauntlets deal a lot of damage to the ice monsters, but not faster than water, which, figure that one out, I guess.
Physics, man. That's all we got, it's physics.
Physics and divinity.
Got Sonata.
So now we're going to fight this dragon. It's a T-Rex, but we're just going to call it a dragon. By reflecting some fireballs back at it using our sword. One of the riskier strats to go for in this game, although it is faster, is to stand like nearly point blank in front of this dragon and do an uppercut in order to hit the fireball back at it, but it is quite a precarious camera angle, so I do not blame Spence at all for not going for it. I hesitate to go for it myself too.
I don't think I've ever gone for it, to be honest.
Yeah, it's tough. It's pretty tough. Because you got to be on the money with it. Alright, so now we've activated the Quicksilver here. We're going to go ahead across the room to grab it. Funny enough, on the hardest difficulty in this game, Dante Must Die, there's a glitch in the Japanese version where on this mission you can just run to the door that leads to the boss without having to grab the Quicksilver at all, and it'll just let you in. This is not I think this is also present in the HD collection version, but it was primarily present in the Japanese version on PS2. Alright, so now we're gonna take out the Super Soaker. Nello Angelo's gonna feel a little watered down now. He's gonna be like, oh no, I'm too hydrated. And then he's done. And then we gotta be on that for a bottle of water. And we're gonna now get access to Sparta, which is the sword of the legendary Dark Knight Sparta, our father. It is the sword that sealed away the Demon King, and it's actually pretty weak, so we're just gonna switch back over to the last door and then just forget about it until like 6 missions later.
But it looks so cool. It's a shame.
It does.
Useless.
Yeah, you can't use Devil Trigger with it at all.
The only the only benefit you have is that it does Devil Trigger damage without being in Devil Trigger.
Yep.
But then you can't run fast, you can't fly, you can't do all this other cool shit. So we're just going to stick that in the back pocket.
Yep. We'll just put a pin in it. Like, all right, well, back to the lightning sword.
Yeah, we'll come back to you in 5 games, and then you'll be relevant.
Then you'll be really strong. All right, so now we're gonna head through this last little underwater section here, and we're gonna grab an egg for this trying time.
Nah, you beat me to it, dude.
No, I'm at so what the Danny DeVito thing. May I offer you an egg in this trying time?
I was gonna say, can I offer you one, but you beat me to it, bro.
Oh, okay. And then we're gonna be fighting Nightmare again. This second Nightmare fight, a little different, especially because we're gonna have to, because we got Devil Trigger like fully here. So now he's gonna be jumping right on top here.
Oh my god, get on them, please.
Oh goodness. Camera really just not being super nice to you there. Gotta say. But now we got the ability to do this right here. Nice. Alright, awesome. Gonna activate the wheels here in a little bit.
Oh, I'm
unfortunate ice beam there. Yeah, this is a thing with Nightmare, is that like when it gets you in one of those attacks, like especially with how precarious jumping onto his back tends to be, it is not fun having to salvage like being stun locked by him. Great management of the orbs there though. Should be good to go for the final fight.
Yeah, that, like Cosmic was saying before, because that first fight didn't go perfectly, you're having to kind of like sort out what you want to do 10 missions down the line, and it's like,
yeah, it's fun sometimes.
Because I'm not fighting Nightmare 2 in my head, I'm fighting Nightmare 3.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. All right, so we're now going to jump through this window after we grab these little bit of orbs here, because we want to guarantee the S rank for this mission.
I might special it.
Say again?
I might do a special. just to get that
Oh,
economy
yeah.
back.
Yeah, that would be good. That'd be solid. We're in sort of a copy, like an underworld copy version of the first Nello Angela fight, but everything is in this mirror world, as you can see. So normally we would use a holy water here, but as Dan said, he's going to try and go for the special bonus. So he's going to just use the grenade gun to take out all the enemies here. So he's going to stick away from them and just take no damage, but also deal, like, you know, get rid of all their health and just take them all out pretty easily. And should be good to go. So he's going to also grab the little bit of orbs here. So he's going to actually lose a little bit of time here because of this, but the time that he'll save later on is more than going to make up for it. This is another, you know, one of those things where knowledge of the game is super important to doing the strats, because this is, you know, a strat that Dan has come to understand over experience and understanding you know, how the ranking system of the game works, how the economy works in the game. So this game really rewards you understanding the underlying mechanics to why you are routing the way that you are, and not just simply understanding, you know, the optimal routing. It is a very fun part, honestly, of running this game in marathons, is like, you almost don't want, I mean, speak of the devil, you almost don't want things to go too perfectly because you can't show the adaptability that way.
Oh, you are.
Unfortunately, we did not account for the Sargassos, because that one platform decided to do Dan dirty. And did not let him grip it. But the game is kind enough to put us on the other end of the bridge. Can you imagine if it put you right at the back at the beginning? I'd be like, oh,
I'd be all right. I'd had Devil Trigger at that point. The only reason I was trying to platform it is because I didn't have any.
Yeah.
So that would have been the backup for the backup. But yeah, this game, it eats your soul.
We at least did get the S rank, so there is that. So now we're going to head into the final fight against Nightmare. The showdown with Nightmare. We're going to immediately activate the light wheel here, switch to Ifrit, and then get right on to the back, right to the back here. And he's going to be charging up the punches for Ifrit to do a lot of damage immediately. This should take him to the next phase. Nice. Very good. Now, if these little worms were not in his way, we'd be good. But now we should be able to use just a holy water and head because both of those sounds overlap at the same time.
Yeah, I should have really put a warning there. Sorry about that.
It just occurred to me as it was happening. So yeah, apologies for that one, because it does get a little bit loud there. It is not that is not an auditory thing that's supposed to happen in this game typically, because both of those chords are supposed to break independently of each other. But that is there's two sound effects overlapping, so it gets quite loud. All right, so now we're going to be getting through the living cave here. We're going to be doing a bunch of vortexing, taking out some nobodies, and just collecting some orbs while trying to get ready for the final stretch of the game. So, one last time. Sonic, take it away.
All right, so we are raising money for the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, which was established in 1987. It is a voluntary health organization that gives those affected by suicide a nationwide community empowered by research, education, and advocacy to take action against this leading cause of death. They are dedicated for saving lives and bringing hope to those affected by suicide, including those who have experienced a loss. They are funding research for AFSP. They invest in scientific research to advance the understanding and prevention of suicide. And they also have some public education in which the organization educates the public and professionals about mental health, risk factors, and warnings signs of suicide. Signature programs include Talk Saves Lives and More Than Sad for teens and educators. And they also have support for lost survivors, in which they provide resources and programs for those who have lost a loved one to suicide, including Healing Conversations, a program that connects lost survivors with trained peer volunteers. So definitely get those donations in. We do still have this, the bid war going on for the character choice in Space Jam, which is coming up after this run, so we don't have much time left. But at the time, like for the moment right now, we have Bugs Bunny in the lead with $21.01, and Lola is right behind with just $20. So if you want to get Lola in the game, definitely get those donations in. It's going towards a great cause. So yeah, that's all we got for here. So back to you.
All right. So that was the Cosmo climb that Dan attempted to do. Unfortunately, sometimes the bats in this room can be quite uncooperative with their movement. So the idea is that you'll stand underneath one of them and then use the vortex ability to head to the top of the room, just by maintaining that momentum. But at times they're just uncooperative, and they just mess up your targeting entirely. So we have to take the backup strat here and do the platforming. That is the trick that is named after me. It's called the Cosmo Climb. I didn't name it, somebody else did. And at first I was like, Cosmo, man, come on. But I just rolled with it eventually. So now we're heading into the final boss fight against Mundus. And Mundus is going to manifest as a huge statue. Now, the way that we're going to defeat Mundus is through the power of pressing the L1 button and doing some menuing. It takes 21 runes of Devil Trigger, which are now those red runes underneath Dante's health bar. And so what Dan is going to be doing is using 2 Devil Stars in order to refill to 7. And we're going to do this, another time. And then the first phase of Mundus will be down. So start, down, down, X, and then L1. And now we've beaten Mundus. Try this at home. It works, guaranteed. And now we're going to take a jump in the drink, right into the lava. And we're just going to start doing some uppercuts to Mundus in order to deplete a lot of his health bar. Spence will be using another Devil Trigger here. Again, this is where that blue orb that we picked up earlier came in handy. A little bit extra life. And now, is it time? Oh no, it's not time.
Oh.
Okay. No, I was gonna say I didn't know if you were gonna watch the cutscene or not. It's cool. Just know that all of the budget in this game went into Dante's quivering lip in that cutscene. And then we're gonna be heading into the final mission now. Where we
I feel like I've let everyone down now.
Oh, no, you're good. And now, we just gotta hit these guys with some grenade shots. And use a holy water. Because we're basically just coasting until the end here. This is one of those, typical Capcom final missions from the era where the time that you have to complete the mission is far and away more time than you actually need. But I appreciate the gesture regardless. So now, we're going to jump on up here. Mother's Guide. There's actually a glitch in this room where if you jump into those suits of armor, it will just transport you to the room at the end, the door at the end of the room. It's quite funny. It has no application whatsoever, but it is funny. And we're going to use the Devil Star here to actually be able to, because Mundus is going to show up another time, one last time, but he's going to look like he just had 50 cans of SpaghettiOs dumped on his head, and we're going to use Vortex in order to destroy him. And there we go.
It looks like we have a winner.
Jackpot.
Hey, that's what I'm talking about. Take
You
that,
can't.
Chef.
You gotta do one or the other, Andy. You gotta do one or the
It's true, yeah. One or the other. At least got to do one. And now, hey Trish, let's escape in this biplane that just crashed through the ceiling. Okay. And you can actually hold down the right analog stick here in order to make the biplane actually move faster, which is not something I think we discovered until the last couple of years. And I don't remember what inspired me to try this. I think it was me that actually found this, but yeah. Okay, time's coming up.
Time.
Nice.
Not bad for a game I haven't touched in a year.
Okay, great. Where's the place?
Very cool.
Oh yeah. He renames his shop for 5 minutes.
Say again?
Dante renames his shop for all of 5 minutes.
Yeah. Until the anime.
just
and then
because.
It's back. Yeah, it's back to Devil May Cry after that.
The backlash
Yeah.
was astounding. So yeah, that was a 4101 IGT. Load remover says a 4137.
Nice.
Real time 4137 supposedly, but you guys can tell me otherwise. And once upon a time, that would be world record. We're talking a few years back, mind, but I think what was Max's for so long, like 43.
In terms of RTA, I think it was 43, yeah. And
Yeah.
then like IGT was like a 39.16 for a little bit, and then Yami had it like 38.18.
And
Yeah,
then people just was really bored over lockdown, apparently. Wanted to start playing a 20-year-old game.
True.
And completely tear the fucking thing apart. And we
That
got
was
people
Devil May
looking
Cry
through.
100% though. Yeah.
It's always a
So,
pleasure
wanna-
to show this one off.
Yeah, absolutely. Where can people find you, Spence?
They can find me at Spence Speedruns on Twitch and YouTube, and on X, but whatever. Does anyone really use Twitter anymore? Twitch and YouTube. All my highlights are obviously on YouTube. I do challenge runs now and again. Not to be that guy. I was the first one to beat Devil May Cry 1 on Dante Must Die without buying anything. That's probably my biggest achievement with this one. So, and none of that would be possible without the main man himself, DE Cosmic, to my right. So, where can they find you, bro?
Well, I think some things were possible without me. A lot of things, but I did, again, make the tutorial for this game, the first video tutorial, which was later revised, and there were a lot more like advanced and current strategies done in a tutorial by Out with a Yang. So if you are interested in learning this game at all, you can find those on our respective YouTube channels, or they're both linked on the speedrun.com leaderboards. We are always happy to help people get into this game. There's always at least a handful of people running this game at any time. So if you like what you saw, definitely check it out. It is a pretty approachable run overall, even despite some of the intricacies that we've talked about. There's always somebody there to help you and walk you through. And there's a lot of resources for it, so that's pretty dope. Once again, my name has been, is, and will continue to be DE Cosmic, and you can find me on Twitch at twitch.tv/DE Cosmic, and on YouTube at DE Cosmic Runs. And that is it for me. Thank you so much, Spence, for having me on for commentary. Appreciate it.
Always and every single time, brother. And like Cosmic says, there's a great community for this out there, not just for DMC1, for DMC 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. We're always around in the Discord. If you've played this game to death and you kind of want a bit more of a challenge, I also have a all collectibles speedrun tutorial, which is where we collect everything that can be collected and complete all the secret missions, get all the weapons. And to be fair, it's not that much longer than an any percent run, which is crazy to think about. And even on top of that, you've got the 100% route, which again is probably only another 10-15 minutes on top. So yeah, definitely check out the speedrun.com if you're interested, and join us in the Discord. We're always about.
And thank you so much to Breaking Habit for having us on.
Yeah, thank you very much for that awesome run and great commentary as well. Like very informative. with a game like this. 'Cause this is actually one of my favorite series in terms of like hack and slash kind of games. So it's really cool to kind of see a speed run of that. So thank you again for you both for showcasing that. Before we head on break real quick, we do have a couple of donations here. There seems to be like a war between Lola and Bugs right now. So the first one was like a $2.02 donation from Lola that says, "This one is mine, Bugs." And then Bugs coming back with a $1.02 donation that says, "Don't think so, Doc." And that pretty much separates the bid war by 1 penny, with Bugs Bunny in the lead. So we're going to go ahead and get set up for that next run. So stay tuned in just a few minutes, folks.
Take care, gang.
All right, everyone, welcome. We are here at the Breaking the Habit 2025 Charity Marathon benefiting the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. I am here at the Video Game Trading Post located in Pensacola, Florida. We sell video games here, cards and posts. We tried to get Jeff Keighley involved. Unfortunately, he never answered my calls. So I am joined by my lovely coworkers. This is Mario, this is Chris, and I am Jenna. I'm gonna go over a little bit of how to enter the raffle and the donations. And then we'll go over and look at the prizes and see what we have on offer. Most of the prizes, or all of the prizes, is a minimum $10 donation. You can enter as many times as you want for whichever prize category you'd like. And for the final kind of grand prize, it's a $100 donation. It can be either in once or over the course of the event. It can be during any block, it doesn't matter. And then as we go over the prizes, we'll kind of cover that again to make sure it makes enough sense. But we're gonna go ahead and start checking out some of the prizes. We have some handy team members here that would love to pass the prizes over. Okay, all right.
Where's my hand?
There we go. All right. Chris and Mario are going to present one of our first ones. This is the Devil May Cry collectible figure set. You've got the devil, and he's crying, and his girlfriend, and this guy. They're pretty cool. They're pretty based, because Devil May Cry is pretty cool. These ones will be minimum $10 donation, and like I said, you can enter as many times as you'd like. I think they're old. They're like retro. But that's cool, because we're a retro game store in Pensacola, Florida. Anyways, pass those back, please. Next prize. There we go. All right, Mario, present your prize. Here you got.
It's the Blue Hedgehog.
That is what that is.
It is the Sonic Squishmallow holding his glorious donut.
Yes. We all love donuts. Again, minimum $10 donation to get that beautiful Sonic. He was sent away, but it's okay. No, I'm kidding. All right. We got Sonic. We got Devil May Cry. Let him cry. Next. This is from our good friends over at Magic Card Shop. They have generously donated these 2 items. As a prize, we have our Solar Tempest trainer box. And then this guy, very nice, we have our Glaceon EX Special Art Rare. And it's a grade 10. It's beautiful. It's graded. Now, I would like to extend an offer. If anyone wins this one, and they're not really into Pokemon cards, I would be happy to take it and film myself eating it on camera for everyone. So keep it in mind, and I'm dead serious. Again, $10 minimum donation, enter as many times as you'd like. All right, what's our next one? I want to present that one. All right, this one is my favorite. This one was a painting custom done by our good friend Beck Beware. It is a beautiful portrait of Chester. She did a phenomenal job, and she did it just for this event. And we're really thankful for everything she's done to help out. I'm sorry, this one's my favorite. But if you want to enter this one, just again, $10 minimum prize, and you can enter as many times as you want to try and win it. But yes, we've got that one. And then I think we have our grand finale. And I'll have Chris.
A Nintendo Switch 2. So as long as you donate $100 or through the course event up to $100, you'll be entered to win a Nintendo Switch 2 with Mario Kart World come with it and Pokemon Legends Z through 8. And just check us out at Video Game Trading Post and come on up and donate. We'll be here always.
Forever. We'll never leave. We'll never leave. Yes, these ones were provided by us here at Video Game Trading Post. Well, not the employees, but you know, the people who own the store. What else is there to go over? I'm gonna run over the prizes one more time, and just every single one you can enter to win them as many times as you like. It's a minimum $10 donation, and like Chris said with this one, it's up to $100 can be donated throughout the course of the stream. The stream, like a stream. All right. One more. Thank you.
Don't forget the pickle.
Well, okay, yes, there is a pickle. There's a long story. But, alrighty, y'all. Thank you for bearing with us. I know I giggled and laughed a lot. I'm not used to being on camera, but I was really excited to present this for everyone today. I'm really excited for everyone to be here and to donate. And this cause is really meaningful for a lot of people. And putting it on and being able to raise money for it is just really important. So donate whatever you can. Minimum $10 for the prizes, but if you just want to donate whatever you can, that would be lovely. And definitely check us out.
All right, welcome back everybody to Breaking the Habit 5, benefiting American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. I am your host, Supersonic, for this last run of my shift, which is Space Jam: A New Legacy, the game. But before we send it over there, we just want to remind everyone that we are sponsored by Video Game Trading Post. They are locally owned and operated game store located in Pensacola, Florida. Go check out the newly expanded store where you'll be able to find everything from retro video games to new releases, anime figurines, plushies, and everything in between, along with a vast selection of TCG, including a plethora of graded and ungraded Pokemon card singles, packs, and more. Definitely check them out at Instagram at VGTP Florida and at Blue Sky at VGTP.bsky.social. And 10% of all store sales this weekend will be donated near the end of the event. And with that being said, we're going to go ahead and send it over to Plywood Cow. Take it away, my friend.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to the Space Jam. We're going to be playing A New Legacy dash the game. And we're going to be choosing one of these characters based off of the bidding war. So what character are we playing today?
We're going to be playing as Bugs Bunny, and he won the poll by 1 penny.
The 1 penny Bugs Bunny. Very exciting. Well, folks, we're going to be playing on hard mode today, and we'll be able to handle it A-OK. Hope you're ready to rumble. And we are going to choose our card. When I choose my card, that's when time is going to start. So in 3, 2, 1, go.
Yo, good luck.
Thank you. So this is a game based off of the sequel to Space Jam. If you're going to ask me, Plywood, have you seen the new movie? No, I've not seen the new movie, but I have played the game. It's pretty fun. This is a brawler, and you'll be going through several stages and a few bosses to get out of cyberspace and then actually do the events of the Space Jam 2 movie. In this first level, we have a roulette machine spinning in the background. If it lands on bombs, then bombs will come down from the ceiling, which is something we want to avoid getting hurt by. We are playing on hard mode, and hard mode makes enemies have more HP, and some enemies have different behavior, including some of the bosses. Otherwise, things are not too different from original. The other cool thing about this game is it has jump in, jump out co-op, so you can have the Toon Squad playing together at any point. And as far as I can tell, I don't think the damage values change too much, so I think you could get through the game pretty fast that way. So we're going to use the Strength card, which is arguably the best card in the game. It allows us to do more damage, and we're going to quickly loop this door. By doing that AoE spin, we'll be doing more damage, and normally it will drop your HP when you do it, but in the trap room it doesn't, so use that as part of the combo. As you may notice, we have a basketball, and the basketball lets us do pretty cheeky combos against these robots, because you can throw the basketball in their face. The other cool thing about the basketball is you can hold it and charge it, and then you can do an AoE spike from the air or do a linear throw. And it's pretty good for crowd control or doing good damage to enemies. As far as the characters are concerned, Lolo's the one that's the most different. Bugs and LeBron are fairly similar. I prefer playing as Bugs. He leads the Toon Squad, so he's the furthest right on every screen, which saves maybe like a little bit of time on screens where that matters. And he, along with LeBron, can do a loop against the first boss of the game. But Lola actually does more damage, oddly enough. So you can actually use that to your advantage for certain things in the run. So we're just going to try to clean up these gnolls. If you juggle for long enough, we'll get style points. And you will hear it when we get style points. Trust me. But first, we're going to fight the Prime. It's like a mini boss kind of thing. Gonna focus here, not get hurt too much. The Primes are a bit more scary on hard. They have this full screen AoE grab attack, which is very obnoxious. You have to be very careful about that. It drops a lot of your HP. On original, you can actually avoid the grab damage by doing an AoE spin, but you can't do that on hard. So definitely something you want to avoid. And we enter the elevator and head on to the next level. We are now going to fight the Jada. A bit more dangerous than the gnolls. They can catch the ball if it's an uncharged ball, but you can actually use that to your advantage by basically locking them in place. Take out these barrels. We're just going to do some cheeky little juggles with these Jadas. So I've not played a ton, I've not run a lot of brawlers, but as you can see, a good idea is to try to funnel the enemies together so that you can try to hit them all together at once. It's a good strat, and it's very important to avoid getting hurt unnecessarily, because you don't want to get enemies on your back, because then they'll punch you, and it's just a mess. Let's get out of this falling elevator with the charge ball to the elevator buttons. If you ever find yourself on a free falling elevator, give it a shot. I don't know if it's gonna work, but hey, if your elevator's falling,
it's a dangerous situation anyways. Okay. Oh. Style points. Just got to juggle them together. Unfortunately, you can't get another life by getting a certain value of points, I don't think. But it is funny nonetheless. Those were the frops, those frogs. They don't, they're not that dangerous, but we need to try to take them out when they're jumping, because if you hit them while they're jumping, they will actually immediately expire. Now these are the buckets, and these things are very annoying. They drop bombs, and when they explode, the range on the explosion is very large on hard difficulty. So something you have to be careful about. I'm gonna just take all this food for marathon safety. So as you can see, if you time your attack just right, you'll get the frog while it's in the air. We're gonna let these enemies come out. Oh, I missed the bucket. We want to take out the bucket ASAP. I'm gonna do an AoE spin. It's all right. We want to be near the door here because we lose control and bugs will start walking. Don't want to be walking on the opposite side of the screen. I'm gonna pick up this gold, not because I'm obsessed with points, but I don't want that stuff getting in the way while I'm fighting. Your character will try to pick up points first rather than fighting, and obviously that's pretty annoying. My HP is not good, but that's okay. I'll just adjust accordingly for the boss fight coming up. Very good. It's this screen is quite annoying with the two buckets because if you're not addressing them well, they just get in the way. I need that ball. We have to get these discs, these floppy disks. If you know what a floppy disk is, you probably should talk to a doctor. You're very old. All right, here's Anthony Davis. We're gonna try and loop Anthony Davis.
Oh my god, they have AD in this game.
Yeah. Used to be LeBron's teammate. Please, trying to loop you, buddy. Thank you. Ain't I a stinker? CAAD. So if you can get the rate correct and the right position, the correct position, you can actually use single punches to loop Davis over there. We are now in Looney Tune zone, which means we have the legendary cheese cactus. If you ever find yourself in the Looney Tune area, keep your eye out for cheesy cactuses. Very useful, especially after fighting Anthony Davis as a big birdman. Of course, this dang bucket is getting in the way. There we go. So the really key thing with this game, other than knowing each screen and how to handle the challenges of them, is knowing what position to be in for each fight. Everything is predictable as far as the start is concerned, but behavior can change, right? They're not always going to do the same thing every time, so there is some variation. You have to think on the fly, which is pretty fun. Now we have the jet. These enemies are very important to take out because they have a flamethrower, which knocks you out in the air. But if you're at a distance, what they do is they will actually throw a cannonball out of their flamethrower. Very advanced weaponry. And that is really annoying, so try to avoid that. If you use the strength card here, the barrel will spawn early, and then we get a very nice spin on the jet. So there's that cannonball I was talking about. The fourth hit on the combo actually does more damage, so it's good to plan around that. And I used the AoE hit there to take out those mines. Ooh, that was cool. I didn't even know you could juggle with the ball in the air like that when they're getting knocked around. The ball is definitely like the most interesting thing about this game. Like, ball tech's real. I mean, there's no hoops, but the ball tech is real. This is a basketball game without hoops. There is a court here, but there's no hoops. We do a nice little pattern here with the barrels. Down, down, up, up. And we try to take out this jet quickly. Try to keep these nulls all bunched together. Want to try to have as much HP going into the next boss as possible. Diana Bossy is our next boss, aka White Mamba. Gonna do a bit of a safe setup here. Oops, should have stayed on the... If you're on the left edge of the screen, she will actually not hit you with that attack. Let's just do this the safe way. Oh, the rubble.
Really cool utilization of the basketball there.
Thank you. Sadly, it's a loop that doesn't always work, because she can basically... If she wants to do a dash attack, she can dash across the screen. But if you're on the left side of the screen and like the very left edge of the screen, it won't hit you. If you come in there with good HP, it's better to use the AoE spin. You'll get through the fight really quickly, but didn't have quite the HP I wanted, and we have two lives plus life 0, so it's really 3 lives. But I don't want to hit a game over because we'd have to redo a level, and redoing a level is a lot slower than just taking things safe in this game, especially this level. This is the final level before the final boss, and it's pretty long. So if you find a fossil, exit a display in a museum, you should get out of that museum ASAP, folks. It's very dangerous.
Definitely don't want to deal with that, that's for sure.
No. This game teaches you a lot about friendship, teamwork, and the dangers of being a cartoon. So if anyone's... Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, just got like all the like the chemistry things, like in terms of basketball, like you got, get to know your teammates, they become friends with you. They kind of have that same aspect in this game.
That's right. You can pass the ball in multiplayer, which is pretty cool. It's a cool little feature because it is just the one ball, and everyone gets a ball. Now, when you're playing solo, the ball is yours because you are the team. But okay, jump over the electric stuff, get on the pillar. This is a very annoying screen if you don't clean up the mines. So we'll try to do that. 1 HP away, of course. It's just a very congested screen, so... And the this group is pretty obnoxious. Okay, jump over the mines, and now we got our test tube nulls. Don't ask me what horrific experiments are going on here. It's just that's why this game is rated E10, but maybe it should have been rated M. I don't know. Okay. Clean up the jet. So the next screen is interesting. We're going to have an elevator with infinitely spawning enemies, but we need to take out the enemies that are in the middle. They're the enemies we need to take out. So try to ignore the ones coming out of the elevator. But that is why we're using the strength card here. Nice. Using the food to our advantage. That was pretty good. Avoid the turrets, and now politely wait for this prime to leave the bathroom.
Even damaged the wall there too.
Yeah, he comes out. They come out strong. That's how you loop the prime. We're going to fight 2 primes at once after this fight, which is absolutely the scariest encounter in the game. So I'm just going to focus because we want to loop them together. Nice. All right. And we're just going to finish them off with this. All right. I'll take it. I will take that. No problem. If you don't get that loop right, that can get super hairy super quick. Now we're heading on to the final boss. Algae Rhythm, aka Don Cheadle. It's just Space Jam 2 things, folks. So this boss is quite random. We want to see the hand attack, the double fist. This one, very good. We combo the hands. It's not guaranteed that the boss does what you want it to do. Hopefully we won't be too delayed. Need to do a charge shot on that tube. 4, 5. Get in position. So we don't want to see that. These attacks are harder on hard. The wave attacks. Oop, I whiffed. So if you're in the proper position there, you can do a dropping kick on that hand, and that would have actually gotten us into the next wave of mobs, but I missed. That's why you want to stay on the right side, because if you are on the left side, that fist will just hit you, and we don't want that. Get this bucket. Ow! It's okay. We are A-okay on lives. I have nothing to be worried about. But can we do the swag and avoid losing any lives? We shall see. We shall see. Avoid the snakes. Nope. See, there you go. There's the kick I was talking about. You gotta time it just right. Oop. That's not how I want that to happen. It's okay. Now we have the final wave coming up. This is a very messy wave. Oop. I got bombed. Avoid the prime. Let's do a little cutesy juggle. And there we go. Time coming up. Time. There we go.
GG. Especially with just a sliver of health left, too.
No lives lost, people. That's the power of teamwork. The team of one.
The team of one, yeah.
We will read this end dialogue. You were better than I expected. Anything's possible with teamwork. One could say that it was all in the cards. It's the end of the line, LG. Is it now? You may have thwarted my first plan, but get ready for the reboot. We still have a basketball game to play. We beat LG once, team. Time to do it again. Toon Squad. And we have a IGT of 1940. Very respectable. World records held by me with a 1750 IGT on hard.
Yeah, that was a very good run. Yeah, GG's on that again. Where can everyone find you?
Thank you very much for asking. So I stream on Twitch at twitch.tv/plywoodcow. I used to go by the handle plywood or just plywood _ on Twitch. Changed my name a little bit to what my name was years and years and years ago. Yeah, we do some speedruns, we do some casual games, and that's what we do on our channel. I want to thank Microsoft for giving this game out for free. That was great. It was a great investment for me, not having to pay anything for this game. And special shout out to Polo King DX and Elvis Tech, whose runs helped me learn the game and learn some of the little details for this run. And of course want to thank Breaking the Habit for having me. It's been a long time coming for me to submit to this run, or this marathon, so really appreciate it. And everyone who donated for this Bugs Bunny play, very nice.
All right. Well, thank you again for that awesome run. It was really cool to watch that, actually, because especially for a free game, it looks really nice too. So yeah, definitely, if anyone's interested in playing it, definitely check it out. But with that being said, that is it for my hosting shift. Coming up next, we got BS The Legend of Zelda Ancient Stone Tablets, no major glitches, 100%, run by Desert Eagle 417, and OG Happytude will be taking over the hosting booth. And with that being said, I am Supersonic. Thanks for watching and continue donating.
Hello, everybody. You could not get rid of me. My name is OG Happy Dude, and a little bit, I'll be here for the next couple of runs, but I'm here to talk about the polls and the targets first. Defend Leon is the current poll that's up. You can either defend or don't. And the current targets are make the golem dance for hunting grounds. As someone who has no idea what this is, I would like to know what this is, and that target can be met with a $100 worth of donations. Also, the other current target, save the dog in RE4. As a lover of RE4, yes, I save the dog every run. Make this happen. It currently has $10 of a $200 target, and you can actually make one donation and apply that one donation to both a poll and a target of your choosing. Let's make the poll and target meters light up during this run. And here with me is Desert Eagle with BS Legend of Zelda Ancient Stone Tablets. Take it away.
Thank you, OG. All right, I'm going to unmute the game now. This has a very short intro loop, and didn't want it to drive everyone mad here. So, BS Legend of Zelda, there's a ROM hack, or I'll call it a ROM hack, but there's a version of it for Zelda 1 and for Zelda 3. And these were games in Japan on the is it Broadcast Satellaview? I think that's what BS actually stands for. And it was a way, basically, in the early mid-90s to download games to your Super Nintendo and play them. And the way this and that Zelda 1 game worked is you would it would span over 4 weeks, and you would download it for 1 week. There was like a high score leaderboard and all that. We're not going to care about the leaderboard score or anything. So we are going to have to switch between 4 different ROMs because, like I said, this was sent out over 4 weeks. And unlike with Zelda 1, which they managed to combine it all into one ROM, this one has some flagging based off of like how long you've been playing. So that, at least as of yet, hasn't been done. And I don't know that it can or will be. But anyway, we should get into this here. So understand we are playing as Girl, which is great because that's what I normally play as. And so whenever you're ready on the timer, we can do a countdown. Oh, good to go. All right. Well, then we click on here, and in 3, 2, 1, go.
Good luck.
So I have thank you. So I have a fan dubbed version. We'll hear some of this over time.
Listen to me, young one. I am called Aegina. I do not know from whence you came, but you must hear me out. This kingdom is being overrun by monsters. Without a weapon, your flesh will soon become a feast.
The voice acting has a fun charm to it.
So, will you
the original Japanese version that was, broadcast had VA in Japanese. I've tried to get a version with subtitles working. Unfortunately, every time I've tried to use the subtitle patch, it broke the ROM. So,
in that case,
I apologize for no subtitles.
There, you will find a sword and shield.
Ah,
you have a sword.
Okay.
You can defeat the
it's tricky to sneak between those two guys there.
Right,
got ourselves a sword.
I will lend you my brother's equipment. My older brother, Srala, is a famous elder of Hyrule. I will pass on his wisdom. Listen well. Firstly, there are fearsome creatures that dwell in the Eastern Temple. You must be cautious.
Wow, that's a shield. I don't
Within
need
the
that.
bottle, I just bestowed on you.
Ain't nobody got time for a shield.
Golden bee. It is a strange thing.
We're gonna get some rupees here. So part of 100% here is we're gonna get all the items we can, and all the capacity upgrades.
It will flee from
Now, most of this is gonna be done during week 4 because oh my god.
You will soon find yourself returned to the dungeon entrance.
Because in week 4 we have forced waiting for the last boss to spawn. So the way this run works is you try to fly through, only get the things you absolutely need to from week 1, 2, and 3. And then basically do everything in week 4 because the boss spawns at like 45 minutes in.
This menu is
So
called the subscreen.
we should run into some idling time in week 4 unless I'm very slow. But it doesn't really matter if we have that idling time or not, as long as we don't, as long as we're not still doing things after the final boss is spawned. That's the main
by
thing.
pressing start once more. I will now explain how to use your new item. Select the bee from the bottle from the subscreen. Now, press start once again to close the window. Press the Y button, and the bee will be released. If the bee does not appear, try pressing the button once more. If you approach the Armos stone statues by the Eastern Temple, they will come to life and start to move. Those who haven't yet obtained a sword should use the bee.
You're familiar with this game. Who do you think the boss of this dungeon's going to be? Oh, if you're familiar with Link to the Past, I should say.
Crap. I remember playing it recently, but I do not remember dungeon bosses at all.
So normally Eastern Palace is the Armos Knights, the 6 statues.
Oh yeah.
And it still is. But they only take 2 shots to kill instead of 3 like they do in the normal game. Most of the bosses are a little bit weaker in this.
Did you hear that? It seems as though fairies have appeared, young one. Should you touch one, your body will be healed and strengthened.
We got our first dungeon down. And now, to get to our second dungeon, we're just going to warp there. Well, most of the way there. Because that flute doubles as the way the flute normally works in Link to the Past and lets you warp around to a few places. But also, it lets you, like, it acts as a mirror in dungeons to go back to the start. So we'll use that a couple times as well. But you can only warp to dungeons that you've been to. So, like, I couldn't warp directly to the front of Dungeon 2. Unfortunately. Or Dungeon 2. We have to go get some flippers. Which, oops, thankfully in this game only costs 300, not 500. I had to remember that I had to pick the top option here, because then, like, all the capacity upgrade ones you do, you have to pick the bottom option. And very unusual thing to have to do. Well, here we are in Dungeon 2. Oh. Might help to open that. Let's get our flute mirror back out, and I'm gonna get this key over here, and then warp back to the start.
You will be able to examine a map of the Earth. To see it in its entirety, press the X button again. Press the X
One thing you may have noticed is the way dashing works in this is you can change direction while dashing. This is a compass. Oh man, okay.
Be able to see the rooms you have not yet explored. When you obtain a
Didn't actually need that.
you'll be able to charge power in it. Hold the B button to ready an attack. There are many traps within a dungeon. Be sure not to overlook keys and switches hidden under pots.
Yeah.
There are also doors which cannot be opened by switches.
The boots work a little bit differently here. Because you can actually change direction. So you're going to see me bonk a lot because I was doing a Link to the Past run for another marathon just yesterday. And in there, and that's what I normally play when I do this, to stop a dash, all you have to do is, press movement in the opposite direction. And so muscle memory does that. The way you stop your dash here is you just stop holding the dash button. But in Link to the Past, like the normal one, once you start a dash, you can let go of the dash button. Which if you see me stop dashing kind of randomly, that's what happened. No, don't need that.
With what I've seen so far, would you actually recommend this as like a learning tool before you get to go to the full vanilla game?
It's sort of a different experience. It's easier. If you are planning on running the vanilla game, it's not that I guess I wouldn't say it's useless, but there's a lot of mechanics that are in this that are not in the vanilla game, like this dashing mechanic and some other things that I think it might develop some bad habits that you ideally don't want for the vanilla game. But at the very least, I mean, it wouldn't be a terrible starting point if you just wanted to just get used to playing this era of Zelda game. As long as you keep the knowledge that, like, there are going to be some essential mechanical differences that you're going to have to pay attention to.
This won't last for long.
Right. So that's week 1.
Did you hear that, young one?
We are going to reset here because we have to load up week 2. Hopefully, the voice acting works again. If not, we just have to restart and try again. Because I'd rather have it play. Oh, good.
Awaken. While you slumbered, I looked into these stone tablets. However, I could not discover anything of importance. I suspect that though these stone tablets are held by the dungeon's fiercest monsters, they hold no special meaning.
It's our third dungeon.
Will you continue
wait,
collecting the remaining
wrong dungeon.
today?
We just go this way.
So, that's it. You'll go. I shall return the items I borrowed from you.
I will use this time to
So,
confirm the controls once more.
as you can see here, so we started week 2. It's going to sort of reintroduce how to play the game in the VO back there.
Press the L button on the screen. You will see today's objectives.
Oh, it snuck through.
If you press the R button, you will be able to see it.
Because you are able to play this just starting at whatever week you want.
Game screen by pressing the Start button again. Hold the B button to charge.
So for marathon safety, I'm going to grab this tunic. It is absolutely unnecessary to grab, but in the next dungeon there's a murder hole, and so I'd like to just assist with not being murdered. I was hoping one of those was a heart. hammer. One of the best and jankiest weapons in Zelda: Link to the Past.
I like how you picked up the hammer and the first thing that shows up in the text box was MC, so my brain all of a sudden just...
Oh, I didn't switch to the hammer. Yeah, right? It's the same thing in regular game too. The MC.
Now I will explain how to use items.
Forget what the C stands for. Pretty sure it's supposed to be magic something hammer.
Dungeons that won't open if you don't light the torches. The boomerang can stop enemies from moving and get items from a distance.
Over here to get our next capacity upgrade. In week 1, our capacity upgrades cost 50 rupees each, but they double each week. So this week it's 100 each. So we need to make sure we have enough rupees for that.
Use any other items. Press the R button at the game screen to check.
Oh, wait. Why? Okay, there's supposed to be 100. I'm actually confused as to why that was 50.
Whatever makes us go faster.
I mean... yeah. Was almost a quick boss kill. Stop moving. Thank you. Yeah, so we break his mask with the hammer, and then to actually hit him with the hammer is pretty hard because we have to like climb up his nostril in order to be able to hit him.
Is today going to be another day of bad weather as well?
So
It has begun to fog over.
the bit careful with that because it's easy to get hit, as you saw. But it takes 4 hits, and that's that. Now time for Dungeon 4. And these first 3 weeks are just a blitz of the first 3 dungeons.
And there's 6 overall, right?
8 dungeons total, but there's 6 that we actually need to like be fast in. Because the last 2 are in week 4, but week 4 we kind of have some free time, so it's not as not under as much time pressure. And just collecting some more rupees, mostly so I don't have to worry too much in the next dungeon. But another thing, like there are, like you see here, a 300 rupee pickup. There are some big rupee drops like that in dungeons. Oh, this is Murder Hole, by the way, because these slugs hurt a lot. Yeah, so you see that did 2 hearts of damage to me. If I didn't pick up the blue tunic here, it would have done 4. In other words, it's a 2-hit dead room.
It has begun to rain. Curse this weather.
So,
You will no longer be
again,
able to
in a
use
PB run, obviously, I skip the blue tunic,
Right.
and we just, don't die. But
Will you not share your prophecy?
that's not how marathon runs go. They're determined to end your run sometimes.
Where do you see it?
Deep in the forest.
Is that so? The forest?
Down here for the big key.
To the north of
So if you time a sword swing right on that yellow guy, the yellow spike, you still take the damage, of course, but you don't get the knockback.
mushrooms should be
And that's what I was aiming for there.
Young one,
Unfortunately, I slightly messed that up.
you must be cautious.
Shot. Now we need to go down here and get our capacity upgrade from this dungeon. Back to I so he doesn't bug us. Capacity upgrades up here. And then we're going to warp out after we get it. Okay, see, that one cost 100. Why did the other one... Oh. I have an idea of why, and I hope it's not what I think it is. I think I might have accidentally said no to a capacity upgrade in week 1. In which case this is technically not 100%, but I guess it is what it is. Right. And now, this guy. This guy's not usually hanging out in the forest. So because we only have the level 1 sword here, these things take either two sword hits or 1 spin attack hit on each. Okay, those 2 only took 1 hit because they were the ones I damaged earlier but didn't kill. Yeah, so the goal for this part is to try and hook 2 of them. And then let off a spin that'll kill both of them. Well, it gets kind of hard to do when you're down to the last few puffs.
Master Regina,
have you seen something?
What?
I see the
There we go.
shadows of fairies.
And then 2 hammer hits, and that's that.
Fairies? Young one, if you find a fairy, you can touch it or catch
What?
it in a bug.
Fairies just randomly spawn? Well, they don't randomly spawn. They spawn at a fixed time. And there's a bunch of stuff like that in this game, where, like, sometimes bees will spawn, sometimes fairies, sometimes the medallion abilities go off. Right, and that's week 2.
Now, if memory serves me correctly, the NES Link to the Past version of this actually had a cutoff. After you spend a certain amount of time within the game each week. Does that actually happen on this version?
Sure does.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah. And we'll get close to that cutoff in week 4. Because the final boss spawns, I think, like 5 minutes before that cutoff.
But I couldn't find anything even resembling.
But it gives you about like 50 minutes or so per week. Just the first 3, we try to come nowhere close to that cutoff.
So why don't you go looking for a new stone tablet? I see. So you'll go look for it. Oh, before that, here are your things. Take them.
Let's try this once.
Let's make sure you know how to play.
Okay, let's actually give it a real try once.
You will find the items you are currently carrying.
Alright, we're not going to do that today.
And then the L button to view today's objective screen.
So if you mash your boots button, your dash button, because of the buffer time it has, you can sort of like continuously cancel that buffer time and hover over gaps. It's a pretty tricky timing to get down. So like even people who have done it a lot and know how to do it, it can be difficult.
Now, I'll do a thorough search of this room. Let's see.
If you do not have a sword, go to the Eastern Temple. If you do not have the boomerang, go east of the potion shop into the bottom of the waterfall. If you do not have the magic hammer, go to the west side of Hyrule, just east of Kakariko Village. If you do not have the hook shot...
Any guesses on who the boss of Swamp Palace will be? Because we just fought the normal boss of Swamp Palace in the last dungeon.
If you don't know where you are, press the X button to display the map and confirm your location.
Okay, I think that must be what happened, as I accidentally said no to the second capacity upgrade in week 1. Dang. Okay. And the capacity upgrades, they're one of the few things that have to be done like actually within the week while you're in the dungeon, because you lose access to the dungeon in future weeks. You can still get the key items and stuff out of the dungeon, but
usually called for the fortune didn't he?
I too can see the future.
because there'll be a thief outside who's like, I don't care about any of this, I just wanted the money.
Fortune teller?
And so that's also why I'm picking up money here too. Because the money that's in the dungeons, there's a lot of it, and it goes away if I don't get it within the week. I meant to go up first. What am I doing? Oh yeah, so we want to go up here first. Now we have our level 3 sword. I could have got a level 2 sword earlier, and I used to do that in the run, but it ended up just not really being worth it.
Things. You need the Titan's Mitt, but you can't get that now. There is also a glove ridden with holes.
Because really the only thing it made a difference on was that previous boss that I fought.
Try it out. Remember, you can use it only
so
once in the same area.
you just sacrifice a little bit of time on the boss and
try it again.
Instead save a bunch of time by not returning the blacksmith.
There are some doors in dungeons that won't open if you don't light the torches. The boomerang can stop enemies from moving and get items from a distance. The bombs are extraordinary items that can damage enemies and open doors and walls. But if you get caught in the bomb,
come on.
you will take damage, so be careful. You can put many different things in empty bottles and use them later. If you have a bow, you can shoot arrows. The mushroom is an ingredient needed to make the magic powder. It is said that if you sprinkle magic powder on an enemy, it will have a surprising effect. If you don't know how to use any other items, press the R button at the game screen to check.
Now it's off to Desert Palace. Again, we're going to be going on a giant world tour after this dungeon. And another thing that I used to do within each week, because I thought you had to, and then it turns out you don't, is there's a treasure map for each week that leads to a piece of heart. Turns out you can do them all in the final week, but the way you get the treasure map is by renting a shovel. And that shovel lasts 10 minutes, and you can't get a new one until that 10 minutes is up. So you have to basically get one shovel immediately upon starting week 4, and then you want to get the next 3 shovels basically as soon as possible. So you don't have much wiggle room to fit all 4 of them in week 4, because you only have about, before the final boss spawns, only about 45 minutes. It's weird thinking that we're like almost done with all the dungeons and we're not even halfway done with the run yet. Out of the way.
So you're the fortune teller. You just got here, but could you divine the location
Some
of the
money
door?
and one of our capacity upgrades here. Capacity, or the money first. Money's down here, and then capacity upgrade will be up there.
Don't know where the Book of Mudor is. But fairies have appeared near the youth.
Oh my god.
Fairies? Hero of Light, did you hear that? It seems fairies have appeared. Do your best.
Yep, that one was 200. Okay, so I'm pretty sure I can confirm now that I accidentally said no to a capacity upgrade. No. A little disappointing it's not true 100%, but it is what it is.
So I assume that, like, it gets expensive the more and more, or the longer the run goes on.
So as I think literally just learned right now, so I used to think it was like week 1 is 50 rupees per upgrade, week 2 is 100, week 3 is 200, week 4 is 400.
It's not here. It's called the book.
But it's apparently tied to the number of capacity upgrades you have, which is why like some of them I've been getting are like in this week there's one that was 100, one that was 200, and so it's actually your first upgrade is 50, your second is 100, your third is 200, and your fourth is 400, which should, if you get them all along the way, should correspond to they get more expensive over time. Which is why I had that assumption. Now we got
Have you
this idiot.
Mudora?
No, I see an odd bee.
An odd bee?
It is attractive.
Now, if only this bee would actually help us fight Mothula.
Will attack monsters. Did you hear that, Hero of Light? A gold bee bent on exterminating monsters has appeared. But be careful, alright?
And that's week 3.
The bee's just chilling on top of the tablet.
Yeah.
Does it always do that, or is it just by happenstance this one time?
Yeah, it just happened to be in that spot.
Huh.
Let's get
happened to be in that spot.
Exactly. If we get VA, or if the MSU pack is being weird. Oh, all right.
So you have
No audio issues.
Master Ajina is waiting for you.
Come, youth. I will now return the things you had me take care of. Oh, if it isn't Princess Zelda. It's dangerous for you to leave Hyrule
So,
Castle.
watching this run for the first time,
Your Highness
I'm assuming that the bag, the XL bag at the beginning of each day, at the beginning of each week, is all the stuff that was saved from the week before.
It had to have been a prophetic
Yep.
dream.
Yeah, it's all the equipment and stuff from that.
Read the Book of Mudora atop the mountain. Hero of Light, could you take me to the summit
So,
of Death
here's the
Mountain?
first shovel.
I cannot let you do that. Let me go in your place.
No.
Again, we want to get these like ASAP each time. Where is it at? Oh, it's down there.
But
So we're gonna do this first.
she is gone.
So I didn't go straight into the fourth dungeon. I wanted to get the map as soon as possible, and since that timer's now running, we're just gonna start gathering up heart pieces and stuff.
I know. I can at least have the fortune teller look at Princess Zelda's future.
Now begin the collectathon. Yeah.
Let's make sure you know.
So as you're taking care of that, you think I got enough time for another or for a few announcements real quick?
Oh, there's going to be plenty. Go for it.
All right. So I would like to talk about our sponsor for the event.
Check this screen if you don't know how to use
If find the blurb. Let's see here. Video Game Training Post is a locally owned and operated game store located in Pensacola, Florida. To go check out the newly expanded store where you'll be able to find everything from retro video games to new releases, anime figures, plushies, and everything in between, along with a vast selection of TCG, including a plethora of graded and ungraded Pokemon card singles, packs, and more. Check them out on Instagram at VGTP Florida and on Blue Sky at vgtp.bluesky.social. 10% of all in-store sales this weekend will be donated near the end of the event. And they are supplying the Nintendo Switch that we have available. The Switch 2 bundle available for you to win with a $100 donation includes a Switch 2 console and a physical copy of Pokemon Legends ZA for the Switch 2. This was provided by the lovely staff over at Video Game Trading Post in Pensacola, Florida. You can do a single $100 donation or donate $100 throughout the course of the entire event.
Yep. And that's where we play Do I Remember Exactly Where This Digging Spot Is?
Yeah. I wonder if Princess Zelda is alright.
Is it wrong for me to have Diggy Diggy Hole playing in my head right now?
He hasn't shown up yet.
Really now?
No, I don't think so.
What is he doing?
Have you seen any tombstones? If you push a tombstone, it will move. Try pushing one. Level 7's entrance is blocked by a tombstone that won't move even if you push it. Try dashing into it instead. Now I will explain how to use items. The lantern can light the torches inside of dungeons. There are some doors in dungeons that won't open if you don't light the torches. The boomerang can stop enemies from moving and get items from a distance. The bombs are extraordinary items that can damage enemies and open holes in walls. But if you get caught up in the blast, you will take damage, so be careful. You can put many different things in empty bottles and then use them later. If you have a bow, you can shoot arrows. The mushroom is an ingredient needed to make the magic powder. It is said that
We're just doing a bunch of gathering up a bunch of money. Again, we have some expensive upgrades coming up, but also the shovels all cost 100 to rent, and as does a bottle that we're going to get. That one. This one.
A quick question about the VO though. Do you have to have the VO in, or can you take that out, or?
You do not have to have it in. There are a few different ways. Oh my god, a few different ways you can play it. Like you can have English text, Japanese text. You can have it with or without subtitles, with or without the English VA. I don't think there is the Japanese VA.
So I don't have the original?
Don't think so. Like this game was sort of recreated as as a Link to the Past ROM hack based off of like old VHS footage, because someone thankfully decided to record their gameplay of it. Like if it weren't for those VHS tapes, this would never have been recreated, most likely.
The princess may already be in danger.
What are we doing down here?
Find something.
Very well. Hocus pocus. I see fairies.
Fairies, huh? Youth, did you hear that? Let the fairies help you and protect Princess Zelda.
Every time I do this, this run, I route week 4 differently. And it doesn't really matter how you do it, as long as you do it in time. Here. Money. Devs totally wanted, yeah, exactly. Devs definitely wanted me to hover that gap. Dev intended strat.
Whatever gets the job done, I guess.
Yep. I was just off.
And I've also noticed, like on some of these wall bomb, the walls that you're bombing, rather, that some of the times it's really difficult to actually see that it's a breakable wall. Like you would have to.
Yeah, sometimes it's just a little crack, but like the ones in dungeons aren't exactly screaming at you that it's a bombable wall. Like on the sides, you can tell because like there's a slightly longer tile. Like there's a normal like pattern of lines on the wall that one of the lines is missing. But that's only on like the like walls on the left and right side. The up-down ones, basically, it's just like, hey, you should try bombing stuff.
Are sold there. The red potion will restore your health. The green potion will restore your magic. The blue potion.
They do say that in the voiceover text a bit.
Both. The gold potion not only fully heals both physical strength and magic, but also shortens the time needed to accumulate power in your sword for a brief time after drinking it. If you have
Getting kind of close to our first shovel going away. Not yet. Okay. Oh, I'm low on magic. Does this have magic in it? Oh, that's a fairy. That's a mini game that we're not doing. Alright, I'm just going to chill here until the next shovel becomes available. It should be within this minute here.
So it has to completely deplete in order for you to get a new one?
Yep. Really wish that weren't the case, but...
The legendary sword, the Master Sword.
Not a bit out of my control, unfortunately.
In the previous struggle, it was sealed in the Lost Woods. It is said that, with a single swing, it could clear...
So as we're waiting, can I talk about the wonderful list of prizes that we have?
The most dangerous of foes. But
all right. So for a $10 donation,
have a certain level of
we have Devil May Cry figurines featuring Dante and Trish. These are vintage figures from the Devil May Cry 1 manufactured by Toy-Com. Released in May of 2023 featuring Dante and Trish. Those are available at a $10 donation. One-of-a-kind Chester Bennington painting by fine artist and tattoo artist Beck Beware. She created this piece specifically for this event and comes with a certificate of authenticity. You can find more of her work at www.becbware.com and follow her on Instagram and TikTok at bec.beware. And that's available for a $10 donation. Pokemon Card Bundle is available for a $15 donation. It is a bundle of a Pokemon TCG Silver Tempest Elite Trainer Box and a graded PSA 10 Japanese Glaceon EX Special Art Rare. That was a mouthful. From Terrestrial Festival. This was provided by the great team at Magic Cart Collectibles. Once again, that is at a $15 donation. We do have a Sonic the Hedgehog Squishmallow, a 14-inch Squishmallow of Sonic the Hedgehog holding his beloved ring. That is available for a $10 donation. And once again, the Switch 2 bundle, it includes a Switch 2 console and a physical copy of Pokemon Legends ZA. It also includes a digital copy of Mario Kart World for the Switch 2. This was provided by the lovely staff and owners at Video Game Trading Post in Pensacola, Florida. You can donate $100 all at once or $100 throughout the course of the event. So we're on shovel 2 now?
Yep. Yeah, I got the second one, so now that that's started, we can go do a bunch of other chores.
What's the average shovel count throughout a 100% run?
There's always 4 of them, so each week gives you a new dig spot you can use.
Is gathering in the youth.
Let's do this first.
5.
So it's only one dig spot for each week? Okay. The way that it was sounding, it sounded like
It looks like the power protecting the youth.
it was more than one dig spot, and it sounded like you got one heart piece each week from digging.
Yes. Yeah, so if you do it along the way, that's what it would be. You'd only be able to do 1 per week. But I just crammed them all into week 4 while we have nothing better to do.
Okay. I misspoke. I thought it was one heart piece, one full heart per week by digging.
Oh, okay.
By the way that
just
everything
a heart
sounded.
piece. Oh, wait, why am I going in here? Doing Link to the Past, muscle memory there.
Can you see anything else?
Hocus pocus. I see a frozen eyeball deep in the labyrinth.
Frozen eyeball.
Frozen eyeball, you say? Does it have a weak point?
Letting us know about the next boss.
Did you hear that, youth? It seems
No,
there's
I
a
should know this,
eyeball.
but I don't.
Frozen. It should be weak to fire. Use strong fire attacks.
I am old enough to know this information, but I don't.
Little name Cold Stare. Magic back here, please be magic. No? Okay. I know where there is magic, it's just not nearby where I am. I think so, oh my god. I think some of these heart pieces that I'm going to need to be getting soon actually will require me to have some magic. Oh wait, I can't do this one yet. Alright. Still going to wait until this next shovel timer. I think I'm going to wait for it to run out before doing the dungeon. Or maybe not. We'll see here. Actually,
Regina,
I'm gonna get this and then
Is the princess all right?
the power of unlimited bombs has disappeared. Princess Zelda is with the youth.
I see.
yeah, all right, I'm gonna get this then just go do the dungeon actually so I can
Did you hear that, youth?
get on with the gathering.
Keep at it.
Alright, I can't pick those up yet. This first. Alright. Go knock out Dungeon 7 real quick. Yep. The whole being able to change your dash direction is so nice in this. That's just a compass or a map, one of the two. Those two chests that I skipped. So, not terribly concerned about him.
What is it? Have you seen something?
Hocus pocus. I see arrows. The youth can use infinite arrows.
I see. Youth, did you hear that?
Is our upgrade friend here?
As many arrows as you please while you have the chance.
Oh, look at us with infinite arrows.
Now, the infinite bombs and infinite arrows, those are actually set, or are they randomized?
They happen at a set time.
Okay.
So like we'll get the infinite arrows. There's another time we get infinite bombs. There's times where it's raining outside, and that actually makes it so you can't use bombs outside. Really? That was rude. We do have to go in here and get our big key. Should have like 2-ish minutes before this next shovel is up. Time for that frozen eyeball that they were talking about.
Nice.
Mr. Regina.
What is it?
What's that?
Have you seen something?
You just locked him in the corner and just went ham on him.
Is that
Yep. Yeah, because if you let them break out, there's 3 of them, and then they all start independently flying all over the place, and there's ice falling from the sky, and it's just a bad time. Put the shovel on just to see if its timer runs out before I
journeying with you like this.
It does want you to hook shot through this cave, but
I was
eh.
sealed in the dungeons of Hyrule Castle by Priest Aghanim. I would continue to plea, relying on the slim hope that I may be heard.
When you have 16 hearts.
And came to rescue
Yeah.
me.
Exactly.
Link and I escaped the castle through a secret passage and made it to the church. The journey to the church was a dark and painful one, and I will remember it for the rest of my life. And now you, the hero of light, are here.
Next place we buy a
Never give up.
shovel from is there. Here's our shovel timer isn't quite up yet, so may as well do this. Please. Let's put this. Next shovel is up. It's almost perfect timing. See if this is in a good spot or a bad spot. Oh, up there? Okay. I can actually rope that in with another check we have to do. Go turn in the powder, or the mushroom, and get the powder. Thankfully, we don't have to do the old transition the screen, come back stuff in this. Buy that for fun.
Master Regina.
What?
The power of unlimited arrows
Still give
has
the
disappeared.
I see. Youth, you've used up half your time. Hurry up.
Jeez, you've used up half your time. We do want to go here. A bottle in here. Gonna go get our gold sword finally. I think we're actually more than good on rupees at this point. One moment. Almost forgot about a heart piece. There we go. There's one in here. Thanks for healing us. Have this bomb. This is the one we actually need this red cane for. It's the only way to hit that switch around the corner.
I was about to say that's very rude for bombing someone that's trying to heal.
Can you see?
Right.
Hocus pocus. Oh, the boomerang has transformed. It can now pierce through enemies.
Did you hear that? Youth.
Oh yeah, there you go.
The boomerang. Use it to defeat enemies.
We have the murder ring now.
Instant items.
For this. Nope. Wait, am I doing this the long way? Get our Master Sword now, our gold sword.
I will explain how to play the game once more. If you have a sword, you can attack. Hold down the B button to gather power in your sword. Press start to bring up the sub-screen. To see today's objective screen, press the L
I
button.
like how the game assumes that you've never played the game.
Press the R button on the game.
30 minutes into week 4.
Original screen. Press
Right?
again.
Now, like, doing it at the start kind of makes sense because you could jump into this in whatever week you wanted to. And so, fine, I'll accept that at the beginning. But yeah, like you said, like 30 minutes into it, and you're still telling me how to play it is something.
I'm gonna be playing Pokemon tonight, and it's like, let me teach you how to play the game. No, I don't need that.
Got our half magic here, so what that does is make it so everything costs half as much magic. This is actually one thing I'm really glad they did with the later Zelda games is instead of saying like, oh, you know, things use half the magic they used to, they just give you a magic meter that's twice as large. Same effect, easier visually and conceptually for people. All right, we got our week 2 shovel HP.
What is it?
We're just gonna go take care of Dungeon 8 now. Which, yeah,
If
that
it's
way.
nothing, don't call my name.
That was close. Princess Zelda told me not to tell Master Agina.
One nice thing about having the gold sword is you can just stab through the shocky dudes now.
Did you say something?
No, not really.
Time for our last capacity upgrade, 400 there.
There are many rooms in each labyrinth.
Torches.
Check it out on the map.
You can actually get up on the bridge with those torches and light it, but
Search every
why do all that when you can just shoot them with the fire rod?
you can destroy, or statues with tongues which you can pull. To pull on something, stand next to the thing you want to pull and use the control pad while pressing the A button.
So, I'm a little less, now that I've gotten 3 of the 4 maps, I'm a little less concerned about making sure I get the week 4 map ASAP, because it's the last one, and, you know, it'll fit wherever in that time. It's really just the first 3 that we need to make sure we get done as quickly as possible so that, you know, we're not pushing the limit with that last map.
Purpose. I see fairies for a 3rd time. Also, I see a monster with 3 heads.
A monster with 3 heads, you say?
Hydra.
What is its weak point?
I do not know.
Oh yeah, that is just a map. Why did I grab that?
It seems fairies have appeared. But there's also a monster with 3 heads.
A monster with 3 heads. It's called Trinex. It has a blue head, a red head, and a 3rd head that is the real one. You need to defeat the blue and red heads first. The fire rod works against the blue one, and the ice rod works against the red one. Once they are gone, attack the section that is colored differently with spin attacks.
I don't want to use spin attack, Zelda. Can I make it through this maze without bonking? No. What? Ah, I was gonna say I only bonked once, and then I messed it up at the very end. That bombable wall up there is just money, so don't need that. I believe I want this one. Oh no, this is also just money. We don't want that, or don't care about that at this point. This one we do want to go into, though. This item's a little bit important.
Master Agina.
What is it this time?
The mysterious
Really?
power is gathering again.
Oh hey, we got the mysterious power coming.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Mysterious power this time was the Bombos medallion.
Hyrule still has enough power to help the youth. It seems. Youth, keep at it. Princess Zelda is depending on you.
I know she's right here with me.
Right. Well, such a threatening boss, don't you think?
That's the last dungeon boss, right?
Yeah.
I guess. Okay. Kind of lame for a level 8 dungeon boss.
Yeah, it's a bit more difficult if you don't have the level 4 sword, but
Yeah,
and it is more difficult in normal Link to the Past as well. But yeah, not so threatening here, especially in a 100% setting. So, got another piece of heart in here.
Master Regina.
What is it?
So we're just gonna leave her there now.
Gone back to normal.
I see. That will make things more difficult. Youth, do your best.
Shovel's gone, so we can go get our last shovel. Here. If it's nice to us, they'll give us the... Oh, I hit no. The whole fact that no is the top option in this, just... Alright, we got the Sanctuary one. Easy enough. Come on here. Guess this probably is the closest. Now there's the heart piece I couldn't get earlier because I was out of magic. Let me go back and get that. And then
labyrinth, haven't you?
another one
A lot of tricks in there.
just around the corner.
Every nook and cranny. Have you missed a switch hidden on the floor or under a pot? There are doors that won't open until you step on a switch. There are also switches that you must continue pressing somehow. Have you overlooked any walls that can be destroyed with bombs? Grab things at a distance with the boomerang. There are also gaps that you have to use the hookshot to cross over. There are also obstacles that only the hammer can flatten. Try out various items.
Oh wait, no, not in the grove. Here. Again, this is sort of the nice thing about week 4 here in this run is you don't need to perfectly route anything, which is why I've never really bothered routing this part. I just have a checklist of things and make sure I finished the checklist. Yeah, so that's all of it. Now we're just sort of waiting on the final boss. I know I only have 19 hearts. We can get 20, and we will, but 2 of the hearts are in the dark world. You can, let's see, one of these, but there it is. So this shows you the maximum inventory you can have. So you might notice there's a missing spot over here, just as there is in mine. So there is nothing in that slot, but
what item would be go?
Maybe the cape could go there. It's differently that, or it's shaped different to the normal inventory for Link to the Past as well. But the cape is a missing item. The 3 medallions are missing. The Book of Medora is missing. So it's hard to say exactly what would go there.
What? What? The youth has infinite bombs, arrows, and magic.
I see. That is
Infinite bombs, arrows, and magic.
You only have 10 minutes left.
They're definitely setting you up to have the easiest time you can at the end. They give you that infinite stuff at the end in each week, I believe, just to say, like, all right, no, like, actually get through it, please.
Well, how, when does the finale start on week 4? Like time-wise?
So the should be 4:48 is when the text starts. So just a little bit of chilling here. So anything you want to plug or talk about, have at it.
Well, so far we've raised $1,349 for the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, and it was established in 1987. The American Foundation for Suicide Prevention is a voluntary health organization that gives those affected by suicide a nationwide community empowered by research, education, and advocacy to take action against the leading cause of death. AFSP is dedicated to saving lives and bringing hope to those affected by suicide, including those who have experienced a loss. AFSP invests in scientific research to advance the understanding and prevention of suicide. The organization educates the public and professionals about mental health risk factors and warning signs of suicide. Signature programs include Talk Saves Lives and More Than Sad for teens and educators.
The silver arrows.
To learn more about the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, visit afsp.org.
On the summit of Death Mountain.
The silver
Perfectly
arrow
timed.
Link, the hero, used to vanquish the
Yay!
evil King Ganon.
Just as I planned.
Can Ganon have resurrected? But how did he? No, never mind now. To the summit of Death Mountain.
One hurt piece in here. One more heart piece is sitting right next to the castle here. Alright, and that's it. That's max. We're gonna pretend I got the max bombs and didn't say no to the dude. Actually, I think this is maybe faster here to just wiggle back and forth. They do slow down your speed, but if you go diagonally on stairs, you walk at normal speed for some reason. Here's our final boss.
Yeah, we're running out of time. Are you able to divine anything?
Hocus, the youth will certainly get rupees upon defeating monsters.
I see. You will surely gain rupees when you defeat
More?
monsters. Only 6 minutes left.
What's that?
Hurry.
Only about a minute over my actual PB, but that is time. So it does let you continue to run around here at the end, collect anything you might not have. It does have some credits that happen at, I want to say, it's either 455 or 458. So I won't have us sit around here. Also because, for whatever reason, my my ROM here just has the audio from the ending cutscene, but not the visuals. I don't know why. But anyway, our time ends though when you put your sword up in victory for that fight, which I definitely forgot to call out in time.
You're all
But yeah,
good.
that'll be it for me though. That is Legend of Zelda: Ancient Stone Tablets, NMG 100%.
So, who are you? Where can people find you?
So I'm Desert Eagle 417. I don't stream as much as I used to, but you can find me when I do on Twitch under the same name, Desert Eagle 417. Like I used to do a whole lot of Resident Evil, not nearly as much as I used to. I just kind of do whatever I feel like running at that point. Could be Pokemon, could be Final Fantasy, could be Zelda, could be Resident Evil. Don't know. It just sort of whatever seems right at that time. But yeah, thanks again for hosting, OG.
No problem.
Appreciate it.
Thank you for the awesome run.
For sure.
And we are going to be taking a small break, but when we come back, I'll be once again hosting for Vin when they run Studio System, normal ending A, any %.
What is
We'll be right back.
I see fairies again.
Real quick, before we get into this next song, and I come down there and sing with all my friends, I just want to make sure before we leave and go back home that we pay our respect and share some of our love and our prayers for the families of the victims of the tragedy at the Manchester Arena. My heart has never been broken so much than the day that I found out that that tragedy happened. And since that day, I've been wearing these little earrings with the bees in them. I know that's a symbol of the strength and hope of the city of Manchester. And I'm gonna keep these in. I'm gonna keep these in until all this nonsense stops and we can start loving each other. We can stop hurting each other because we believe in something different than the person standing next to us. The one thing that can't be defeated is love, right? You can conquer hate by ignoring it. You can destroy it by loving the person next to you. So I want everybody here tonight to look at the person standing next to you and just tell them that you love them and you are happy that they're here with you tonight, having a good time, listening to music, celebrating life. We don't care what you look like. We don't care where you come from. We don't care what you believe in. We love every single one of you out there. And nothing will ever change that. With that said, let's sing some songs together.
There's no right or wrong way to feel. What I would like to encourage is knowing some tips to kind of manage those emotions. A great way to start is by having a good support system. My friends and family support me by hearing me complain, yell, cry, just having an open and safe place to vent my feelings and just know that I have my best interests at heart. Younger Liv Morgan kept every single thing in and never expressed her emotions. People would look at me and think I was happy all the time when I was the exact opposite. So I would tell her, express yourself. You can trust people, let people know how you're feeling. They're not gonna judge you. It's a safe space. And you will feel so much better getting these burdens off of your chest. Be open with how you're feeling. There are so many ways to start a conversation about mental health with a friend. What matters is that you reach out.
I was diagnosed bipolar depressive about 12 years ago. Essentially, if your mood goes from 0 to 10, 10 being super manic and 0 being super depressed, I was kind of just doing this, which is not healthy. So I'm on a number of medications, which I highly recommend. That kind of makes me more balanced, and it's great. It's a struggle often. It's making sure I get enough sleep. It's making sure that I eat right. It's making sure that I work out and all of these things that I need to do to take care of myself normally. But all of these things really impact my mental health. And being depressed is just not a place that I want to be. It's not anything I wish for anybody. When I was 12 years old, my dad committed suicide. He was bipolar, much like I am. It's a hereditary disease. He didn't take medication seriously, and he went off of it. And unfortunately, he lost his battle. And I think part of that really kind of made it clear to me that how important it is to take care of yourself. Because if you don't, the worst thing can happen. I've done a lot of cool things in my life that my dad never got to see. And I would have really loved that. Get help. If you need help, get help. There's nothing wrong with asking for help. Life is hard, and all of us go through struggles. It's okay to not be okay. It's okay to ask for help.
I grew up in a household where being told that boys and men aren't supposed to cry and seeking some type of outside help meant that you're crazy. I've had some trauma in my life, being shot, losing my brother, losing my mother about a year ago, and losing my grandparents. So me, I seek outside help because me personally, if I keep things bundled in, I'm gonna explode. And I'm a 6'2", 270-pound man, and I do cry. And I have 2 males that I'm raising, and I do let them know that it is okay to cry. Yeah, it's just for me. I need that person, someone outside to give me guidance, to let me know that it is okay, that I'm worth something, and if I can speak on my personal experiences to even help one person, this big muscular guy that's an athlete, he cries. Well, it's okay for me to cry. So for anyone watching this, it does get better. I can testify to that. Just keep pushing.
Hello, everyone. We are back with Breaking the Habit 2025. Once again, I am your host, OG Happy Dude, and we have a announcement to make. We have gotten a $1,525 donation from our sponsors, the Video Game Trading Post, with a donation comment of, "We hope you guys raise about 6,000 or 7,000 as we were." Praying emoji, smiling emoji, VGTP team. Thank you so much for your generosity and sharing. I think it was 10% of all proceeds over the weekend throughout the course of the event. Thank you so much for this massive donation for the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. Whew. I'm shaking. So right now we're going to throw it over to Vin with audio system. Take it away. Studio system? Yeah. Why did I say audio system? Take it away, Vin.
Thank you very much. I'm Finn. I'm also accompanied by 2 wonderful commentators with the game here, Studio System Guardian Angel. So if you'd like to introduce yourselves.
Yeah, go for Fiery.
I'm Fiery. I do not run this game, but I've watched a bit and it's pretty cool. I do want to play it in the future.
Yeah, I'm Light. So a guy named Jan Jarla turned Vin and I onto this game. Jan and I both ran this game, we just never submitted any runs. So I do run the game, I'm just not on the leaderboard.
And you need to submit it.
I know. I didn't record it. I know.
Oh, okay. World record, just not recorded. Alright, gotcha.
Yeah, it's just not recorded, actually. It's a 30-minute.
It's understandable. Yeah. Anyway, just getting into the game. Time starts basically when you select normal mode, and it'll end pretty much. You'll know when it ends. There'll be a ending screen title card with your results and whatnot, so that'll be when time ends. But yeah, without further ado, 3, 2, 1. we're just gonna get started. We do start off with a couple of cutscenes. This one is like I want to say like it's very early 3D polygon style. It's got like the PS1 vibes, you know. It's pretty chill. And the what was it like the Boogie Pop Phantom intro style going on?
Yeah, we think the intro is a little bit based on a Boogie Hop Phantom because it sounds very similar to like the title, how they say the title in the show.
Yeah, and I hadn't included that. I actually owned that. I got it for like 50 cents when I was 19, and I just had no goddamn idea because the title was in Japanese at the time. And it's just like, oh, this looks cool. All
It
right,
also
doesn't
kind of
really
has like
work.
some. It has some like Serial Experiments Lane vibes with how Becky communicates to people and like how she thinks of herself too.
Oh yeah, that's one that I still gotta watch. I gotta be honest. But overall, like with the influences on its sleeve, it's also got some Silent Hill in there as well. It's very much a pretty neat title on of its own. It can stand up on its own 2 feet fairly well. It's very surreal. I do enjoy it, and it is very like even the music just then as well. It's definitely, you know, the vibe. The vibe is there. The vibe is chill. It's cool until it's dang well not. However, we are just gonna like even at the beginning. There's like if you hammer Enter key as well as Space key, you get to skip a lot of text faster. At least at the very beginning, it doesn't really matter so much after that, after the fact. But here we also get to skip the escape key, and now we get to do this. We use our mouse as well as the keyboard for absolutely everything, which is pretty neat.
While this game may have like a lot of influence from other survival horror or like even anime, it has a very unique gameplay mechanic in that you get to play these locked camera angles, but then you right click and move it around. And you actually are able to shoot things once we actually start getting ammo, which we'll see pretty soon.
Yeah, we get camera rounds. It's very nicely called because a lot of the game is based on like studio system. If you were to Google that anyway, it would come up with like the Hollywood stuff. And this is God telling us we have to join a club. I'm just going to join this one on the left-hand side. Don't ask questions, just go with it. We've signed a pact. It's cool. Don't worry. It'll be fine. And
Aim
this
for the
is
head,
where
Angel.
aim for the head. And you can just look around everywhere you want with the right click button, and then boom. This is what we're also going to be doing because we're going for a very specific ending, alternative ending. Alternatively, as it's called, no pun intended. We're just going to be going through a lot of switches and some teleportation stuff here, like that. Doesn't work everywhere, but this is one of those cases where you get teleported back to the start of a room just by falling down.
So these coins that you see hanging off the ceiling, they won't appear on your first playthrough. So this is essentially a New Game Plus ending that we're getting, and it happens to be the fastest one. So it's kind of like the most played category for that reason.
Yeah, exactly.
There's no other New Game Plus aspect to it. It's not like we have anything stronger or anything. It's just the fact that we get to now collect coins.
That was clean. That's just a little exhibition of one of the kind of glitches you can do in this game. It's not really utilized a lot yet. But you can basically just be catapulted off of bridges, anything that kind of has a ridge in between the character and any other solid object, bounces you up into the air. It's pretty neat. And it's underutilized. I think there could be some stuff to it. But that's just one such example, so to speak, that you can just get some little extra stuff, because usually you're meant to bring her up, like, use your camera, bring her up with some, like, weird little cube, instead of just doing that, which is way more faster.
This survival horror has platforming, and it's kind of born of the game the developers made before this called Times Infinity, which is a visual novel platformer. You actually have a jump button in that game, so they actually use, I think, the same engine for this, but they just removed your jump button. So she kind of has these interactions, like where she can kind of like float there, like Vin kind of launched that elevator up, and the character kind of like went up off the floor. So if we had a jump button, you would imagine like you could do some like cool air mechanics. So when you can find those like ridges to kind of like collide into and launch her, she can still move in the air.
Okay, yeah, for sure. And I'm gonna try and get that thing off, that little wisp, because we're not allowed pass through here with the blemishes. And the whole entire time, like, we've been just going back to school for graduation purposes. And we said, screw it, like, there's this place underneath the school. Let's go digging. And oh, okay, that is very cool. Nice.
This
All
game
right,
also has no fall damage, as you might notice, like all good games.
only the funnest games.
Yeah.
And then there's this guy.
Fall damage is a no fun mechanic.
Yeah.
And you will notice that the enemies kind of make a sound before they start going towards our character, who's called Becky. And that's kind of when you want to time using your bat for hitting those guys. When you hear the sound, it's enough time then to start swinging. And those little ammo packs that I'm picking up, you know, you got your health, which is those over there, and you got like just by the wall. But you got a white ammo pack, which is worth like 1 camera round. There's blue, which is worth 2 camera rounds, and then there's orange, which is the best one and the rarest, but it's orange. Orange box, which has 4 camera rounds, and you ideally don't want to be shooting your bullets too fast, which will be using your camera like that. You can pull things off of Becky with this mechanic as well as shoot with camera rounds. And then you got your good old trustworthy melee with the bat and this very awkward camera angle.
Whoa, you actually okay? That's really hard to do. It's so hard to get into that staircase.
Yeah.
The perspective is really maddening.
Really good.
Thank you.
Yeah, this
You're
game
worth me a
changes
lot.
perspectives a lot from what I've noticed. Like it gets really crazy. It's really cool, but it can definitely make movement pretty awkward at times.
Yeah, you got like
The,
options for it.
yeah, the interact button and the bonk button are the same button, it seems, right?
Yeah. It's the one downfall for this game.
Yeah, you're gonna see that happen sometimes.
I love that I've just done that. What a shame.
Yeah.
Oh well, second time.
The awful thing about this is Becky will stay in place as you move the object around. So you have to kind of make sure she's getting blocked by the wall as you move an object.
No, I'm also gonna. You see that?
There's an example.
That's just the example of getting yeeted. Thanks a lot. No, I'm gonna hope and pray that this is indeed what I'm looking for. Ah, shucks. Oh, there we go. Got it.
Nice. Becky's just really good friends with Lakitu from Mario Kart, so sometimes she just likes to go off and get brought back.
And then you can also move like this, which is, I like that tech. You don't have to like fully rely on just putting one platform in front of the other. There is space to mess around and play with it. So with hidden stuff like that, you normally wouldn't see because that's the predetermined angle that you're going to be seeing things from. And you can scoot around like walls. You can move them around as well, stuff like that. And yeah, this was our friend from earlier. She's definitely not looking too hot.
She chilling.
Now we're going in with 9 ammo. That's actually pretty goddamn good.
Let's go.
And I'm gonna back up into this corner. And just let her do her thing.
2 attacks or 3?
She throws yellow fish at you. And swings around and I got hit. Getting a no-hit by this is pretty god tier. I'm worried. So...
Yeah, good deal.
Does the fish come in at random angles? Yep, that's cool. There we go.
Yeah,
okay,
good
3
job.
is pretty good to land off with.
Yeah,
And
so
then
she has like 2 melee attacks. One is that big swing around one that we kept seeing. But if you get it in her face, like say you're like smacking her with the bat, she actually has a close range attack that she'll do if you're too aggro.
Yeah.
But we did not see that, so that's good.
Yeah, I typically try to stay away because then her reach just, especially in the corner, she's just not able to get you there. But if the weird yellow shots hit you, then that's just kind of unfortunate luck for you. But you can no hit that, which is really goddamn cool. So I'm not... What? I just kind of left the room without leaving the room?
Yeah, I
I
think
don't
if
know.
you hit the escape key, like you skipped like the interaction. There's some cases where you can like when the god is giving you a pact, you can, instead of talking to him before he gives you the pact, you can hit escape and then escape again to like cancel that text out. It's just that the menu takes too long to come up for it to be like a time save. And so sometimes you can just hit escape and escape again and you'll skip something. You're like, oh, it's kind of just a wash in terms of time save.
Yeah, I never got that before. I'm gonna be honest. So I'm quite happy with that.
That's marathon
Nope.
luck right there.
Gosh, dang it.
It
That's
wouldn't be
also
a
a
marathon run
marathon.
without something new happening.
Yeah.
Absolutely. God is gone. But
Yeah,
not
that
for
was
long.
our god there. He gives you a
We
second
just-
chance to talk to him, which is when we pass by him, and then it's truly telling you that was the last time because it shows him all destroyed after the fact.
Yeah, it's like a hi, bye, God sort of deal. And obviously, like the interaction button is tied to your attack, so if you hit it preemptively, you're just going to be swinging a bat instead of going through a door. And we're just going to be retreading some ground here, going through here, for example, and you get some weird stuff down there. We're just going to ignore that. Yeah. Now we're just going to do a small skip and hopefully we don't get hit. Yep. Dodge him.
Yeah, unlike it's the Lakitu. Unlike the Zelda game, I think you guys just watched that one. I think if you fall into a pit, you lose like a half a heart or a quarter heart or something. This game, it's free. It's Lakitu.
Yep.
This is a very
real one right
Silent Hill room as well, where you hear like footsteps and you never see the person in here, and you're meanwhile trying to solve the puzzle that we just went in and just left again. But yeah, doing that legit, that is genuinely unnerving for the very first time that you're playing it. And we just want that.
He's got to wiggle it.
Dude.
There's
Yeah,
a
we
key in the barrel for some reason.
There's also ammo in the other one, but we're not going to take it because we don't really need it. I also want to save some time there. Because I'm looking at it, we have 4 ammo on the bottom left, so that's pretty chill. In your options menu, you can choose to see like the bottom, like very bottom of the screen. You do see this like white line, and that is our packed health. That's another red coin that we got to pick up for our ending, and we have about 7 in total that we can pick, but we need 6. But just getting back to the UI, you do have some options to check if you have good packed health. That does affect the ending. And then obviously like how much ammo and how much health you need to stay alive. Like, you know, 1, you're going to be walking around pretty dang injured, but you're also going to be hitting faster. So it's kind of like, are you going to risk it just to hit an enemy faster? I'd rather not. So you get a maximum amount of health of 3. And these guys really love to just hang around the corner, just trying to mess up your step. I'm gonna get that though, for sure. I mean, it's on the passing route, so you might as well just grab it. Very cool.
Especially in a marathon, you definitely wanted to grab HP because enemy positions are pretty RNG based. Like one of these guys could be in your face already when you walk into this room, for instance. So there's just scenarios where you're likely to take damage.
Ooh. Yeah,
like
that's bad.
Heal.
Oh yeah, I know. Don't worry about that.
Pretty much as soon as you see your HP hit 1, in a casual run too, you should just heal because like the game can chain damage real fast.
Oh yeah, they will body block you, and then that's it. Bye bye, adios to your run, you know?
Yeah.
Like, even then, you'll go in and out of rooms, and you'll have no problem. Then all of a sudden, you walk out of a room, and then all of a sudden, yep, you get hit the moment you leave. I'm really selling this game, aren't I? Yeah. But yeah. Thankfully, we're fine. We have 5 ammo. Hello, Chainsaw Guy.
Chainsaw Man reference. Surely.
Unrelated to the movie. Bombarded.
Not sponsored.
Man, I'm getting like non-stop ads for that everywhere. I don't even.
I want to see it so bad.
It got very popular very fast.
Yeah. And it's just a
I
little area then that you're in the dark, but you just stick to the right path, and yeah, you pretty much are solid.
Yeah,
It's
it's
pretty
kind of
fast.
funny. In real life, if you get lost in a cave, the rule of thumb is to just follow the right wall or the left wall and just keep doing that, and you'll eventually end up at the entrance again. Go right, yeah. And
Yeah,
so
there we
like
go.
you can apply that here. You just follow the right wall, and it's pretty much the fastest route.
Yeah, I'm just moving the camera kind of slightly along with Becky so that I can actually see where on earth she's going. Because sometimes you'll just accidentally like go into a wall, and then she's like, "Oh wait, I'll just follow the path," and then all of a sudden you've hit a dead end. You don't really want to do that. And there will be an exit here very, very soon. It'll be, through a red door because everything's just a red door. But there is out of the way little packets or like items like health, etc., etc. But second screen here, you see a little outlet here, and then there's just a little box of ammo. That's just if you want. And we're going to be using teleportation stuff here,
Yeah,
along
room
with this
resets.
soothing music, if you want to call it that. It's oddly soothing. But yeah, we're just going to use reset points. So we grab the things that we need, and then we're just automatically teleported here each and every time. And we're feeling very, very guilty about our friend Tomaro, but sadly it will have to be done because, like, bad guy, you can't just be doing that to your buddies, pal. And then we're just gonna get the faded orange pack and one of these. So the orange pack there, you could see the ammo change like by 4. So we had 6 previously, and so now we have 10. We're looking fairly healthy in the ammo department.
Yeah, our next boss is 13 shots, right?
It is 13 shots, yeah, for basically the Godhead Becky. And I always
Yes.
used to think that was Wendigo, but no, it's just some random person.
It's
Just
meant to
they're-
kind of draw you in and look like someone you know, and then all of a sudden you finally see their face, and it's just like a TV static.
Yeah. I know this part
Save here.
has caught me because for it felt like months, right? But every run that I was doing, it was so consistent for like this whole area is randomized. There's like one switch in amongst like what, 6? And you want to
Like
go through this
9 or
more, by the
12.
way. Yeah, it's like 1 amongst 12 in here, and I would have it so that at least on my previous operating system, yes, I'm struggling to understand what's going on. I would not boot up the game, and it would be consistent for like this one or whichever one that you had prior, like in the prior run. If it was this one, for example, it would be cool. Are you seriously doing this to me right now?
Yeah, it's gonna be the last one.
Runner's luck. Yeah, it was that
Okay,
one.
top
So
right.
that would happen, but you wouldn't reboot the game. You could do as many retakes of your run as possible, just as long as you did not reboot the game, it would stay the same. That has suddenly changed, and I have no clue what's happened. But it has shocked me to my core because I was depending on that for quite some bit. I'm gonna chance this over here. So
Yeah,
this
you're already
is
2
again.
HP too, so if you get hit once, heal.
Yeah, for sure. And then we just go over here, kind of stay to the left. Maybe not like that, but we are just going to try and manipulate the way that the enemies are coming towards Becky so that we can go over here and grab a key. And basically by doing this, we've skipped a whole section of the game. A very tedious one at that, by the way. So I'm quite happy with that. And this little secret area as well is kind of neat. I just need to make sure that we don't get nuked. Interact with Q, and then we just kind of go into a different control setting automatically, like just off the bat. And as you can see, also 13 ammo. We are good for the boss. And it would just fall off. You can fall off prematurely before that drop, but I have not been able to get it yet. It is just secret magics to me right now, how to get it. And then we just need to not get hit by these red things. Yeah. And also not get hit by these things either. Sometimes, like, things are just way more aggro in runs. Like, it's the same with everything. Like, it's all RNG based, you know yourself. But please don't. Just please don't. Okay, we got lucky.
Wow, that was very good patterns, to be honest.
That was good.
And now we can just give 2 notes to Wendigo, who's the blonde chick that we've seen. And then we have a stalker, who's checking out the situation. And this is all just lore, which we've been skipping for the entirety of the duration of this run. But, you know, we're meant to help with birthing a godhead. And, like, the gods able to just bring about a lot of, you know, it can work its magic in its own little vacuum in space. It's all about who is the one to be able to manipulate that magic, essentially. And we are the chosen one, because that's how it usually goes. But essentially, that's really it. This is a loud room, by the way. Please be careful for your ears. It will get loud. The tide will never stop rising until we just eventually get through to the next section. It will like try to scare you with like throwing in an extra enemy, but we're pretty much safe just as long as you keep running. You can walk through this, but I would not advise it because
Yeah,
you're
it's, like,
really
pixel
stretching
perfect.
it then.
Because I didn't run the whole entire first playthrough of this game, and I was like, why is this section so tight?
I was watching it and I'm just like, this is not, it's not meant to be this slow. Yeah, that was a nice little homage to like Silent 2 sort of stuff. Can't get the door open.
Trying to figure out what music the enemies are listening to because they're all just headbanging like crazy.
Free Jacob's Ladder, yeah.
Signal
Preferably. Yeah, true. Preferably they're not listening to whatever music is going on there. Key. Hello. I love keys. Thank you.
The very
There.
elusive key.
Some interactions are so funny in this game.
Yeah, if you just mess up an interaction, you gotta back up and just go back in again. It's pretty goofy, but I wouldn't have it any other way, if I'm honest. I love the jank in this. It's got its own charm. Thank you very much, Becky, for once again, you know, just keep being you, Becky. Don't worry about the camera angles. We're just very hungry. Whee. And so
Jumping down a
here,
hole must be a Silent Hill 2 reference.
and another hole.
Everyone's favorite.
And bullets. I have like 2 extra for this boss that's coming up for it'll be like ourselves. I guess there's like Silent Hill 3 mixed with Silent Hill 4 in terms of like the references in particular. But yeah.
So you have like an arena here normally. In case you don't have 13 rounds to put into this girl. It's kind of like a labyrinth, like tons of tunnels, and she will just kind of like sort of randomly go off into one and then go back into locking in on you and chasing you down. It's kind of tough because of the way the perspective is. So just having all that ammo there and then using that little main room where she just entered the door.
Just to interrupt, so room. Please lower your
loud.
volume. Please continue.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I always have this game on low because of this. You have to turn this, by the way, if you ever buy this game, turn it down in Windows because the in-game slider doesn't work for certain parts. So yeah.
We just get a lot of like lore, like, oh, you know, media can host magic, and magic in media can be used for things. Did you know that? Movies. Sometimes they're good and sometimes they're bad. Yeah. Something like that. And the whole gist is just like Dr. Campbell is the father of one of her friends who's called Jasmine. And Jasmine's in behind us. Tomoro is one of our other friends that we went to school with. We looked up to Jasmine here a lot, but she's just using us. Because she just wants us as a vessel for the godhead, essentially. She's not very nice.
But we think she's very cool. That's why we look up to her.
She's the epitome of cool. Hi, Tomoro. Thanks for opening the door, Tomoro. Never seen you again, but Thanks.
Tomado
And
ending's
bullet.
pretty funny. You get to the end of the game and it's kind of like the Big Lebowski. They're just like, let's just go bowling. Not literally bowling, but they're just like, screw everything that just happened. Let's go.
Yeah, I actually do like it. It just
pretty chill.
completely erases everything you've gone through, and it's just like, you know what? We're doing this now. This is fun.
Yeah.
Oh, run. Yeah, in between the playthroughs, at least if you're playing it the first time, you'll never see them, but intermittently you are interrupted by little images like run and just like, warped images of Becky and whatnot, and Wendigo even. My dude, chill.
You're gonna shoot him.
Chill.
Just shoot him. Good job.
Yeah, because otherwise it's just like, yeah, almost died.
Yeah.
A lot of health though. Watch me eat those words. Hello, door. A door?
Yeah, this door does that. I love that door.
Here's another one of our coins. Something funky about this one area though is you'll hear a little doo-doo, for the enemies. Just like signifying that there is one in the area, but you cannot get to them. Also, hidden ammo. Yes, good. But just wait until it stops. As you're going around here, and then, like, it's pretty much the marker is getting the extra bullets here. You don't hear it anymore. And then that just means you're meant to do a whole lap around here just to get back to the door in this weird Sunhill floor esque sort of tower thing. But as soon as you don't hear the noise anymore, you're good to go. And then we're going into the room 3 on the top, and oh boy, remember that whole thing about being able to get teleported to the very start of your room if you fall off? Forget about it. The rules have changed. So what I'm going to do is, instead of waiting for that, like, this is just one of the anomalies of this room. When the camera changes, hi.
The platform
and
is kind of
goodbye.
jettisons.
Yeah, you get catapulted and you'll just fall to your what the hell?
Because we're trying to choose platforms by like moving them while walking on them, and so when the camera angle changes, it flings it, and Becky stays in the same place, so she just kind of falls.
Yeah, sadly. It is a case of that, but also now that we're over here, yeah.
You get a checkpoint.
And the checkpoint means you can no longer just fall off and get teleported again. At the very start of the room, you have to do this legit. It is terrifying in its own way. And that's nice. Okay. I'm just gonna quickly go over here. I hate this room. It's also just a noise. I don't know. It's a little unnerving in its own unique way. You can see like Becky's even struggling sometimes, like stay on the items, where she just kind of bounces up slightly, and that's because you're just able to get yeeted, like catapulted entirely off. This guy only shows up sometimes. What are you doing there? Let me just look for the door with the footprints, and hey, bingo. This is so unlucky. My dude.
Heal. Okay.
I know.
So, well, you could go left or right there. So if they're both up top, you'd go around the lower side of that. It's like a fit.
I'm too used to going up top.
Yeah, it's a symmetrical like
kinda...
platform.
Yeah, they're just kind of vibing until you're just there. Collecting these little blue things, by the way, will give you like costumes and stuff, which is pretty cool, and little like little challenges, which are quite nice, honestly, just if you want a different change of pace. This is a different one of Becky's outfits, for example. Oh, I heard you like Silent 3. Do you like Walls of Doom?
Oh, these are 2 question marks, by the way. It's like just 2 question marks following it.
Yeah, it's a question. Do you like them? Because I don't. Okay, there we go. That was a little weird. Normally you just go straight ahead and you just go through here, but yeah, okay. Though, yep, bye. Whee. And this is the deadly section now. So I'm gonna make a safety net. And you get to see your packed health define, if you don't have anything on the base of the screen, you're just able to check them from your save points. And the reason why I'm saving here is because
New enemy type.
Screw these guys. Screw the enemy types coming up.
Gonna be dealing with the boombox bandits. Because they are making fat beats the entire time.
And they just throw the whole earth at you. They just got a globe as their weapon.
And they are relentless, let me tell you. No. Bad. Don't
They have
do
a very
it.
long, lingering hitbox. So, like, they'll throw their globe at you, and then they can turn 180 degrees and just track you with it.
Yep. You feel that one?
They're very passionate about GeoGuessr.
You know.
They really want you to learn geography.
I know, and you know what? I put like 100 hours into GeoGuessr. They weren't having it. They're like, you need to be like Rainbolt levels, man. Work on your stuff.
That's tough.
It is tough.
Alright, so the whole reason that we're just here is to actually get an eyeball.
Yeah.
We just want to find an eyeball. It's Halloween.
It's this typical survival horror game. Like, what is a weird item you have to go collect? This is now the key. We're sick of gold key, silver key.
A horseshoe.
Nice, he's beautiful.
String, an eyeball.
There we go. Now we got the eyeball, now we can see into the future. Let's pretend, I don't know. Oh, now he's activated. This guy's a jerk. This guy is an even bigger jerk, though.
Yeah, you actually have to loop that one here. This one just gets in your way.
Yeah, because otherwise they will just chain hit you, as already explained. And then a little tiny bit of the platforming.
Yeah. If anyone ever plays Times Infinity, their previous game, which I again will reiterate is a visual novel, it has like this kind of platforming where it's like really tight and you get like a timer and you have to do it all. So if you want to warm up for speedrunning this, yeah, just play Times Infinity.
Yeah, and then don't feel threatened by these. You'll be fine. Here's a checkpoint. So if you fall
Ben's
again, you're
just,
cool.
She's just YOLOing the corners.
Yeah, I mean, they're not that bad, honestly.
They're not.
It's just when you get hit by that.
But the perspective is another issue. Once you get so far away and the camera angle doesn't change, it's so hard to understand what angle you're on.
Yeah, it'll change again in just a moment. And you're cool. Yeah, it's fine. If I take another hit, it's okay. I just can't take two.
Yeah, too bad we can't see our health.
Fine.
It's bleeding into
white.
the background.
Yeah. You made
You
it.
can tell based on her limp though, like you mentioned earlier.
Yeah, pretty much. And then we just go into this really trippy room. I'm willing to bet the codecs, the streaming codecs will love this room. To be fair, there's a lot of red though too, so
Stream looks good.
that's good.
Yeah, whoever's streaming's
Sometimes
got
the
good bit
colors
rate.
will be... Thank you very much for the tech side of things. We do appreciate you. Because my computer hates me.
Yeah, we
Alright,
found
now we're
out
just
that
going
your files were extremely large in size when recording it like lossless for this game.
Yeah. You know what? I'm just gonna grab that for whatever. You can just get this ball of free falling normally, but I just wanted to be safe.
There's more red coins in the game than necessary for this ending, so we haven't really been like literally keeping count. So it's just good to get that one anyways. Just in case we forgot one somewhere.
Yeah. I'm gonna move that over a little more. So this guy takes 7 shots. Sadly, I did have to pick up another one there. We were just one short, and that's for Chainsaw Guy.
Yeah, we have to kill Puchita.
There we go.
Yeah.
Now we got 0.
There's no human body for him to get into either. He's just a goner.
R.I.P.
What a shame.
That's my dog, literally.
Literally.
Oh yeah, we got a nice little...
The game's like saying Q. This is writing Q everywhere. If you hit Q and onto that white camera thing that was in the top right corner, it will change your perspective to the camera. So then
Oh yeah, there's another one too.
It's kind of cool. They do it again, yeah, here.
Okay, so second screen after this starts moving. So when it officially starts moving and the camera's changed again, Q all the way to the side and you get to skip the perspective change that is over here in 2, because you're meant to bring this over like later. It's meant to be a panic situation, but now we just have to chill. Hold shift and W forward, you know, and then that's it. We don't have to do the panic mode activate section. Bye-bye. We took one last swing of the bat, and now we have to give it up because no hostiles are allowed on here. But yeah, speaking of like an extra little coin, that would be number 7 then. You only need 6, but you know, just why not? No? And then we kind of chill, because we're just brought across this giant chasm. Get to spin to win for a little bit.
This is pretty much the end of the game. Like, there's no deaths that can occur now.
Yeah, pretty much.
Just tap it in.
Yeah, if you're doing other endings, then you definitely have to worry about potential deaths, but the alternate ending, we're chill. This is basically it, yeah. It's far quicker.
So yeah, if you wanted any final words, get it in now.
Yeah.
As we tap it in here. It's funny, the alternative ending is basically you go into the future. I think she's like working somewhere at like a coffee shop or maybe Seven & Sons or something. And then Jasmine comes and she's like, I made this computer game. And then she makes you play the computer game. And you're like, all right, that's cool. And then the game ends.
Yeah, it's just like, is that it? It's just like, yeah. It's like, when did we get so jaded? And then that's it. Yeah, red room. And then the colors of this door are like blue, yellow, red. It'll tell you pretty much. Then we just gotta look up. And try not to do it immediately, because otherwise you're just gonna go up into the air and you're just not gonna get the thing that you need, which is being brought. I think it's happened again.
No, you have to be under it. So you like move forward as you do it. Yeah.
There we go. And then we get yeeted. Thanks a lot, game. That's cool. Sometimes it just happens. You just kind of slide into the ground and then into the wall, and then you go up. And then we're almost at the end. Just gonna need like 2 more minutes of your time at most, and then that's it. And let up on shift so you can yeet. That was a strange thing to see there. You don't have to collect all these balls, you just need like all but 1. It's very weird, but yeah, you know, it's cool. And then after this...
Katamari Damacy.
I just got the new Katamari game. It's so good.
But yeah, that was Studio An Angel.
That's time.
That's time?
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. That was abrupt.
That's quite the ending.
It's very abrupt. But the report card, yeah, that's the ending. Yeah, this was a lot of fun. Thank you very much for having this on board. It's always good to show this. Yeah. Just as a final word, if you just want to check out stuff that I do, you just find me over on twitch.tv/Fanata. And for my kind commentators, where can people find you?
I'm at twitch.tv/xfiery. I also have another run in this marathon in a few hours for Resident Evil Operation Raccoon City.
Nice. Good luck on the run too. We'll be checking it out.
Sure.
Is that everybody?
I'm just at twitch.tv/light_ning, LITE for the light. That's it.
Yeah.
All right.
Thanks very much.
Thank you for the run. And there's a couple of things that I want to update. Well, there's an update I want to give before I say my goodbyes. So the donation that we got from Video Game Trading Post that actually went to both open incentives, both the Save the Dog for RE4 and Make the Golem Dance for Hunting Grounds. both of those have been met with that single donation. Now, as I say my goodbyes, there's a couple of things that I want to express about breaking the habit as a whole. It's not often that we are found to be as a cohesive unit because of one common goal, is to raise funds for a charitable cause to help out with the overall arcing realm of mental health. As I said during my run at SGDQ earlier this year, if it wasn't for speedrunning in general, there's a possibility that I might not be hosting right now. Things were rough 5 years ago, more than 5 years ago, and it was only because of the common communities that revolve around speedrunning is the reason why I'm here. If it also wasn't for the point of people within those community reaching out to me, checking up on me, seeing if I'm okay. To all the people that have done that in the past, thank you. It is, one of the resolving things where it's like, if you see something, if you see something happening, reach out, make sure that they're okay, talk to them, reach out before something happens. I cannot express my feelings enough for breaking the habit. Over the past 5 years that they've done this, I've only recently heard about this during the run submission period. If they'll have me back for years 6 through 30, I'll greatly, volunteer my time for the cause of raising funds for the American Foundation to prevent suicide prevention. And thank y'all so much. Right now, I'm going to bid adieu, leave y'all in the capable hands of DJ Clark 21. Love all of y'all, and until next year, thank you.
Real quick, before we get into this next song, and I come down there and sing with all my friends, I just want to make sure before we leave and go back home that we pay our respect and share some of our love and our prayers for the families of the victims of the tragedy at the Manchester Arena. My heart has never been broken so much than the day that I found out that that tragedy happened. And since that day, I've been wearing these little earrings with the bees in them. I know that's a symbol of the strength and hope of the city of Manchester. And I'm gonna keep these in. I'm gonna keep these in until all this nonsense stops and we can start loving each other. We can stop hurting each other because we believe in something different than the person standing next to us. The one thing that can't be defeated is love, right? You can conquer hate by ignoring it. You can destroy it by loving the person next to you. So I want everybody here tonight to look at the person standing next to you and just tell them that you love them and you are happy that they're here with you tonight, having a good time, listening to music, celebrating life. We don't care what you look like. We don't care where you come from. We don't care what you believe in. We love every single one of you out there. And nothing will ever change that. With that said, let's sing some songs together.
Are you okay? Yeah? Have you been crying? No. Do you want to talk about it? No. Do you want a hug? Yeah.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
The purpose of the conversation is not to fix your friend or to offer advice, but to make sure that they know that you're there to support them.
Make sure that you're listening. You're open to what you're hearing. You're giving your friend lots of time to share what they need to share.
So rather than thinking about solving something in one conversation, think about it as an opening to a door of support.
If they want to talk more, that you're there to listen. You can share that there are mental health resources available. If you've had your own experience with a mental health professional, you might share with them how it helped you. Sometimes after these conversations, people may feel vulnerable or they may feel like they've shared too much.
So I would end the conversation by saying, thank you for sharing that with me. I hope that we talk about this again, and I'm here for you.
Whatever gets you talking.
Welcome back to the stream, everybody. My name is DJ Clark21. I'm glad you're all here. Let's get a round of applause and some commotion from the chat. I see you all there. You've been here all weekend. We're happy to have you. Thank you for hanging out with us this weekend for this amazing event we've been holding for 5 years now, I want to say. I think this is the fifth year, sixth year. I lose track. What is counting? So this is the Breaking the Habit yearly charity event, bringing together speedrunners and gamers to raise funds and awareness for the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. And we are here now with another game, another segment, another runner. I'm going to introduce to you running LA Noir. That is how you say that name, that word. I heard it pronounced something weirdly the other day by somebody, not in this event, but something weird. We're running LA Noir with its Paige, and I'm gonna let her take it over. And yeah, just have a good time, everybody, and let's see those donations roll in. Exclamation part donate in the chat if you need to find out how to donate.
Alrighty, hi everyone, I'm It's Paige. So we're going back to the 1940s today with LA Noir, and I have also heard people call it a bit weird. I once heard someone call it LA Noir, but you know.
Yeah.
Okay, so we are going to start. Now, this game is, so we're doing traffic today. For anyone who's played this game, you know there's like usually 5 cases. There's traffic, homicide, advice, and 4 actually, sorry. Well, patrol and a few others. There's like 5. But because they're about 5 hours long in length, speedrun-wise, and this isn't really long-a-thon, we're going to do just the hour one, which is traffic. I can't also do homicide because that is just boobies everywhere. The time is going to start in 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, so yes, traffic. What is it? Well, it's obviously going to do with car cases. So if you like car crimes, get excited for all my car crime aficionados. Now, thankfully, I'm running this on the PS5, which means I have an advantage to the PC players. It's quite rare that a console player has more advantage than the PC players, because they can't skip this cutscene as I'm playing on the remaster. That is a current big debate in the speedrunning community of LA Noir. We are playing as Cole Phelps, an LAPD detective, war veteran, within the Okinawa campaign during World War II, and now he's an LAPD detective, a good case man. No clue what that means, but he is it. So yeah,
a gumshoe, as it were.
Yeah, he is. So this first case is a driver's seat. This has everyone's favorite types of crime. It has fraud. It has cheating, even though cheating's not really a crime, but it has all of it. So we're going to investigate the possible murder of a man named Adrian Black, whose car was found in a train depot, and
32 years old, married.
Basically, there's a lot of blood in the driver's seat, which I can't show, not because I want to keep you all innocent, but it's also because it wastes time. You might see it. It's like there. It's all red. You might not have seen it. Basically, he's faked, spoiler alert, he's faked his death. He's not actually dead, because he's got a mistress in Seattle and he wants to move in with her. But he has a current wife, and he, back in the 40s, adultery was illegal. So he has to commit another crime to, But anyway, we have to basically go and stop him. Well, find out if he's actually not dead. So we're now going to his wife to tell her that her husband is dead, even though he's not. But, this is Margaret Black. I think it's Margaret Black. I can't remember the name of these people.
LAPD, Mrs. Black. May we come in? We have some bad news, and we'd rather discuss this in private.
I'm Margaret Black.
Margaret Black, I was correct.
We can discuss this in the living room. Please come in.
So we're not going to speak to her because we don't really need to. We're just going to pick up some matches, and that'll give us the clues we need, which is Kavanaugh's Bar.
So who brought this home?
I didn't know bars sold matches, but that's the 1940s for you. We're going to go to the map. We're going to head down here. We're going to go to here, and that's it. We found our destination. Now we can go.
Was a patron.
Thankfully, doing all that actually skips having to speak to her, pick up the phone, call R&I, and ask them where Kavanaugh's Bar is. Thankfully, we already know that information because I've played this game before, and we're just going to go there. We also have a partner. His name is Stefan Bukowski. We get a few partners. One of them's corrupt, but we won't meet him in this run, though he's a very good character. Roy Earl is his name, is the corrupt one, which we have as our advice.
I can't advise you about the matchbooks. They don't sell them. They used to give them away as advertisement. So you'd have a matchbook with their bar name on it, and every time somebody lit up a cigarette, you'd be pretty much free advertisement.
I know you.
Oh, see, I'm British. I don't know that.
LAPD. We're looking for associates of Adrian.
Yeah, so we're going to go speak to thing. Now, I have some notes here, long notes, of dialogue. Because if you play this game, you'll notice the facial tracking looks very weird. That's because this game came out in 2011 on the PS3, Xbox 360.
Cole Phelps, PD. I understand.
And facial tracking back then was good, but not as good as it is now, compared to, like, The Last of Us Part 2's facial tracking and stuff like that.
Tough.
So, here, basically, this game, the main selling point of this game was looking at the facial captures and having to see if with the facial animations, if they're telling the truth, lying, or lying with proof. However, we're just going to put the dialogue that's the quickest, which is simply just doubt and then truth, or so on and so forth. Some of them we have to get right, because some of them will actually give us the information we need. Some of them just are pointless, unless we're doing a 5-star run, which we're not doing right now. So
I had plenty to drink last night. Things are a little sketchy. Come on, Morgan.
So this is Frank Morgan. He is best friends with
drink most nights after work.
I forgot our Vic's name.
Excuses don't help.
With
Let's see how you
Adrian Black, that's it. And it turns out he actually helped Adrian Black do this crime. They bought a dead pig and used all the blood from it to cover the car. Now, something you're going to notice here is I am failing this. It's not because I'm bad at this game. If anyone tells you I'm bad at this game, they're lying to you. It's because if you've ever played GTA 5, you'll know that if you fail a mission 3 times, you can skip it. That is just usual Rockstar things. Thankfully, this game has a setting that we turn on called action skips. If we fail a mission 3 times, we can skip the action sequence. It saves time. We're doing that a few times, mostly in car chases and in shootouts. We can in car chases, we just simply get caught or do anything that will fail the mission. And then in shootouts, we just start shooting at the public, and that fails the mission because we're a police officer. So now it is a house, and we're almost done with the first case. The first case is about roughly 6 minutes-ish. I think I am. Fun fact: I am the current world record holder for this category, not for this category, for this case that we're doing right now. So slight flags. But yeah. So, but fortunately, I think I'm like 3rd place with traffic, which is kind of devastating. But yeah.
Mr. Black.
The world record for the full game, though, is about nearly 5 hours, so that's why I can't really do the full game. But yeah. So we're gonna chase him. There we go.
Why did you need to get out of LA so far?
Also, my partner's voice doubled up there. That was weird. So that is the first case done. So now we're going to go and move on to the consul's car. This is a case that is where a consulate from Argentina has come to LA, and his car has been stolen. An Argentinian consulate's car, I was trying to think if I was going to say that, has been stolen and has been stripped of parts. And so we're going to go and investigate it. This is actually one of my favorite cases because it's just simple and it ends in a car chase. So it's a pretty good case. I've also been thinking, do I actually have... Oh, actually, for anyone who's curious, what's my favorite case? It's called Nicholson Electroplating. It is the second to last mission of the game, and it is in the arson cases, which is at the end of the game. Basically, a massive explosion happens, like, really big one. It has like a mushroom cloud and everything, reminds me of Fallout. Your partner is worried that they're going into World War III. It's very funny. But anyway,
We got a call about
so we're now at the backyard. There is also a very infamous line in this one, which we won't be listening to because we're not doing 5-star.
No.
Yeah.
Jacob's bird over there was on.
So while we go and collect evidence, if there's anything you would like to say,
Give us
David?
some time to look the place over.
Sure, take your time. He's a sore.
Sure thing. Thank you. Again, a great game to be running. I can't wait to see this one all the way through. I've wanted to play this game for a long time. Again, we are taking donations. So exclamation donate in the chat to get that link to donate. Very simple to donate. You can still win or get entered in for many rewards, including the Switch 2 bundle, which features a Nintendo Switch 2 with the with Mario Kart World and Pokemon Legends ZA, which I believe just came out, which was donated to us by the Video Game Trading Post of Pensacola, Florida. Also are the Devil May Cry figures, figurines featuring Dante and Trish. For the Switch 2, donate $100 to get you entered in for that one. $10 for the figures. The Sonic Squishmallow is $10 as well. And then we have the Chester Bennington painting, a one-of-a-kind painting of Chester, done specifically for Breaking the Habit by our fine artist and tattoo friend, Beck Beware. It comes with a certificate of authenticity. That's $10 as well. And for $15, you can get entered in for the Pokemon trading card game bundle, sealed Silver Tempest Elite Trainer Box, and a PSA 10 Glaceon X SAR from Thrustle Festival, graciously donated by Magic Heart Collectibles. So those are all going on. We got a poll here for Resident Evil Operation Raccoon City to defend Leon or don't defend Leon. It's tied up right now, so get those donations in now to decide if we're defending Leon, save Leon, he's my favorite, or to not defend Leon. It's up to you. Only you can decide. And that's all I got right now.
As someone who loves Resident Evil, especially Resident Evil 2, I've got to say, Leon Sexy Kennedy is the best character in the entire series.
We'd like to speak with the owner.
The reason I call him Sexy is because the middle name is S. I think it's Scott, though, but it's sexy in my eyes.
There you go. There you go.
Yep. So, for anyone wondering how we've gotten here, we found a wrench which said Dewey's car mechanics on it. Dewey is one of two very annoying car mechanics. We're going to meet another one, who's even more annoying. Apparently, car mechanics in the 40s were just the most unbearable people in the world. I don't know if that's true, but according to Rockstar Australia, as they're called now, they were called Team Bondi, but then they shut down for reasons. Well, apparently it was toxic workplace environment or something. I don't know. But they're back as Rockstar Australia. That's the wrong one. Yeah, they're back as Rockstar Australia, so that's exciting. Hopefully we get a remake or at least a remaster. Not remake, or a remaster. Well, I mean remake, not remaster. This is the remaster. A remake or a sequel to this game. Yeah, because at the moment they haven't done anything. Rockstar Australia, since coming back, haven't done anything apart from release this remaster, which came out in 2017. Yeah.
I need to screen my employees better.
If you don't mind.
So we're going to speak to Dewey, and we're going to ask him where is Gabriel Delgado, who is the person who stripped the car.
Address.
And we have to give him a doubt, because he will then tell us where Gabriel Delgado is.
Apartment 3103 Hill Street. And tell him from me, if he ever shows his face around here again, I'm going to kick his butt from here to Kingdom Come.
And that's it. We're just going to leave, and we're just going to nick this car. Because even though he gave us the information, we're just going to steal one of his cars. Well, I mean, it's not stealing. It's police business. We have the right to do it, you know. Definitely. Even though, well, technically, I don't... Also, you notice I don't drive the cars at all in this game, apart from maybe once or twice. That is because if I hold triangle... A little bit like GTA 5, if you play GTA 5, you know you can get a taxi, and if you get the taxi and tell him to speed up, you can actually press square, and you can, or F, I think, or E, or something like that, and he will skip the journey. It's a little bit like that, but if you hold triangle or hold E, you can get your partner to drive instead of you, and you can skip it.
Gabriel Delgado here.
And it saves a lot more time than us driving. As like GTA 5 and GTA 4 and every other GTA, the AI in this game is programmed to make driving hard for you.
Check out the
So,
surrounds. I'll stay with the broad.
so this one's quite easy. We're just gonna go into the back, back. Well, I call it a garden, but it's also called a yard. And we're going to look into their shed, and we're going to find some diplomatic license plates. Little bit suspicious. As well as some tires, which are down here. Again, David, would you think that's a little bit suspicious, finding the exact tires and license plate that we need?
It's a little sus, yeah, as the kids say, a little sus. And I believe the cops call it commandeering your vehicle.
True, yes.
Instead of stealing.
You're in serious trouble, Miss Rodriguez.
So,
But Gabriel is not here.
we're going to question his pregnant girlfriend.
Why did he steal
Now,
the car, Anna?
The customer
we're going to use bad cop, which you're going to tell at the last
His honor?
in the last part of this question. So yeah, that's get excited for that. It basically just shows of. Also, this game can be great if you just play the game by doubting everyone, because Cole Phelps kind of goes ham. They taught like.
I haven't seen him for at least
One of my favorite Rockstar actors is Aaron Staton, who played Cole Phelps. Well, that and Ned Luke, who played Michael in GTA.
I want to, senor.
But yeah, it's he very much. They must have told him, right, whenever it's like a line that says "bad cop," just go ham, all right? Just act so angry because he acts so mad.
Time to get serious, Anna.
You must ask these questions of Gabriel. I know nothing of these car parts.
Then tell us where he is. If your baby is born in prison, Anna, the corrections officers will take it from you. You will see your son or daughter through a metal grate for half an hour a week.
The start line is on first.
Yeah, Cole Phelps is not a nice guy, but you know, hey ho.
Under the bridge that leads to the river.
Though he's nicer than quite a few other police officers.
He gets the job done.
In this game. Yeah, it is. He does get the job done. To be honest, that is one thing. He does get his guy.
As far as we're concerned, that's just Gabriel.
I mean, apart from homicide, where he just never gets. For like 4 straight cases, he just doesn't get his guy. Spoiler alert about homicide, but in that case you follow a serial killer who ends up just not being the people that he ends up framing everyone, and yeah. I'm not going to spoil too much because if anyone wants to play it, I'd recommend it. It's a very good game. It's on PC, it's on the Nintendo Switch, it's on the PS3, Xbox 360, PS4, PS5. It's almost everything. Yeah. So, Street Race. Now, unfortunately, I do love this Street Race, but we can't do it. Now, I do like this Street Race, but one problem I have with it, it's all very scripted, and that's one part I've always complained about in this game, is this Street Fight being very scripted, or Street Race being scripted. I understand it, because it's more supposed to be a chase, not really a race, but it's like, still, like, let me at least chase them without. I mean, like his driving's not really scripted much. It is a little bit, but the opponents get absolutely his opponents get absolutely wrecked at, like scripted points, and it's really annoying. So yeah, but we'll just skip it, and that's the end of the second case. That's the end of driver's seat. And now we're going to move on to slip the tongue. No, we're not. We're going to the fastest and the shortest case. This is a marriage made in heaven. So Lester Patterson, that's just a war scene. It's just a World War II scene. This game will often kind of, every time you've finished a case, it kind of flickers between like a flashback to him in World War II. Yeah. So we're going to investigate the hit and run of a man named Lester Patterson. He was hit outside of a bar called Joe's Bar, I believe. We'll find out when we get there. We're going to try and do a skip called Cop Skip, which is simply by running around the police. That's pretty much the main skip. Unfortunately, this game doesn't really have too many. Apart from like action skips, it doesn't unfortunately have many like glitched skips. Apart from just kind of running, apart from kind of sequence breaking the game slightly and just running it around like people. Like this cop's going to come up to us, speak to us. We're supposed to speak to him, but if we don't, just run around him. The game kind of gets a little confused because like, can you speak to him first? We're like, no. Yeah. So we're going to go over here and we're going to get this knife that's hiding under a newspaper. A little bit suspicious that there's a bloody knife, though our partner's a little stupid and doesn't seem to question it. But
This is a hit and run case, Phelps. Anyone could have thrown away a kitchen knife.
I don't know who my partner is, but I don't know anyone who throws away a kitchen knife. Usually most people clean it unless it's like broken. But anyway.
Poor guy didn't stand a chance.
I'm trying to. There we go. I was spamming X there and it wasn't doing anything. Right, so we're going to check his pocket and we're going to notice, oh my god, he has life insurance. Could he have been murdered for his life insurance? Yes, that is
life insurance.
That is the exact reason.
What have you got on the victim?
Unfortunately, none of this is skippable, so
Intoxicated at the time of the accident. I don't know how
I have
intoxicated.
to listen to
was during autopsy.
the coroner.
Looking him over now, I'd say he died on impact.
What about the chest wound?
And then also this cop behind us will then be able to speak to us. He's marked as required, unfortunately. So
Those things are killers.
Cole Phelps, traffic. What have we got?
Thick as a white male named Lester Patterson walked out of the bar and into the street. Car hit over there, and he ended up here, dead on impact.
also, one thing you'll always notice sometimes with a lot of these
Anything useful that can
is before the opening cutscene will always kind of show you the crime and how it happened. And so we actually see how this crime happened. But yeah, but it doesn't give us too much.
Is that so?
But yeah.
We'll take a formal statement later. Right now, we're going to take a look around.
So we're going to run all the way back around this way because we've already found the information. Again, we just sequence broke the game, which is why it doesn't make sense.
This one?
All right. Where to?
And now we're going to go to the Patterson residence. Now, but while we go there, can someone please let me know if his wife, Lorna Patterson, actually cares that he's dead? I'm not going to say anything. I'm just going to let you listen and watch her facial reactions and her demeanor when she finds out her husband is dead. And you can be. I'll let you guys be the judge of character here. All right. I will. I ask this every time. I ask this to my chat. I ask this to every marathon I run this at. Just let me know.
Tell me what happened.
What's to tell? He got hit by a car and now he's dead.
You don't appear to be too upset about the fact.
This is the most I don't care person I have ever met.
We got married.
But
That's how I expect. That's how I expect my significant other to react to my death.
I see. So you probably did well.
But I don't have a good life insurance policy.
Yeah, he had. I mean, he had like 16 grand in that. Like, bro was like, she was raking in the money after he dies. Unfortunately, this cutscene is not skippable unless Leroy Sabo walks in. Leroy Sabo, who owns the bar that we were just at.
He walks straight into the path of an oncoming car.
What did I say? Okay, I'll go. I have to check my notes real fast. Yeah, unfortunately, we can't see the cutscene until Leroy Sabo walks in. Don't worry, we will be back with these two again.
We're leaving, Lorna. But this doesn't have...
Okay, so now we're going to head to the coroner's office. Basically, skipping half the case. This is supposed to be a lengthy case, but we're going to skip pretty much half it. If I can remember where I'm supposed to go. It's... there. All my notes, it says go near Broadway. That doesn't give me any... I really should have explained a lot more in my notes.
You're behind the wheel.
But yeah, so hopefully if we get good RNG, we should spawn in the cutscene trigger for the coroner's office. We will see. Either that or we spawn like halfway down the road, which sucks. Where are we? Okay, no, I actually haven't even arrived at the right place. Hold on. Where are we? Oh, it's there. No, hold on. This is a slight time waste, but we're good. Hold on. Let's...
You know the way. You can drive.
I really need to start marking down where things are. Alright, let's see if we get it now. There we go, where are we? There's the car. I was like, yeah, okay, we got it, sort of. It just, I accidentally, I accidentally screwed up. But we're gonna go over here, and oh my god, we're gonna find out the man has been stabbed with that knife we found. Even though our partner was like, it was probably used for something else. I would say sack him off. So yeah, we're gonna go back to the Patterson residence because we think that his waifu has done it. However, when
He
we get
wasn't
there,
hit by a car at all.
I mean, he was hit by the car, but we do see him stumbling, so a lot of people assumed he was drunk at the start of it. Basically, he was stabbed, and then he was hit by the car. We do meet the guy who hits him with the car, but he has nothing to do with this case. He was just scared after he ran him over. He works at a bowling alley, so you just chase him outside of the bowling. Headshot again! I'm such a good cop!
Oh, GG's in the chat.
That is basically a tiebreaker on if your run will die or if your run is good or bad. But that was a nice headshot. I skimmed his head and still got him.
That'll cut back your paperwork at the office.
I'm just gonna write in my notes. Hit him with the sickest headshot I've ever seen. My commanding officer, I love that. All right, now we're going with the worst case of the entire game. A slip of the tongue. Most of the community don't like it. It's like one of the lowest rate cases.
We're on it, Captain.
This is mostly just about faking paper slips. It really, they were definitely just dragging these on. Like, I think they were just trying to get to homicide as quick as they could, because this one was the most dragged on.
Parking tickets?
No, it's so there's a car that was reported stolen, and
registration
they faked
slips. Yeah,
fake registration slips. Though we do get to shoot civilians in this, so get excited for that.
Ooh, real cop work.
Yeah, hell yeah.
I'm kidding. It's just a joke. I'm just a joke. I love the police. They're very helpful.
Healthy enough to answer.
Yeah. So we're gonna try and not follow him. We're gonna go to this other road here because we're gonna fail. I just like to see if I can get onto this road here, which I can. Hell yeah. We'll do that a few times. Yeah.
Remember, we need him healthy enough to
So slowly, again. Ooh, nope. I also wonder why he's missing half his fence there, but could be anything. Maybe that was I don't know. I think no one knows why he's missing a fence there. He just started building his fence, and he just he's like, yeah, I believe it.
I'm out of wood now. I gotta get more later.
Yeah. I mean, it was the fighting flies. Wood wasn't expensive back then. Like most things, it was quite cheap. So, but this is the guy, one of the most annoying people in this. Most characters in this case are annoying, hence why people don't like it. This is Cliff Harrison, a entitled person, and if you are wondering why I mean entitled, listen to how he finishes his dialogue at the end of this conversation.
Yeah, that's right. The car is on our list as stolen. We have you cold. It's time to come clean. You're crazy.
He's been saying he bought the car and all the slips should be accurate. Turns out that they're not.
Nothing like that.
The car was sold to the dealer with fake pink slips.
Who did you deal with?
By Gene Archer, he was a criminal.
And he made out the bill of sale personally?
Richard Coombs, again, another, what's his name? Another auto mechanic who's really, really annoying.
Easy on yourself, Harrison.
Hal, I haven't done anything wrong and you know it.
Sure, don't stop now, pal. Keeping stum just makes us like you more for this. Bag his possessions as evidence and have him arraigned.
Listen to this.
Right, detective.
Do you know who my father is?
There you go, self-entitled. So, yeah, we're gonna wait for our partner to get in the car, so he'll just slide over to the. Oh no! Don't get out the car! Don't get out the car! Don't get out! Get back in! Get back in! Good boy.
The calling her the dog.
Okay. Oh, they'll also talk about a real-life murder that happened in the 40s of the Black Dahlia murder. If you don't know about it and you're interested in learning about it, just search it up on Wikipedia or search up that on Wikipedia. You'll find out about it. It's a cold case. That's still a cold case gone to the FBI at the moment.
You'll know
yeah,
it.
if you're a true crime fan, you'll love it. It's interesting, actually. But yeah. That's actually what they based the homicide cases on for this game. They took a lot from that. Yeah. So there's the fake pink slip.
Archer. 146 North Fremont.
I think it's fake. I actually don't know. They never explain it. It's the worst case in this game. It's really bad. Thankfully, they do get better though. So.
Harrison's purchase receipt was legit, at least.
Yeah, the purchase receipt was legit. The pink slip was forgery.
We have a couple of.
Now let's talk to the most annoying and most 40s stereotyped man I have ever met in my entire life of gaming.
You need to give us something, Coombs, if you don't want to be implicated in this.
Yap. Son, your problem is that your gums keep flapping, but you do no listening.
It's his voice that's so stereotypical. I don't know if that's how the actor actually talks.
Brunette, maybe.
It is. It's a good act. He's a good actor. He's in a lot of movies and TV shows.
Oh, is he?
I forget his name.
Is he? Yeah. One thing you also probably notice as well is a lot of the actors actually look like the characters.
Yeah.
It's a little bit like
Yeah.
Trevor from GTA 5. Stephen Ogg looks like him.
It was.
So.
What can you tell us?
Yeah, like Aaron Stanton looks like Cole Phelps, which I've always found quite cool.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
In a big hurry, too.
Also, if you haven't seen the blooper reel for this game, I'd recommend watching it. It's great. It's so good because they actually went through with the whole animations for the blooper reel. I'm like, oh wow, that's a bit of commitment to playing for one blooper reel you're going to upload to YouTube. Nope, I went to the wrong place.
Where to?
I almost went to the wrong place. I wasted time there because I'm supposed to go back to the police station because we have to go interrogate James Belasco.
You know the way. You can drive.
He's a character we haven't met yet, but he's involved somehow.
I like to think it, Phelps. Call it evidence.
So James is really annoying. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to throw it to Dave with any messages.
Here's a chicken and egg.
Take a look here. Let me update my screen because Tiltify is being a little finicky. Nothing there yet. We still again have our polls here for Defending Leon and then the Resident Evil game that I believe is one of the games we're closing out on tonight. So get your bids in for Defending Leon or not Defending Leon. Get your entries in for the raffles for all of our great prizes. The Switch 2 bundles, the Devil May Cry figurine bundles, the Sonic Squishmallow, the Chester painting, and the Pokemon trading card game bundle. Get your entries in for those now while you still can. And yeah, just help us donate to this great cause. We got a good 2 days going here. Let's end it strong here. Let's get these donations in while we got a great run going here with Paige, and let's just finish out the Sunday night strong and show them what we can do.
You had a chance to cooperate, Belasco.
Pretty epic runs after this. I'm very excited, especially for Resident Evil. It's going to be quite fun.
Yeah, RE is always a good time.
You're Phelps,
I'm
right?
very excited for Resident Evil Requiem when that comes out. So that's yep. So, James Belasco, again, the reason why I throw it to Dave with messages is just because James Belasco gives us absolutely nothing. Here, we don't want to go, we want to go to the Marquee Printing Company, but because Gene Archer is down the road at Western Union, we don't want to go there. But if I press to go to the Marquee Printing Company, the game will automatically switch to Western Union to waste time. I've tested it. So instead, we're just going to, we have to wait, unfortunately. Yeah, or we have to speak to Gene Archer, and that wastes 4 minutes or something like that.
Let's get to the Western Union office.
No, shut up, Bukowski. Don't tell me what to do. You're my partner, I'm not yours. Anyway.
I am Gordon Lightfall.
You're not my real dad.
Your company prints California vehicle titles.
So this is Gordon Lightfall. He's old and he's bad. He's naughty. Okay, he's an old bad man.
We're running up against
Also, fun fact: I have been learning this run in VR, and it is going. It's going because if you guys don't know, this game is also in VR. It has a LA Noire VR the case files. I'd recommend playing it if you have a VR headset.
What now?
We need to talk to the guy in charge.
We have some questions for
So, yeah,
you,
very
Mr.
fun.
Lightball.
I mean, the run's the exact same, but it's a little bit more. What am I doing?
A delivery ledger.
But it's a lot more awkward
We would like
because,
to cross-check
like,
against the Coombs Automotive
it's
Emporium.
slightly different because, like, you can't be the passenger of the car. You actually have to drive it, but thankfully you can just walk to your destinations. I'm still learning it, but yeah. Oh,
Do you have a delivery ledger, Mr. Lightball? We would like to cross-check.
I didn't mean to press O. I meant to press square.
It's a little out of the ordinary.
Don't mind me. I'm just stupid.
Share those sorts of records.
Hand it over, Lightball. You don't want us.
Right, so here we're going to look through his records, and we're going to look for a man called S.
Really is irregular.
Bigelow.
Over here.
Look for patterns, recurring names, unusual addresses.
There's Stephen Bigelow.
Encourage repeat business, Lightball. This Mr. Bigelow is a good customer.
And now we're going to leave. Though this won't be the last man we see this old bad man. Now, for anyone who's like, oh, he's a poor innocent man, he's not. He's got a dark background. You'll learn in a minute. He's a dark, dirty old man. No, there's no cars there. Why are you glitching? Usually, this game can suck because your partner will get stuck when a car is about to come past you because we're on like the street. There was no car there. He just reacted to a ghost. Here's where we're going to shoot at civilians. So this lady here enjoying her day. She has a gunshot wound. We do that another 2 times. No, stop shooting everyone. Stop shooting the people. What's about this man? Again, I'm against people in red. All right, it's a horrible color. All right, that man, gunshot wound. Okay, who's on the street?
He had it coming.
This woman in a black dress, gunshot wound. And there we go.
Walking too close to the curb.
True crime, true criminal. I mean, to be honest, technically, they could have been criminals, for all we know.
Keep your hands up. Watch him.
How can we know for sure she wasn't reaching for a gun?
True. We're just getting rid of them before they can do anything bad.
That's right. It's preemptive.
Even if it's a crime they commit like 20 years in the future, at least I'm the one who stopped it happening.
Right. It's like that Tom Cruise movie, Minority Report. We're just getting ahead of it.
Yeah.
Nothing like going direct to the
So yeah, good night to Gordon Lightfall. He's back again, this dirty old man. He's gambling too, as well as being involved in this crime ring. All right.
Oh, we need to get him some help. He needs some help. Gambling is a disease.
True.
Right to your door, Bigelow. You're in this up to your neck, but I don't think you're the.
But yeah, I mean, yes, but to be honest, he is committing fraud as well. So fraud and conspiracy. So
he can get help in jail then.
Can't give you anything.
True.
We know about marquee printing.
Am I supposed to speak to Stephen? Yes, I am supposed to say truth to him. It's like, do I speak to him? I see him on my notes, yes.
I sometimes repair cars and put them back on the road. I need a pink slip to resell them.
Oh, you gotta put the screws in this guy.
So none of these cars are stolen?
Yeah, such a deep voice.
Hell, what would you do? You gotta be careful. There's a lot of thieves around.
Thieves around? Aloy says that.
Whether you give up your bosses or not, Bigelow, you're going away for as long.
Here, we're supposed to shoot his guys, and then he'll like just kind of cower in the corner in his office. But yeah, he also says that we shot his place up. We shot more of the street up than any of his guys. If I'm concerned, his guys are actually still alive. Mostly just citizens are currently in the hospital right now. But anyway. All right, so now we're going to head back to Gordon Lightfall. Now we have proof to arrest that man. I'm just very against Gordon Lightfall as a guy. I don't know. It's become a problem.
Can you drive to this one?
Where are we
Marquee printing. Don't press Western Union, because if you do, there's no point, because she's not there anymore. Right, so the next case is where we start getting into the... Well, people know nowadays pretty much how corrupt the Hollywood business was in the 40s. We get into that in the next case. I hope you guys get excited for that. But yeah, so you'll see when we get to it. But,
You're under arrest. You again?
Let's go arrest Gone Live.
Harassment is starting to wear thin.
We found a box of pink slips in a warehouse full of hot cars. You signed for them, Lightball.
I signed for all the orders and deliveries. You'll need something better than that, cowboy.
For some reason, Gone Live all seems to think we're in Red Dead 2 for some reason, so he's calling us a cowboy. But we have to teach him it's LA Noir, so we're just going to basically be really mean to him.
We're about 100 years removed, pal.
Yeah.
Lightball, I'm charging you with conspiracy and fraud. Hands behind your back.
So he does look like he would fit in the cast of Red Dead.
Yeah.
But now we're going on to the... Yeah, but now we're going on to the final case of the run. This is... Oh, I forgot the name of it. I'll find out in a minute, maybe, hopefully.
Oh yeah, it's not a slip of the tongue.
It's not. It's The Fallen Idol. That's it. Thank you. So basically, this case is across from the police station. A car. You can kind of see it there. Across from the road from this police station, a car has fallen off a cliff and is now hanging off that cliff. We're going to go investigate it. So. Yeah. The case of this is we're going to meet two people, two women. I was going to say two young women, but only one of them's young. The other one's like 40. And we're going to go meet June Ballard, or June McAfee, and 13-year-old Jessica Hamilton. Well, Jessica Hamilton's currently in hospital, receiving hospital. So, yeah. Now, when I said that the auto mechanic from the last case was really stereotypical, June Ballard is a lot more stereotypical. You're gonna hear some slang nicknames she's gonna start spitting out and throwing around. Get excited for that, because they are. I don't know if they actually were 40s terms, but they sound very much like it. So.
You'll want to see this, Phelps.
Yep, we're gonna go quickly investigate these two things so we can trigger a cutscene, such as the ripped underwear.
They've been torn off.
And we also have to investigate his head just snapped.
Young lady's handbag.
There we go.
I'll run a trace for semen when I get back to the lab.
And the note in the bag, What the? Telekinesis! What is that? I've never had that happen before.
She's a long way from home.
Yeah, so that's just a letter from Jessica Hamilton's parents telling her to come home because she ran away from home to
good old Wisconsin.
I believe that was where she's from. Yeah.
What's it made from?
Plaster of Paris would be my first guess, then painted.
This is a shrunken head, which
angle?
I'll let you listen to what I was going to say.
That in. That thing was wedging the accelerator to the floor. Whoever did it wanted these women dead.
Yep, they used that as the murder weapon. The shrunken head.
Someone managed to tip their ride straight off a
cliff. Yeah. Anyway, now we're going to go speak to June Ballard, aka June McAfee. Depends on if you want to use her maiden name or her acting married name.
Stage name.
Yeah. So there she is in the orange. You can't miss her.
Mrs. McAfee, we would like to ask you a few questions, if that's okay.
I prefer to use my maiden name, June Ballard. You might be familiar with some of my work.
Can you tell us what happened here?
You're kind of cute for a cop. Maybe a bit on the serious side.
What about me, June? I'm a big fan of Beast.
I don't like.
I love how she just kind of shrugs off our partner. Okay, so now we're going to question her about a few things, such as her and Jessica Hamilton being drugged, and
who did this to you?
Who tried to drive her off a mountain.
It's no wonder I feel so dopey.
Also, I kind of love the Harry Potter scar she's got on her forehead right there. You can kind of tell the little lightning bolt there.
Who drugged you, Mrs. McAfee?
Oh yeah, she is marked.
Yeah.
But a little too naive for my taste.
I only noticed that like not long ago. I was like, damn, she's got that Harry Potter mark on her head.
That's pretty clear lightning bolt. Wow.
Poor Jessica. It's been a rough day for her. She's desperate to break into movies.
Woman really annoys me.
And she's your protege?
She's not the worst character in this game. If I had to label that, I would probably say it's, I don't know, Courtney Sheldon.
I do like the orderly behind her smoking a cigarette.
Yeah, it was the 40s. What can you expect?
Yeah, I know.
The last thing I remember is getting behind the wheel.
Yeah, but it's a stressful job, you know. That's why I'm quite scared to get into the medical profession because of all the. It seems quite a gory profession, so I'm like, I would have to have a smoke.
Yeah.
But there we go. I think we got all of them wrong. We did. Hell yeah! Look at that. We're a great detective.
Gonzalez, receiving hospital.
5 stars.
You could say that.
Yes.
On the grounds that you were
I want to learn the 5-star route, but it's like very, very lengthy. I think it's like 2.5, 3 hours. But yeah.
I think we're good here.
Alrighty. So
Shake out of the kid.
now we're gonna run and. I've never heard that dialogue. Shake it out of the. Okay. Right. Anyway, we're gonna go and interview. Well, it's actually more again because we're gonna use doubt and lie in this. It's more of just harassing a child, if anything. But yeah, you'll see. You'll see.
I have no problems with this. Let's coerce a confession out of her too.
Well, I mean, she's a child. You can just get them to believe anything. They'll.
I mean, I saw it's making a murder on Netflix. That kid didn't do anything. He was just watching wrestling.
Jessica Hamilton. Oh yes, she's in the room.
So,
Detective.
we're gonna walk in. Now we've never met this child before, but we seem to walk in like we've met her before.
Feeling better since this morning, Jessica?
We've never met her before. Why are we asking if she's feeling better? How would we know what she was feeling this morning?
My name is Cole Phelps.
Right.
I'm a policeman.
Okay.
I'd like to talk to you about your accident, if that's okay.
Okay.
Can you tell me what you remember about the crash?
It's all kind of fuzzy. I remember waking.
She also gets very angry at us and kicks us out very quickly, but you'll see that in a minute.
You're holding out on me, Jessica.
Please, I want my doctor. I'm not sure I can answer any more questions right now.
That is also something I really like. She's like, yes, I'm ready for your questions. But then the second I start using bad cop and get aggressive with the questions, she's like, I don't think I can deal with any more questions right now. that one question took it out of me. This game's
you're hurting
great.
me.
Legally, you're still a minor, Jessica. We have to inform your parents.
Please, please don't do that. My daddy will kill me.
I know what happened to you, Jessica. Where exactly?
So now we're gonna lie, but we're gonna use the wrong evidence because,
It's really difficult to think.
it's quicker. We're actually supposed to call her on a lie here to actually get it correct, but and we're supposed to pick the underwear.
I don't know where the place is. I
But
rarely go this city.
I think, or is it down? I'm not sure. I can't remember. Anyway, we're gonna say that the car she was in is the reason why she's lying.
You should think about going home, Jessica.
Though that has nothing to do with the question we asked, but it's just quicker.
I can't go home. I want to be a star.
All right, let's go.
It's the tale of this town, Cole.
So here we're just gonna again now. So June McAfee or June Ballard, she has been picked up by her lawyer, and now he's driving her home. So we're tailing her because we're like she's suspicious. She knows something. And so we're going to just keep doing this for a second. So, Dave, you have any little messages you would like to read out?
Yeah, sure. I've got no donations as of the moment. Right now, nothing to update there. But I can say real quick, give a quick shout out to our amazing sponsors over at Video Game Trading Post. Video Game Trading Post is a locally owned and operated game store located in Pensacola, Florida. Go check out the newly expanded store where you'll be able to find everything from retro video games to new releases, anime figurines, plushies, and everything in between, along with a vast selection of trading card games, including a plethora of graded and ungraded Pokemon cards, singles packs, and more. Check them out on Instagram at VGTP Florida and Blue Sky at VGTP.bsky.social.
Get in there and see.
10% of all their in-store sales this weekend are being donated near the end of the event, which I think they did already. So,
Get in there and
thank you so much to them. And again, don't forget about all the prizes. The last poll, which is whether Fiery defends or doesn't defend Leon in his Resident Evil Operation Raccoon City run later tonight. So that's still going on. Donate! Exclamation donate in the chat. That'll give you the link you need to donate. Make it real easy for you. And help donate to this great cause. And real quick, again, thank you to all the runners this weekend for giving their time and their skills on display for us. Everybody in the chat, everybody behind the scenes that makes this thing run, and all the commentary people and hosts that helped as well. Thank you so much. And of course, thank you to Paige, who did double duty this weekend.
I did. I had a fun little. I also noticed I had to rewatch it because I thought I messed up when I was hosting earlier yesterday. I was like, oh no, I messed up, because I accidentally announced it as DMC3, not DMC4. I was like, oh no. Thankfully, no one seemed to have picked up on it, so I was like, oh.
Yeah. I almost said "Devil May Care" like 100 times.
Yeah.
Only cried.
Sounds like we're about to make it a hat trick with hysterical female witness.
So, for anyone who's wondering what we were doing there real fast, we had to chase her, and then we were supposed to kind of go a bit incognito, use a newspaper to hide from her, and basically find out she got her boyfriend or husband, Guy McAfee, to send his boys, who actually work for real-life gangster Mickey Cohen. I said the name backwards. Mickey Cohen was a real-life gangster in the 40s who is in this game, but we won't see him, unfortunately, because he's only in the advice cases. Yes. Unfortunately, I didn't get the skip where you can skip the question where she starts talking about Marlon, but it's difficult to get, so yeah.
Why should I?
What do I say to Gloria Bishop? Truth and Truth. Have you heard of her? So this is the wife to Mark Bishop. Mark Bishop is a movie
alleges that your husband
producer who is
I think you should tell us what you know.
who tried to kill June Ballard and
This has something to do with his new picture.
Jessica Hamilton. But his wife knows nothing about it.
June Ballard in his new movie.
We're just gonna berate her anyway. So.
June Ballard has limited range and is over the hill.
I also don't like how she speaks. She speaks like very posh and very American. Like it's like a very posh but in American accent.
Either we find him or McAfee's people do, Mrs. Bishop.
This is gonna be the second time we pick up the telephone as well. Usually we don't do that. We usually know the location, but unfortunately, even if we know the location, it won't trigger the scene. Unfortunately, this one does have strict. I did test this because I was like, can't we just drive to the location? But no, unfortunately, we actually have to get the information, or it won't trigger. Unfortunately,
Operator, give me R&I.
Because strict sequencing.
Phelps, badge 1247.
Also, you'll notice this place is a little mashed up. It's because Guy McAfee's men came in, or Mickey Cohen's guys came in, and started destroying the place. Until we eventually... Now, usually you can end up in a fist fight with them, because this game does have fist fighting, but we won't do that in this run. But usually if you get there fast enough, if I drove there and got there fast enough, usually you can fist fight them. But if you don't get there fast enough, or if you skip the car drive, you don't get into a fight with them.
From the stories they've given us, clearly
okay, so hopefully we can get through this very quickly, or we'll unfortunately go over estimate, which I hope we don't, but we will find out.
You can drive.
So we're going to go to Silver Screen Props. We're going to the prop store. Now we will also end up in a shootout where unfortunately we can't actually just shoot at civilians. We actually have to shoot at the guys we actually have to kill. It's quite quick anyway, but you'll see in a bit. They are Mickey Cohen's guys. Oh, Fallout song. They are Mickey Cohen's guys. Again, Mickey Cohen being a real-life gangster from the 40s in LA. If you don't know about Mickey Cohen and you're into gangsters, I would definitely research him. Yeah, he was an interesting fellow.
Phelps and Bukowski, LAPD. We're investigating the attempted murder of June Ballard and Jessica Hamilton.
Christ. I'm Marlon Hopgood. How can I help?
You hold castings here?
How'd you hear about that?
So this is Marlon Hopgood. He's a weirdo, but it also turns out he's a police informant for corrupt cop Roy Earl, who eventually becomes our partner. But yeah, it turns out, yeah, he's an informant, which actually takes us by surprise. But we won't unfortunately learn that because we can skip that by just running away. You'll see that in a minute. A lot of it we can skip by just simply running away. You know, running away does work. Some people say it doesn't, but it does. At the end of the day, it works. Another Fallout song. Oh my god, there's so many Fallout songs in this game. So we're going to get him to turn off the light. We have to do this so that we can trigger the wall we have to kick down. Because he's a movie producer, he's used I forget what it's called. It's like a fake background. I don't know the name of it though. Like a fake background to try and hide this place, but you can clearly tell it's not an actual background because, you know, it just looks very odd. But yeah. We're going over here. We're going to grab this this empty. We're going to look at this thing of jungle drums, which says the address of the address of the place is, and now we're just going to run there and shoot everyone. Anyway, well, actually, yeah. Now we're going to run away. This is usually where I would learn that the guy we were just with is a informant, but we're just going to run away from our from learning that. So yeah. Unfortunately, these guys are going to shoot at us now. So you guys get to watch how bad I am at shooters. So I was playing Uncharted today, so I feel like I'm pretty good. I hope.
Put a donation while you're shooting them up.
Headshot. Oh, headshot.
Hey.
I think I got a pretty sick headshot earlier, so. Alright, now we're going to the jungle drum set. Oh, I've got 5 minutes to be underestimate. Let's see if I can do it. I'll see you now.
Donation.
Yes, feel free.
Okay. We got $25 from Kessie. Love what everyone brings to the stream. Wish I could have been involved this year, but thank you to all you beautiful souls for another wonderful year. Kessie, we're just glad you could be here with us. Big donation, small donation, no donation, just being here and spreading the word. That's all we can ask for, and we appreciate you being here. We double appreciate you for donating. Thank you so much for that. Thank you to everybody that donated, everybody that's been here, watching, playing, all of it. Thank you so much.
Even if you don't participate, it's still the best if you're watching and viewing and donating and all that.
Get him, Phelps.
So here we're just going to try and not break everything. We're going to try to do some action. Here it's just going to be a lot of action skipping. We want to try and get a strat, which is really difficult to get. Basically, this game is very against having to kill people you're supposed to protect for some reason. And so it makes it a lot harder for us, but if we actually get the shot on correctly and can actually do it, that saves us a lot of time, and if we don't get it, we're going to go overestimate. If we get it, though, we'll be underestimate probably by a few seconds. Depends. But we shall see. We're going to pull this into a U-turn, we're going to turn to the left, and hopefully let's see if we can get it, shall we? I hope so. Let's drive down this road and see. Come on, come on. I once had a glitch for some reason where the mission just didn't fail, and I made it like halfway across the map. I was so confused. I've got like 3 minutes to try it. This is just embracing myself to see if I can embracing the time right now. Alright, got it. So we're going to try and do that another 2 times. Got it another time. This is actually really good. usually you sometimes won't actually shoot if you try and do that. Like that. That's what happens if you mess it up, which I did.
Detectives are trying to kill me.
Hopefully that counted. It didn't. It didn't because we hit checkpoint, unfortunately. Thankfully, though, I am.
Last chance to back the hell down.
Yeah, see, I'm trying. There we go. This game's very annoying when it does stuff like that. Alright, we have to do this another time. I mean, one more time now. 2 more times now after this. Ooh, could we do it? Could we do it, guys? If we get underestimate, that is going to be very exciting.
Got it.
I believe one more time, and we should be done with the run. I will tell you when. Well, yeah, we got it that time, but we're still not done with the run yet, because we still have to go through a few cutscenes, if so. Okay, so we're done with the case, but we haven't finished the run because we do need to think. So time, get ready on time. I will tell you when. As Royale, and when we see a loading screen, that's time. All right, that is LA Noire. That is LA Noire. Traffic percent. Very fun little run. Underestimate by just nearly about a minute. Very fun little run. If you guys want to learn the run, definitely I'd recommend it. There's like I think 3 people that only run this game at the moment. Unfortunately, a lot of people have dropped out, mostly because it's a very long game. But it's a very good game, very good game. If you haven't played it as well, I'd definitely recommend playing it as just a regular game. It is absolutely very good, but it does have quite a steep learning curve. You have to know how to read people. But that's it.
That was awesome. Well, thank you so much. Oh, yeah, a little cutscene here.
Yeah, there is. Yeah, it's quite lengthy though, so you can talk.
Getting promoted. Well, we got a couple GGs from the chat for you. Thank you so much for doing this, for lending your talent to the stream or the charity, and for displaying LA Noire to us in a way that most people haven't seen it being run speedily. It's been a lot of fun, and thank you so much. We have, I should have been a little more prepared with my schedule.
Don't look so happy to see me.
Coming up next, we're going to go to a quick break. Come back with more games. I'll be your host again, and we're going to be running
A pleasure to meet you, Alphonse.
a couple more games, and then I'll hand things off. But right now, we're going to go to a quick break as I'm stumbling and losing my brain. Thank you again, Paige, so much. Anything you want to say? Any last words?
No, just thank you for breaking the habit for having me, and just thank you to the LA Noire speedrun community for being a thing.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. And Disruptor is the game we got coming up next. So Disruptor is what we're doing next. So we'll come back from our break with that, and we'll see you after the break. Go up, stretch, get some water, hydrate. We'll be right back.
You have no idea.
The second you think that something is up, that's the moment to begin the conversation.
These conversations can be difficult or awkward, but they don't need to be.
What you want to do is express concern, express care, express that you're there for them. I'm worried about you. I've noticed some changes in you.
I've noticed you haven't been around much. You seem more frustrated than usual. You don't seem like yourself. I care about you. This is a way to reach out that lets your friend know that you're there and you're willing to listen.
Social media can be a really powerful tool for connecting because that's where people already are.
Message them and say, hey, I noticed this thing you posted and I want to check in.
Not every conversation has to be heavy. Just sending a simple text message saying, hey, how was your night? What's going on with you? How's your family?
It's okay if you don't have the exact right words. What's really important is that you reach out and that it shows your friend that you care. Having the conversation while engaging in something that you would normally do can really help them feel more at ease. Maybe you offer to go for a walk or grab a cup of coffee.
Wait for a time when you can have a one-on-one conversation. Even ask them for a time that you could talk one-on-one.
To show your friend that you're actively engaged in the conversation, you can do things that are nonverbal, not looking at your phone, making sure you're making eye contact, nodding and indicating that you're hearing what your friend is saying.
When having a difficult conversation, it's really important to refrain from any judgment. Try to understand what's going on from their perspective rather than imposing our perspective on what they're going through.
We all have mental health, just like we have physical health. There really should be nothing awkward about having a conversation about mental health.
Whatever gets you talking.
There's no right or wrong way to feel. What I would like to encourage is knowing some tips to kind of manage those emotions. A great way to start is by having a good support system. My friends and family support me by hearing me complain, yell, cry, just having an open and safe place to vent my feelings and just know that I have my best interests at heart. Younger Liv Morgan kept every single thing in and never expressed her emotions. People would look at me and think I was happy all the time when I was the exact opposite. So I would tell her, express yourself. You can trust people, let people know how you're feeling. They're not gonna judge you. It's a safe space. And you will feel so much better getting these burdens off of your chest. Be open with how you're feeling. There are so many ways to start a conversation about mental health with a friend. What matters is that you reach out.
I was diagnosed bipolar depressive about 12 years ago. Essentially, if your mood goes from 0 to 10, 10 being super manic and 0 being super depressed, I was kind of just doing this, which is not healthy. So I'm on a number of medications, which I highly recommend. It kind of makes me more balanced, and it's great. It's a struggle often. It's making sure I get enough sleep. It's making sure that I eat right. It's making sure that I work out and all of these things that I need to do to take care of myself normally. But all of these things really impact my mental health. And being depressed is just not a place that I want to be. It's not anything I wish for anybody. When I was 12 years old, my dad committed suicide. He was bipolar, much like I am. It's a hereditary disease. He didn't take medication seriously, and he went off of it. And unfortunately, he lost his battle. And I think part of that really kind of made it clear to me that how important it is to take care of yourself. Because if you don't, the worst thing can happen. I've done a lot of cool things in my life that my dad never got to see. And I would have really loved that. Get help. If you need help, get help. There's nothing wrong with asking for help. Life is hard, and all of us go through struggles. It's okay to not be okay. It's okay to ask for help.
Hello and welcome back to the Breaking the Habit charity stream. My name is DJ Clark 21, or David, if you like. I am your host for the next 2 more games, and then we switch things up a little bit. But right now we've got Disruptor coming up, being played by Infinity Gene, or Gene. He'll be joining me in a second. I just want to say, get your donations in now. We are right on the literal cusp of $3,000 being raised. We can get there. We have one more incentive to reach, and that's for Resident Evil, to either save Leon or to let poor Leon, well, let whatever happens to Leon. Either defend him or not defend him. That's still out there. Vote for that right now for Resident Evil Operation Raccoon City, still happening tonight. We've got all our great bundles and prizes for our rewards that you can donate towards. And just towards a good cause. So we're right there on the cusp of $3,000 being donated. Let's hit that before I'm out of here, before I say goodnight. and we'll go from there. But right now, I'm going to hand things over to Gene, and I'll let him take over and let you know what we're doing here.
Thank you very much. Yes, hello everyone, I'm Infinity Gene, and I'm going to walk you through a lovely any percent playthrough of Disruptor for the PlayStation 1. This is, for all intents and purposes, Insomniac's birth child before the games of Spyro the Dragon, Ratchet and Clank, and of course all the Spider-Man games that are now on the modern consoles. But yeah, just to sort of briefly explain this game, it's essentially a Doom clone, but a really well-made one. And I'm going to start explaining the differences between this against Doom and why this game stands out a lot more against Doom, in my opinion. So time's going to start in 3, 2, 1, go. And so we're starting in the training level, which I'm not doing a good start right now. I've just been body blocked by all these spike balls. But basically, we play as Jack Curtis. He's a light stormtrooper who has basically psionic abilities that he can use, sort of like spells that he can use to defeat all the criminals. I don't know why these robots are not cooperating today, unfortunately. But what we're trying to do is we're trying to navigate past all these robots without having to fight them by just squeezing past. You can see at the moment we only have a standard pistol to begin with, but we will be getting different weapons as we go throughout the game. And with that, that's the first level done. So basically, on each level, we have to get to the teleporter at the end. Some require us to do certain objectives, like collect certain items. And most levels are pretty much just going from point A to point B. Some levels have different endings as well. Sometimes you'd have to use a teleporter to get out. But yeah, so basically, when it comes to the comparisons of like Doom, of course, you've got your standard weapons which you pick up throughout the entire game. You don't retain these weapons. These weapons are just given to you at the start of the level, but you do pick up different weapons throughout each level. These bugs are not cooperating either. This level is usually a bit simple, but I don't know why those bugs are in the way. We're going to use one of our new psionics, Shock, to destroy those robots quickly and finish the level. So the first 3 levels are sort of like tutorial levels, pretty much, just to get you used to the controls. In the actual storyline, they are classed as training missions, and then the 4th level is one of the actual missions that you're involved in. So the main plot of this game is, again, we're a light stormtrooper, but our boss, Krieger, has a bit of a evil side to him, which we will find out later on. I'm not going to spoil anything with that later, but I will tell you when it comes. So with this one here, we need to be careful not to activate any of the bombs that are scattered around the map. You might see a glimpse of them here and there, which I'll show you in a moment. We're going to use Shock, just get rid of those robots, and then just walk across here. Going to zap that one and use our auto pistol now that we picked up, just to get rid of that other robot. So these bombs deal quite a significant amount of damage, so that's why we don't want to activate them. They're basically like pretend civilians on this one for the training mission in the game. But if you hit them, they home in on you and just explode, so you need to be careful. These elevators, you just need to make sure that you stand fairly still on them. You don't have to be perfectly still, but you have to be sort of in the middle of them for them to activate. And then we're going to strafe into the next teleporter to finish that level. So with that, the first 3 levels are done, all the training's done. Now we're actually getting into the nitty-gritty missions, with the first one being quite aggressive in terms of ammo and psionic energy supplies. So in the last mission, we just picked up a new psionic known as Drain. Drain allows us to drain additional energy from enemies, which allows us to use more of our psionics. We're going to switch to Shock quickly, just using the menu. I'm going to pinch this guy's shotgun here, which is probably one of the best weapons in the game, because it allows us to deal a single shot or a double shot if we want to. We're going to use Shock just to get a bit more ammo from these enemies, because again, we need a lot of bullets for this one. Because if you start getting towards the end of the level with no ammo, you're probably going to have to do a restart from the checkpoint. Now, in this corridor up here, you normally have to hit a switch, but if we aggro the enemies, we can just force the door open. So it skips us about 30 seconds instead of going all the way around and having to hit a button just to get into that room. We're going to charge a shot here to destroy the teleporter console and then to activate it at the same time. We're going to walk over here to hit the switch to get out of the first section of the level. There are 3 different sections to this level, so we're in section 1 currently. If we fall down, we just have to go back into the teleporter quickly. These enemies can be a little bit body blocky in this game. There we go. Hit the switch, and then we're going into section 2. It's the same idea. We're going to each section. I don't know why I thought the switch was on the right side then. But we're going to take this one, destroy the console, then, and get out of the section 2. So, as you can hear with the music as well, like, the music feels somewhat Ratchet and Clanky with the theming and everything, and that's because it's made by the same composer as Ratchet and Clank as well. David, I can't pronounce their last name, Bugard? Or Bugo? I think it's got a bit of a way of pronouncing the name. But yeah, it's the same fantastic composer who made all the Ratchet and Clank soundtracks. And yeah, this is why I love this game, because there's so much history with it. Like, this game, you would think, wow, Insomniac's starting with this game. Why have I never heard of it? Well, unfortunately with this game, it didn't sell too well. While it reviews were about, what, 80% or something, this game just didn't sell that all. It sold about 200,000 copies, and actually made Insomniac bankrupt. It was very close to doing so. So you're thinking, whoa, like, we nearly didn't have Spyro, we nearly didn't have Ratchet and Clank, Spider-Man, all of those games. But of course, thankfully they pulled through with Spyro, and then they got back on track. I know it was quite a hard period for them, but they pulled through, they worked together, and then they obviously produced an amazing lineup of classic games that we know today. So we're heading towards the last console of the level, and then we've just got to go through the escape teleporter. Basically, we have to destroy all 3 generators on this level, and then the entire base explodes. Unfortunately, there's no like timer or anything when you hit this. It's just like you just get to the exit and then pretend that it exploded. So we're just going to use our last energy there, and then we're just going to get rid of this guy, and then go through the last teleporter. Hit the switch again and get out of this section. HP is extremely important on this game, and we're about to talk about the version differences in this game, and the reason why we're playing the Japanese version. So at the time, a lot of Japanese games tend to have like an easier difficulty against the versions that were released in the West, for example. And this game is no different. So the reason why we run the Japanese version is because there are less enemies, we get dealt less damage, and overall I think the game just plays a little bit quicker, just a tiny bit. And I think that's just a combination of everything though. So now we're into Triton. Triton is a sort of rat-infested level with these sort of rat balls. Controls, hello. So we're just going to quickly go past all of these rats here. It doesn't matter what kind of weapon we use here. It takes them out in one hit pretty much, so just need to get rid of these wasps here so we can go down this corridor. There we go. I'm going to quickly switch to shock because I need that right now, because he's in my way. We're going to save a bit of this ammo for later and just focus on using shock for the rest of the level. Again, this is quite a reasonably simple level. You just need to just get past some of these quickly. And then when you get to the outside section, it's like, what, 30 seconds until it's done. But this game, when you play it casually, you can get quite lost on it. But thankfully, there is a map. So you can pull up the map at any time and just have a little glance. So again, it's very Doomy. Like, it's got all the same elements, you know, the same kind of weaponry. You know, some weapons use the same ammo types as well. So what we're currently using are AM canisters. And this powers up the AM blaster, which I'm using right now, as well as a cyclone, which is like a sort of... I want to call it like a grenade launcher, I suppose, but we'll get to see that ever so briefly, but we're not going to use it because it's one of the more dangerous weapons to use. Certain weapons can deal self-damage, and the cyclone is no exception to that, so... this is the phase rifle at the moment, but we're never going to use the phase rifle in this run. We might use the phase repeater later, and with that, Triton's complete. So yeah, as you can see right now, you've got the sort of the basic idea on how this game works. We're going to get introduced to more and more psionics and weapons later on. Specifically on this level that's coming up, we're into Mars now, and we're actually going to spawn with no weapons except our psionics. And we're going to have to basically deal with all the enemies just using our spells, or our psionics in this case. Our new psionic is known as Blast, and this is going to be our major psionic for the entire run. So basically, Blast is a 25 energy psionic, and when you use it, it basically it basically screen wipes. Sorry about the blah, then. I have to sort of sometimes reset when I'm talking. But yeah, so basically it's a screen wipe weapon, but it also returns energy every time we use it as well. So depending on how many enemies are on the screen, we might get a full refund. So very effective against groups of enemies. Not so effective against one single enemy. However, on this level, there's a bit of an exception to that because these enemies body block the route so much that you can't really navigate past them all the time. So this one we pop him, get a bit of energy back as a refund. And these levels have recharges as well. So we can stand here, get a recharge. We can't move in this state. We've got to wait till it finishes charging, and then we can leave. We're actually going to attempt a little bit of a skip in one of these recharges to make sure that we're not wasting too much time in those areas. Pop those, fall down here. Now we're going to double tap R1, which is our psionic inventory. Now if you double tap it, it brings back the last used psionic, because when you don't have enough energy, it'll revert back to drain, basically. Nice, I got the skip. although I lost a tiny bit of time there. So what you're witnessing now is I'm still invulnerable because the recharges make you invincible. That doesn't really matter too much, but of course now you're going to get all the visual effects and the sound effects repeating all the time. But it is slightly quicker to do this, so... Now, getting into these little recharges can be a bit of a pain, and now you're going to hear it twice, because that's fun. We're nearly approaching the end of the level. That is not the right way. What am I doing? I'm going to pick up the Psionic Orb, which is the main item of the entire run. And the Psionic Orb is essentially what our boss wants us to collect. So we've done all these initial missions, and now he's trusting us to go pick up this magical orb. That gives us 200 energy all of a sudden. After this mission, it increases our energy capacity to 150. As you can see, that's a good example of Blast being used in a big swarm of enemies there. It's just really handy, but it's somewhat slow to use, because the problem is it slows down the game a little bit if there's too many enemies on the screen. Now we're moving on to Antarctica, which is going to introduce one of the cooler skips, hopefully, if I can perform it right, which allows us to skip a small chunk of the level. Basically, we're just going to have to navigate through these simple, weaker enemies, and these weaker enemies, when they're in big groups, they can be quite devastating. Ammo management is extremely important in this level as well, so we're just going to top off some of these enemies just to be quick, so we're not having them body blockers later. That's actually a good start so far. He's not blocking, that's good. I'm going to switch to Shock. So you can see there's quite a lot of menuing, pretty much, with my inventory quite a lot of the time. And obviously, I've got to make sure that I'm still aiming my shots and not getting jammed in the walls. So, we're going to pick up this AM tank here just for extra ammo. There we go. As you can see now, it's starting to get a little bit hectic in here. I'm going to try and get the HP and hit the switch. Thank you. So this section here, we just got to make sure we don't fall off down these these gaps that are coming up here. This HP here doesn't always pick up. You have to sometimes just stand still until it registers that you're standing on it for some reason. I don't know if the hitbox is a bit messed up on it. So we're going to jump across that, pop you, shock you. There we go. That's really good movement there. Really happy with that. So now we're going to try and avoid using any more ammo for the rest of this section here. Just going to charge up a shot. Pop you, hit the switch, and then we're going inside the facility because we need to go pick up the genetic data bank, which is in here. We're going to kill this enemy here just because we need to keep him out of the way for later for the skip. And now we're going to get introduced to these Titan-like enemies, which have the AM Cyclone. Now, when they're using it, it's not too dangerous, but if I have it, it's very dangerous. So that's why I do not want to pick it up. Otherwise, it'll automatically equip it, and sometimes, if I don't get the switch done, then it's basically going to accidentally fire, and then I'm going to lose all my HP. We're going to switch over to the mine launcher, and we're going to open the map screen here, just so we can get a bit of a reference where we're standing. And then we're going to fire the moment it starts moving the elevator. And hopefully... Oh, unfortunate. So we were trying to clip out of the door here, but the only way you can sort of really do it properly, or know where you're going to be, is by doing it in the map screen, just so you can get a good point of reference. Excuse me, thank you. Basically, there was another door on the right that we could have basically gone through, but unfortunately, if you don't do it, you run out of mines, and then you don't have enough knockback to do it then at that point, so... There we go. So you just have to go into that room there as a backup just to hit the switch. Hit this, and then now the door on the left is open. There we go. That room can be a bit... Excuse me. So again, some of those enemies are in my blind spots at the moment, so I couldn't see them. But yeah, so... Now we've got the Cyclone, we want to switch that out. Because again, it's not the weapon of choice right now. Just going to get rid of him. Now there's switches in this level where you might be hearing like a click sound. And that's because the switches are located a little bit lower down, but the hitbox for it is quite long and tall, basically. So you're able to just hit the switch in whatever like height you are. So if you're high up or low down, you can still hit it. So I'm going to clear him, hit the switch, going to get out of that. I'm actually going to switch quickly to Drain in a second as well, because I need a tiny bit more energy. Because I need Blast, basically, for the last room, because there's like 4 or 5 of those Titans blocking the exit. So we're going to go into this room and pick up the genetic data bank, which is just in the corner up the stairs. Nope, didn't get enough energy, that's not a problem. So now we're going to do our backup, which is the Cyclone, which is the weapon I said I wouldn't use, but now you can see it in action. There we go. just clears them out, and then we're done with Antarctica. This level is probably the worst in the entire run, just because there's so much going on. There's so many enemies just constantly attacking you, and it's hard to avoid them for sure. Now we're moving on to IO. IO is a bit more of a it's the demo level basically from the demo discs if you had this demo growing up. But if you play the demo, this level ends in like 20 seconds if you know the quick route to doing this initial section. Basically, when you get to the checkpoint, it'll just basically end on the demo. This is the phase repeater we're briefly using. We don't really need to use it, but we just had to use it then because it was the weapon we had equipped. We're going to do a double shot on him, switch to the mine launcher, and then we're going to do a knockback jump up here to skip one part of the section. We're going to keep the mine launcher equipped just because it's just easier to deal with right now with these enemies. If you were playing the NTSC version right now, there'd be like 2 times the amount of enemies in this corridor, dealing a lot more damage than they should be right now. So, and this is definitely one of my favorite sort of combat tracks on this, because the soundtrack on this is quite dynamic as well. So depending on what's going on, like if you're in a fight, then obviously the music turns into a combat theme, and there's a sort of ambient theme to it as well. And at this point, we're going to be going into a sequence of elevators, so I'm going to pass it over to our host for some messages.
Thank you much. I do not think there's any donations to speak of right yet. Let me double check that. But while I'm looking that up, there are still some polls out there to be, some incentives to be had. You can again choose whether Leon is defended or not in the Resident Evil Operation Raccoon City run later. Otherwise, you can get your name in for all of our great prizes, which include, but are not limited to, no, I'll say them all. The Switch 2 bundle for a $100 donation, you get entered in for that. The Devil May Cry figure bundle, which includes Dante and Trish figurines. $10 gets you in for that. $10 also gets you an entry into Sonic the Hedgehog Squishmallow. And then $10 also puts you in for the Chester Bennington painting, which was done specifically for this fine event by artist and tattoo artist Beck Beware. Comes with a certificate of authenticity and everything. It's real official. And then a Pokemon trading card game bundle for $15 gets you entered for that, which includes a whole bunch of cards, a sealed Silver Tempest Elite Trainer Box, PSA 10 Glaceon EX SAR from Terrestrial Festival, graciously donated by Magic Heart Collectibles. So get your donations in now, exclamation donate, before this evening ends, and also before this run ends. Let's show some support to our runner here and get some great donations in while we're watching this very cool game.
Sounds good, thank you very much. Yeah, so at the end of IO then, we just had to go on some conveyor systems. We used the knockback from our shotgun then to get onto it early. Now we're into Reactor, where we have a time limit because the reactor is melting down and we have to go help our boss, who's told us to conveniently get out of the way and go cool down the reactor before it blows up. But little did we know, there is a bit of a twist to this at the end. So we're going to go into this last room here. Each of these rooms have a cooling valve that you can use to extend the timer, but this one gives us the most amount of time. Then we can also do a bit of a clip through this broken elevator behind us, which you can't see. We're hopefully going to get in, otherwise the enemy's going to have to help us, thank you. We're going to go all the way to this door here, just tag it quickly, and then that opens up this final door, which is the end of the level. So it skips like 50% of the level. So we're going to pick up the health upgrade over here, which gives us an extra 25%. We're going to also pick up the Zodiac, which is a bit of a reference to the Ratchet & Clank 2 weapon here, which is another screen wipe weapon, pretty much. It's like a portable blast, but in a gun form. So the plot here is now that we've been told by the Resistance that our boss Krieger is up to no good, and he's trying to steal the psionic orb that we picked up earlier. But he's also trying to steal one of our abilities, which is known as Blast, which is now upgraded to Terra Blast, which is now one of the more powerful versions of the Blast. Terra Blast allows us to penetrate walls, basically. So now it's indicated by like a red glow. Uses the same amount of energy, but you know, it's the same weapon overall. We're going to equip the Zodiac, and we're going to pop this into the next room here. And you can see how this penetrates all the walls as well. So you can hear some enemies behind the door just also dying as well. There we go. We're going to try and skip all these balls as much as possible, but they do body blockers. And they can also jam the door as well. Just going to pop them like that. There we go. Get past all the enemies quickly. That's a fun room to use Blast on as well if you want a ton of energy, but at this point you're at the end of the level already. Just got to navigate past these, and there we go. So we're going to walk into Krieger's office, but oh no, he's done something to the room. He's put us to sleep, and now we're falling down to the ground and having a bit of a snooze. Even though it says mission complete still. So now we've been caught by Krieger, and he's going to attempt to steal our Terror Blast ability by putting us into a sort of dream-like state at the moment. And while we're in the dream, he's going to attempt to steal it from us. So Dream is basically like the Mars level, except there are actually no weapons at all. Whereas in Mars, there are weapons scattered around, but you don't actually need them. I'm going to switch to Shock for the whole of this top section here, because these enemies only need a shock to deal with. Throughout the level, energy does spawn around as well, so you're not going to run out of energy at any point. And of course, you do have Drain. This burger enemy, we're going to try and bait him to the right there. We're going to jump to the hole down here and just turn around. That just sets us up when we get down here, because if you're going forwards, you're going to end up being backwards in this section here. We're going to switch over to Blast, and then we're going to use this for the remainder of the level. There's some bulkier enemies that need a Blast, basically like these ones. Kind of similar to the ones on Mars where they're body blocking. Oops, that was a bit too early. And then we've got a couple more enemies to deal with. There we go. Oh, damn it. I was trying to do a bit of a skip there, where if you can basically do a blast at the right time, you can skip this momentum of you slowing down the hole, basically, and it just instantly drops you down and ends the level. So that's quite a cool trick to get, but it's really hard to perform because it requires a little bit of timing, basically, because you need to do it while you're in the thing, and then it'll basically cut out the slowness. So now we're in prison at the moment, but they haven't given us nothing. We've still got our blast abilities, so we can obviously use that, and now we have a weapon. But we're not going to really use any weapons on this. In fact, we're probably not going to use any psionics, except maybe for one enemy right here, basically. Just because they're in the way. There we go. And now we're going to have our funny little baton weapon now for a few seconds. I'll bring it back, though. It's just a simple melee weapon. It does, like, 1 damage, pretty much. So, not so effective. Not so good. But this is pretty much the entire level. We're just in a straight line here. Now, we've got to be careful here, because if you go too quick as well, the game can stutter for, like, a few seconds. And that's because it's loading in the next block of the level, basically. Because each of these levels are loaded in chunks. And that's why on the level Antarctica, we didn't want to go we didn't want to go too quick if we got the skip, because we would not load in the level properly. And if you walk into an unloaded level, or an unloaded section, then basically you're just soft-locked. You cannot move and you cannot leave. You can't even use the cyclone to intentionally restart the level. You just have to quit, use the password, and then start the whole level again. Which is a bit unfortunate, but it rarely happens if you're just a little bit patient. So after this chasm here, there's a room on the left here where this guard is going for lunch. See you later. I'm going to hit the last teleport switch here, and then we're going to go to the other teleport on the left here. And pretty much approaching the end of the level. We're also approaching the end of the game. We've still got one more level to go, which is the Fortress, which allows us to go against the evil Krieger who hasn't paid our salary yet for our job, because you know, we're sort of an employee, I guess, of our boss. So, but yeah, we're going to go against him now. We're going to try and build up a lot of psionic energy here, as well as just maintaining as much ammo as possible. So we're going to use Drain multiple times here just to extract energy from all the enemies that we encounter. So we drain and just do a single shot of shotgun. That's usually the most efficient way to deal with these enemies. The shotgun's really good though in general, just because it does knock back to enemies as well. So that's fine. That's good. So we're at 60 at the moment. I think I am going to be okay with 60, I think. I might get a tiny bit more though, just so I've got enough. But yeah, that'll do. Now I'm 59. That's not a problem though, because Blast uses 25 anyway, so wouldn't have enough for another shot. If you need lots of ammo though, there's tons here as well. Now we're hoping that the game doesn't softlock when we take this teleporter. It has once for me, and then you have to do the whole level again, and thankfully it didn't. So we're going to do a shotgun and then we do a blast. That sends him into his second phase. He's got 4 phases to this fight. We're going to rinse and repeat again. Double shotgun, blast, take the energy. Switch back to blast quickly, and then get ready to do it 3rd time. There we go. I'm going to switch to the mine launcher this time. I'm going to switch to shock as well. And then we should be nearly done. There we go. So he's going to blow up here. And then we're going to steal the psionic orb straight from him. And then the moment that the entire world starts spinning around, that is going to be... Wait for it. Time. And that is Disruptor. And now we get to see one of the best cutscenes of the game now, which in the Disruptor, in the small Disruptor community that we have of about 4 or 5 runners, we love this cutscene just because of just the fact that it just touches the orb. That's just it, really. That's why we like this cutscene. Because it just glows and everything. It's like, ooh.
He can't be bothered by her.
Nope. But he got his ball back, so he's happy. Think of Krieger as like an evil neighbor who just didn't return the ball when it went over the fence. So, but yeah,
damn
that's
kids.
Disruptor. But yeah, just want to say thank you very much for watching, everyone. It's always a great bit of fun to showcase this wonderful gem. If you've never played Disruptor, I highly recommend playing it casually, just for the cutscenes alone. So definitely play the NTSC or even the PAL version, and you'll love the cutscenes. They're so cheesy, they're so quirky, I love them to bits. And with that, I'm going to send you over to our host, and thank you very much for watching, everyone. Take care.
Gene, thank you so much. That was fantastic. That was awesome. A game I've never even heard of before. Looked awesome. Looked great. Brought me back to Doom days and all that good stuff, and just fun to watch. Great run held there, and we're gonna keep this thing rolling here as we go on. We're gonna take a small break, stretch it out again, get some more water if you need to, get some snacks. We're not done yet, but coming up next we've got Haunting Ground with Kuno Dimitris, I think that's pronounced, but otherwise it's Kuno, I think we can use as well. But we'll be right back after this break, and we'll keep it going.
All right, everyone, welcome. We are here at the Breaking the Habit 2025 Charity Marathon benefiting the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. I am here at the Video Game Trading Post located in Pensacola, Florida. We sell video games here, cards and posts. We tried to get Jeff Keighley involved. Unfortunately, he never answered my calls. So I am joined by my lovely coworkers. This is Mario, this is Chris, and I am Jenna. I'm gonna go over a little bit of how to enter the raffle and the donations. And then we'll go over and look at the prizes and see what we have on offer. Most of the prizes, or all of the prizes, is a minimum $10 donation. You can enter as many times as you want for whichever prize category you'd like. And for the final kind of grand prize, it's a $100 donation. It can be either in once or over the course of the event. It can be during any block, it doesn't matter. And then as we go over the prizes, we'll kind of cover that again to make sure it makes enough sense. But we're gonna go ahead and start checking out some of the prizes. We have some handy team members here that would love to pass the prizes over. Okay, all right.
Where's my hand?
There we go. All right. Chris and I are going to present one of our first ones. This is the Devil May Cry collectible figure set. You got the devil, and he's crying, and his girlfriend, and this guy. They're pretty cool. They're pretty based, because Devil May Cry is pretty cool. These ones will be minimum $10 donation, and like I said, you can enter as many times as you'd like. I think they're old. They're like retro. But that's cool, because we're a retro game store in Pensacola, Florida. Anyways, pass those back, please. Next prize. There we go. All right, Mario, present your prize. Here you got.
It's the blue hedgehog.
That is what that is.
It is the Sonic Squishmallow holding his glorious donut.
Yes. We all love donuts. Again, minimum $10 donation to get that beautiful Sonic. He was sent away, but it's okay. No, I'm kidding. All right. We got Sonic. We got Devil May Cry. Let him cry. Next. This is from our good friends over at Magic Card Shop. They have generously donated these 2 items. As a prize, we have our Solar Tempest trainer box. And then this guy, very nice, we have our Glaceon EX Special Art Rare. And it's a grade 10. It's beautiful. It's graded. Now, I would like to extend an offer. If anyone wins this one, and they're not really into Pokemon cards, I would be happy to take it and film myself eating it on camera for everyone. So keep it in mind, and I'm dead serious. Again, $10 minimum donation, enter as many times as you'd like. All right, what's our next one? I want to present that one. All right, this one is my favorite. This one was a painting custom done by our good friend Beck Beware. It is a beautiful portrait of Chester. She did a phenomenal job, and she did it just for this event, and we're really thankful for everything she's done to help out. I'm sorry, this one's my favorite. But if you want to enter this one, just again, $10 minimum prize, and you can enter as many times as you want to try and win it. But yes, we've got that one. And then I think we have our grand finale. And we'll have Chris.
A Nintendo Switch 2. So as long as you donate $100 or through the course event up to $100, you'll be entered to win a Nintendo Switch 2 with Mario Kart World come with it and Pokemon Legends Z through 8. And just check us out at Video Game Trading Post and come on up and donate. We'll be here always.
Forever. We'll never leave. We'll never leave. Yes, these ones were provided by us here at Video Game Trading Post. Well, not the employees, but you know, the people who own the store. What else is there to go over? I'm going to run over the prizes one more time, and just every single one, you can enter to win them as many times as you like. It's a minimum $10 donation. And like Chris said with this one, it's up to $100 can be donated throughout the course of the stream. The stream, like a stream. All right. One more. Thank you.
Don't forget the pickle.
Well, okay, yes, there is a pickle. There's a long story. But, alrighty, y'all. Thank you for bearing with us. I know I giggled and laughed a lot. I'm not used to being on camera, but I was really excited to present this for everyone today. I'm really excited for everyone to be here and to donate. And this cause is really meaningful for a lot of people. And putting it on and being able to raise money for it is just really important. So donate whatever you can. Minimum $10 for the prizes, but if you just want to donate whatever you can, that would be lovely. And definitely check us out.
The purpose of the conversation is not to fix your friend or to offer advice, but to make sure that they know that you're there to support them. Make sure that you're listening. You're open to what you're hearing. You're giving your friend lots of time to share what they need to share. So rather than thinking about solving something in one conversation, think about it as an opening to a door of support. And if they want to talk more, that you're there to listen. You can share that there are mental health resources available.
If you've had your own experience with a mental health professional, you might share with them how it helped you. Sometimes after these conversations, people may feel vulnerable or they may feel like they've shared too much.
So I would end the conversation by saying, thank you for sharing that with me. I hope that we talk about this again, and I'm here for you.
Whatever gets you talking.
Are you okay? Yeah? Have you been crying? No. Do you want to talk about it? No. Do you want a hug? Yeah.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to the Breaking the Habit Marathon charity stream. My name is DJ Clark21. I want everybody that is listening right now to just get all up in the chat and GGs and clapping and all the good things. This is my last segment for the event, but we're gonna go out with some excitement and some energy, and we're gonna have a lot of fun here. We are going to be watching Haunting Ground be run here, and taking over for my voice and going to tell you all about it and who's doing commentary for them is Kuno.
Hey. Yeah, it's Kuno Dimitris. I go by Kuno or Johnny, whatever you guys prefer. I have my good friend Super, who can introduce herself.
Yep, I'm Superboo07 or Misha, whichever works.
Yeah, so the time starts after we load into a previous save. So the way that this game works is Huey has an AI. Like most dogs, they're very smart sometimes and they're very hard to listen sometimes. So this helps with his listening habits, as he can sometimes be combative towards us and not listen. So that's just, we're loading a previous save for the new game plus. We're doing C ending. So the way that C ending works is it's basically like an Easter egg way to just leave the game. So time starts in 3, 2, 1, ducks. Quack, 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 quack. Quack, quack. Quack, quack. Quack, quack. Okay, so quack, quack, quack. So we are Fiona. She is the main protagonist of the game. She spawns in. And she spawns in, yeah. And so basically right now we're running to get into the master bedroom, as we have to get her properly dressed, as she just woken up from getting into a car accident she does not remember. So her and her family were heading to the haunted ground to get a castle from her great-grandfather, and they got into a car accident where both her parents died. There are multiple cutscenes throughout the game that we have to skip all the way through. So like, here's a cutscene that we skip. And then we select to put our clothes on.
Capcom gave us that choice.
Yeah, thankfully Capcom gave you that choice. And then here's the other one. And then we get a text prompt that comes up, which just tells us the general controls for Fiona. This game in Japan originally released under a different name. And in the United States, it switched names, and the controls are differently. So if you get the Japan version, the controls are different. So up here, we're going to run... Oh, you can go, Super.
So the reason you would want to run the Japanese version would be you actually could save like a minute on the Japanese PS3 version.
Yeah, and we'll go more into like the PS3 version differences or so. So
It's a lot of fun.
here, right now, I'm gonna wait a couple of seconds so Fiona's arms go down. So Fiona has a stamina decay where she runs for a long period of time. Her arms go up and then she runs out of breath. Can you explain Divitilis?
So for right now, Dipatilis, he's gonna come in here. He's kind of being dumb. So you
There he
can make
goes.
him run away. Which he doesn't want to do.
Yes. So we want to hit Dipatilis 4
There you
times,
go.
which makes him run off. So the way that his running mechanic works is he's going to follow us all throughout the castle. There are set places that he will spawn. So we, like the community had just routed it out where the set places he spawns, we're able to get rid of him. There is a few places that makes it a little bit harder to get away from him, such as whenever we get past Idor Rest. And because the donation goal was met, we have to do the cool dance. So salt.
It is
So I got it. I got it.
Yep.
And then we will watch that. And ducks. Quack 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 quack
quack quack quack.
Quack, 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 quack.
Quack quack quack.
I went to fix the split and I hit the crouch button. So Fiona can crouch. And so there are different doors throughout the game where you can kick or push them open, or pull them open. You can't do it to all doors, but I always kick all the kick doors.
So while we're here, I'm going to take this time to explain that the reason that Kuno here does meth instead of emeth, which is the intended solution, is meth also works, but you get an additional item for doing it.
Yeah. So emeth, you actually have to watch the golem move, whereas meth, it explodes and gives you a necklace. There are different accessories you can wear all throughout the game. Different boots, different necklaces, and I believe earrings, and they all have their own abilities that boost Fiona's kind of speed throughout the run. Like, it's a speed run, right?
Yeah.
And so the only necklace we're worried about is the diamond choker, which we will be getting in about in about 10 minutes or so. And so the way that the diamond choker works is it's supposed to make it where she gets less stamina decay. Well, she basically gets no stamina decay at all, and you could just infinitely run. Because all throughout the first about 10 to 15 minutes of the run, we have to be kind of mindful of the stamina. So we're going to grab this flower, and so that flower resets her stamina. So we're able to use it at a later point. Right now, we're not super worried about her stamina, as Dipatilis can't spawn until we go and rescue Huey, which is our next objective. Right now is basically unlocking to get Huey.
Huey is the prized gem of the run. Pray for us, please.
Yeah, pray for us with Huey. So right here, we learned about luminescence. Hopefully through this run, I don't really have to talk too much about them, but they're basically this like blue orbs that if we run into, the main bad guy, which is right now is Dipatilis, will be able to spot us, and if we run into 3, we go mad, which then will spawn Dipatilis on us. Right here, we're going to bash through this wall, which is just sprinting and hitting square. And then we're going to grab the castle map. So there are different maps that you can grab all throughout the run. We just grabbed this one as that's the objective, which leads us to upstairs, where we're going to skip the cutscene that shows us one of the future main bad guys. And then we're going to skip this cutscene of her basically running away as she was trying to feed us human dinner. And then we're going to skip this cutscene, which is her remembering that the car crash happened. And then she's looking out the window because she hears, so like right now you can hear Huey tied to a tree post. So we're just going to go rescue our boy. Right now, if you need to read anything, you have about 25 seconds if you need to, David.
Yeah, I got you. I got one donation here from Rar. I'm Reptar. The amount is $1. Rar, let's start a dollar train. Do a dollar of Daisy dollar.
Thank you, Reptar. And so we just rescued Huey and he ran off because Huey at this exact moment does not trust us. And so we're going to hit another cutscene, which just tells us that side door opens, which we're not going to just yet. And we're going to go back into the master bedroom. and then go through the store. And we're gonna hit a cutscene. So Dibitilus is gonna be walking up to us through the door, and we get Huey. Ducks. Quack 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 quack.
Quack quack quack.
And
so
so
thankfully
basically,
Huey is listening for now.
yeah. So no matter what command at this exact moment, Huey will listen. Afterwards, after we skip this cutscene, we're on our own.
Yeah.
And so we're gonna get a whole bunch of text blocks explaining how Huey works, and I'm gonna open this door. I just like opening that door in advance. Oh, we got a responsive. So if you hear Huey bark, that means he read our command. So there are 5 or 6 different commands that we could tell Huey, which is listen, no boy, good boy, and follow, stay, and go forward. And so sometimes he likes to listen, sometimes he doesn't. Right now, we have really good listening Huey, which is he's staying close to us, which is what we want, because if we go a room ahead of Huey, he may get confused and start walking. We don't want Huey to walk because a lot of the beginning part of the run is him following us. So right now, we got a marionette, which is for an eye door later on, which I kind of mentioned a little bit ago. So there is a door pad that Huey has to sit on, that that's our next objective. And Huey lay down. Come on, buddy. Thank you, buddy.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, here we go.
I got another one if we got time.
Yep, you got time. We're just running.
All right, $1 from Anonymous. These are both these dollar donations go towards the Defend Leon poll, by the way. We're tied up at $1 now. Rars, Dollar Train, choo choo, let's go.
Thank you, Anonymous, for the... Okay, so right here, Huey has the chance to not listen. And so we just got to tell him no and to follow. Ooh, he's still not listening.
Oh, God. Here we go.
Oh, we got him. Okay, you can keep going, David, if you need.
Yeah, just keep that train going, guys. Again, you get in for that poll to defend Leon or to not defend Leon for Resident Evil Operation Raccoon City later tonight. That poll is still going on now. Like we said, we already finished off the one for this game, and you got to see a little happy dance.
Happy dance.
Well, that's
Alright,
one of
so
my,
right
my
here-
favorite Huey moments is sometimes he'll just choose not to jump down there.
Yeah. Sometimes you lay down walking through the door and you have to be like, Huey, I beg you. Okay, so right here I'm doing a safety save because there's a few points in time where if I die, it's just way faster not to do that, because this game works like the other original kind of horror games at the time where if you die, your save gets wiped. So you got to make sure to save and, everything else. So we're going to sit Huey down. Sit, good boy. Hey, listen. And then we're going to put the marionette that we got on from earlier on the door. And then we're going to run through. And so the reason he's sitting on this pad is because there's this metal gate. If you go the other way, you get shot with arrows. Ducks. Quack, 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 quack.
Quack, 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 quack.
Quack, quack,
So
quack,
we
quack,
also...
quack.
We saved for up here, so the best way to explain it is we're going to get a phone call, which is going to throw us into a cutscene, and Dibitilus is going to spawn. And so when Dibitilus spawns, we're going to try to hide in this corner, which stops him from seeing us. We got it, Super! Woo!
Finally, thank God.
Finally! All throughout me practicing, we did not get him that.
Yeah.
And so the reason we don't want to run outside of the door is because Dibitilus is listening for us to be running. So if we start running, Dibitilus will listen and turn around. We want him to continue walking forward until the music stops playing, which is gone now. So we are actually in really good shoes right now. I mean, she has really pretty boots. Anyone else likes her boots? But yeah, we're in really good point in time right now. So we're basically right now going into a hidey hole. There's different places where Fiona is able to hide where she's not going to get attacked by any of the killers throughout the game. And this hidey hole is where we're going to get her diamond choker. I
They're
said necklace
basically like
earlier,
the
but it's a
Resident Evil
choker.
safe rooms.
Yeah. And so we're going to put Adamus in here. And then we're going to equip the choker. Ducks. Quack, 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 quack.
Quack, 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 quack.
Okay, now you can read it.
We got a $5 donation from Nichols Library. Let's go, Kuno and Super.
Oh, hell yeah.
Super. Thank you, Nichols Library. Shout out to the college I went to for 8 years. I appreciate you. I appreciate you, Nichols Library. I'm glad you're enjoying the run. Also, High Tex, thank you for stopping in, buddy. I appreciate it. So what happened right there is that there was a weak point in the structure where when Fiona stayed on it, it fell and it spawned in Dibatilis. So this is a point in time where Dibatilis has a set spawn and that luminescent that we saw also has a set spawn. And so we just come over this way to kick a metal generator thing, which is holding a gate up for later. We're not going to remember that gate for next 10 minutes. So we'll talk about the gate then. But yeah, you see the gate in the top right-hand corner. That's just what we're knocking down. I missed the handle. 1, 2, and you got to hit it 3 times. 4 times. Oh, 3 times. Okay. I was like,
There we go.
There's no way. I'm misremembering that. And so Dibatilis spawns in again. And so we have to have, and the next point that we're going to get to is getting Dibatilis to be knocked out. And so when we get over there, we'll explain it a little bit further. But as you see, we're running a lot of running. Now, Fiona does regenerate some stamina while on ladders, but because we put on the diamond choker, for the rest of the run, we're not going to worry about the stamina. Now, her arms are going to go down, but she go up where she's kind of getting winded, but that's not going to affect the run at all because she's not going to lose stamina. So right here, we're going to unlock this door that is letting us get into the next section, which is going to allow Huey to come with us. So I'm going to be calling Huey until I hear his footsteps, which if you guys have the keen ear of listening past the music, Huey had barked, which means he is in the room with us. He's just probably by the entrance. As long as he's in the room, we could do the next part, which is, where's Huey? He's right there. You saw his
There we go.
His back end.
Huey's being a surprisingly good boy.
Yeah. Come on, Huey. So happen right there is there's different parts throughout Hunting Ground where the bad guy can be pushed down, knocked down, or incapacitated where Fiona is able to escape. He was going to stop here to kind of sniff Dibatilis, so we're going to just call him to get off of Dibatilis, and then we're going to go outside. I'm going to wait for Huey to get closer to this door because on the PS2 version... Oh, we didn't get it that time. That's crazy. On the PS2 version, that's a hard load, which is very weird. But we didn't get that at time because the further away you're from Huey, it actually has to load both points because it has to remember where Huey is. Nope, come here, Huey. There you go, buddy. He listened really well. We're getting really good ears on Huey right now.
Yeah, this is the best run that we've had today.
Yeah, by a lot. by a lot. And so we're gonna send Huey into this. Yeah. So we're sending Huey to get these fresh flowers. Who doesn't like fresh flowers? Huey, please get the flowers. Okay, there he goes. You know when Huey is listening to grab something because Fiona loses the ability to move. And then what we're going to do is just come back towards the hole and call him, which is just going to get him to walk outside of there. And then we're going to flip this lever, which is going to be our favorite animal, ducks. Quack, 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 quack. And so we're lifting this gate. So if you remember how we got a key from earlier, which unlocked a door, which I did not explain, I'm sorry, that leads to that area. So we're going to get another key, which involves Huey going into another hole. Huey just laid down. Oh, he listened. Good boy. So we're going to send Huey into the hole right here so he can get into the next section, which is why we needed the flowers. So let's see if he goes in the hole on the first command. He did, and he stopped walking. So you don't want to run off until Huey stops walking because if he does, if you do, he may walk out of the hole. I'm going to be safe and pull this door open because Dibatilis right now is on his roaming stage, which is he's basically walking around trying to find Fiona. If we make too much noise, it can lure Dibatilis to us. So we just got to be careful of
think of
how
him
much
a lot
noise.
like the stalker AI you see in Resident Evil, basically.
Yeah. This game does. So if you don't know much about Haunting Ground, I know we're mainly talking about the run, but not the game itself. Haunting Ground is a spin-off game of Clock Tower, which is very kind of spiritually similar to like Resident Evil, Silent Hill to some extent. Um, and so Haunting Ground was like a very, at the time, unique game to its own extent. It was met very negative by critics because it came out in 2004. So a lot of critics basically are like, oh, this is like an old gen video game. Like this isn't with modern times, which is really unfortunate because now if you want to play it, you either have to get it on the PS2, which is $400. You have to get it a different way, or you have to get it through the PlayStation Network through a Japanese account, which we'll be talking about kind of shortly about, hey, if you want to run the PlayStation 3 version, here's how to do it. Just because it's hard and it
It's
ran
a
into
lot.
Luminescent. It is a lot to get it. I should probably write a more in-depth guide on it as it has changed because, you know, PlayStation has made it more difficult to get games on the PlayStation Network, and it's ever increasingly
Thanks, Sony.
so. Yeah, and it only got ported for Japan, so you can't get it in the United States on the PlayStation. It's only through the Japan network.
It's not even that they bothered to port it, it's the PS2 version being emulated.
Yeah, I mean, that's still a port. It was moved to the newer console. That's all that matters. So right here, we're hitting the first Moonlight, which is a set of these eye statuettes that we just have to put in place. Ducks. Quack, 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 quack.
Quack, 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 quack.
And
Quack,
so...
quack,
we're unlocking the music room, which is where we're in, and we're going back into this main hallway, which you guys all should remember. And if anyone recalls the last, I don't know, 14 minutes, here's the door that we opened earlier. And whenever we sent Huey in that hole, we got a key, which is for this dresser, which is the study key. And we're going to get an eye. We're going to get one of the luminescent refractors, is what I believe it's called. So Dibatilis spawns here. We got a good spawn where he's on the left side, so we're able to run around this luminescent without Dibatilis catching us. Dibatilis can spawn in front of the door we just ran through, which makes it a lot harder to go down this ladder. So right now, we're running to where we pulled that drawbridge down, which was about 8 or 9 minutes ago. No, it's like 6 minutes ago. So we're running basically to where that was. Which we go this way, we go back through the eye door, we go back through the phone call room. If you guys remember this place, a little reminiscence. We're going to go through this door. We're going to go up the staircase again. And then David, if you have anything to read, you may read it right now, just because we're going to be running for a good minute.
I'll double check. I don't believe there's any donations since the last time, but no, nothing since the last read. Again, those polls are still open for defending Leon in Resident Evil Operation Raccoon City. You can either defend them or don't defend them. That's up to you to decide. It's tied right now. Or you can donate to get entered in to win a whole bunch of bundles. We've got the Switch 2 bundle, $100 donation gets you entered for that. Devil May Cry figurines. $10 gets you in for that raffle. Sonic Squishmallow, Chester Bennington painting, and the Pokemon trading card game bundle. All items up for the raffle by reaching a certain donation, about $10 for almost all of those, $15 for the trading cards, and $100 for the Switch 2 bundle. Otherwise, just donate, be a part of a great cause, or just thank you for hanging out with us and hanging out for this great stream.
All right, thanks so much, David. So right now we're in the pushing things room, so we're going to be spending a minute about pushing things. So I just wanted to say, one, thank you so much to the Breaking the Habit charity for allowing me to do this run. I was kind of nervous submitting it just because Huey is a good boy sometimes, but Huey's a bad boy, and it makes it kind of hard to be, you know, having a consistent run all the way through. I also wanted to shout out my great friend Super for commentating just because I go nonverbal sometimes. I wanted to shout out the Nichols Library, specifically this dude that's name starts with an A, because I don't know if he wants me to say his name on stream, for, you know, being a huge support structure through, you know, a lot of my college career. And so he's like a really great Andrew. Shout out to Andrew for being a great guy and a, you know, support structure. wanted to shout out my mom. Shout out mom. So my mom originally bought this game when it first came out, and she had it from 2005 until about 2020, as I am very sad that I sold it originally. We sold it for 500 and I recently bought it for 300, so I guess I did make like an investment on it. But I did actually, me and my mom did play this game whenever I was a kid, and so I kept the memory cards from our original PlayStation 2, and so I have my mom's save file still. I haven't messed with it, but I did show her like, hey, this is where you were, and she was actually kind of far. I know she was like having a lot of difficulties with, you know, playing it, because it is, to some extent, my mom doesn't play video games, and so this was like one of her favorite games, and so
It's also a
just
2000 survival horror, so.
Yeah. And also she never played any of the Clock Towers, no Resident Evils, no Silent Hills, and the only other video game she played was Over the Hedge on the PS2 with me. So
I mean,
shout out
Good job, Mom.
So
Yeah.
The only game my mom played.
Listen,
the only
I
game my
think
mom played
she's
with me was Duck Hunt
very
on
well
NES.
qualified.
Yeah, Duck Hunt on the NES is great. My dad actually owned an NES whenever he was a kid, and he was telling me I always shot the bush because I thought it was funny. Because in Duck Hunt you could shoot the bush. So right here, if you guys remember, we got a lunar refractor, and so we're just putting the lunar refractor inside the lunar refractor hole, and then we're just moving the lunar refractor hole thing to where its places, and then we're going to move the other one, which is this one, left to the left. And now they're in place. We're going to get a cutscene of all the lights shining in the correct way, and which is going to unlock our next door. If you guys want an estimate, if this next section isn't bad, we're going to be done in 5 or so minutes. We're doing a safety save because I'm going to easily die. By the way, you could die really easily here if we get a bad RNG with Divitilis. Oh, ducks. Sorry, ducks.
Quack, 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 quack.
Quack, quack, quack.
Quack, 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 quack.
Quack, quack, quack.
I did that split kind of late, huh?
Yeah. Oh well.
It was for whenever we were in through that door. So right here, I can't see what we're doing, but there's holes in the ground, and so it's kind of hard to see around the holes. So you got to run kind of safely, and then we got to pull this door open. So if you're playing the normal ending, which is A ending, there's 4 endings: A, B, C, and D. B and D are not counted for the speedrun community. Only A and C are. You're going to get a Saturn key here, which unlocks the next section, which is when you get the next roaming bad guy. So what is going to happen is he was going to spawn next to us. We get the Saturn key, and then we're going to run forward, and Divitilis is going to come through the door. And so what's going to happen is we're going to tell Huey to sit down, because we do not want Huey interacting with me or Divitilis, because Huey will come to our rescue, which also makes this part kind of hard. Oop, we got that first one. So right now we're trying.
Much of a good boy.
Yeah, Super, explain what we're doing. He missed.
This is kind of like a boss.
It is a boss fight.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm gonna be real, but.
Ah, man.
Oh.
Okay. Oh, there goes Huey.
There we go.
Ah. Oh, Huey give us. Huey get us. Huey! Huey!
Huey! Come on, Huey.
We died. Okay. So that's why we do safety saves.
Yeah.
That's why we do safety saves.
You know, it's still our best run today.
Yeah, still the best run today. So basically,
if that's to say anything.
Yeah, if that's to say anything. So basically, to explain, there's a chandelier that we have to knock down. For this ending to work, we need to let Divitilis live. It is just generally faster to let him live than to kill him. If he does die, you get locked out of the C ending. And so the way the C ending works is Divitilis worships us and gives us an extra key, which unlocks a hidden area in one of the bathrooms that you have to unlock later on. So we did lose about 2 minutes from that death. So
Which
we
is
have
fine. It's not that bad.
Yeah, it's not that big of a deal. So grabbing the Saturn key again, we're going to hopefully cross our fingers and hope Divitilis listens. So he was missing the last chandelier knockdown. a couple of times, which is not what we want. We want him to hit it instantly. You can get this down to about 30 seconds. Okay, that's good.
Yeah, here's to hoping it goes better this time. Okay, well, I might have jinxed it.
Yeah. Huey, don't come to our rescue.
Well...
Ow. Ow. Wow, we're getting... Yeah, rip to those 2 minutes. RIP. We're getting really bad RNG.
This just happens sometimes.
Yeah.
That's just the reality of running Haunting Ground.
Yeah. Okay, you got that one, so that's good. Okay, we got it. Look at us, guys.
Let's go.
Yeah, let's go. I only got killed and almost beat up. Okay, so the chandelier now fell in Divitilis, which makes him knocked out. The camera didn't switch yet. I'm gonna bash through that door, and then we have to run back this way. I have, on a PB pace, fell in the holes here. So we didn't do that, but I have done that. Oh, ducks.
Quack, 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 quack.
Quack, 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 quack. I forgot about the aquatic sea creature. It's not aquatic. I'm pretty sure. So here's a door over here that we can go through. We just have to unlock it. So right now we're running to basically Divitilis's bedroom to get the key from him, and so that is the remainder of the run. Basically, it's just us getting the key, getting the other key, then going to the main entrance. Because right now the other bad guy isn't roaming, so she's not going to combat us at all. And then because Divitilis is alive and still likes us, he's not going to hurt us at all either. I like how the damage causes the screen to deep fry. That's supposed to be her losing sanity, and so when she loses sanity, she freaks out. There are different chemicals throughout the game, or chemicals, plants, and stuff like that, that she's able to take that fixes her sanity. And there is like some of the necklaces or chokers that she can wear, and that makes it so where she doesn't lose sanity as fast or as at all. There is also alternative costumes. During this run, we don't really need to switch to them just because we really just need the diamond choker. So yeah, sanity does kind of matter in the grand scheme of things, because she can lose sanity through different things, such as like if she's getting chased for too long. So right now we're running to the bathroom. I'm pretty sure that was true what I just said. If she's getting chased for too long. And remember, we made a rest plate very long ago, like 26 minutes ago. So this is for this bathroom. So we're going to see some great interior decoration of 4 bathroom stalls, and only one of them is locked, which is this one, where we could put the smudged key into it. And then it unlocks, and then we can go through down the stairs, and then we're going to get a key off of this corner, which is the castle gate key. Ducks.
Quack, quack, quack,
I have to remember
Quack, quack, quack,
what
quack, quack.
animal. Quack, 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 quack. I had to remember what animal we were thinking about. I was about to say hamsters. I'm like, wait, that was the old one. I keep forgetting. Moo? What? What was that? Did you moo at me?
Yes,
I did.
that was a move.
And so we're running to the main door. You guys want to see something crazy? Fiona doesn't skip leg day. The duck goes moo. She can kick that door wide open. That's like double her height to triple her height. And so time ends in 3, 2, 1, time. Ducks.
Quack, quack, quack.
So
Quack, quack, quack.
The run is over, but we didn't get to explain how you have to get the PS3 version.
Oh yeah, okay. So the way the PS3 version works is you have to have a Japanese PlayStation account. So the Japanese PlayStation account is you have to make make a Sony account through a VPN to the Japan version of the account creator. You make the account, you link it to a cell phone. It doesn't matter what country it's from as long as it's a cell phone, and have a phone verification method. Go onto the PS3, log into the account, and then bind the PS3 and that account together. If you know about the PS3, you know kind of how to do that. Then you have to get a Japanese gift card, at least $20 to $25. I would recommend just getting more money because you may just buy other games that are on the PlayStation. Getting the gift card, putting the gift card on the PS3, which you have to upload the code directly to the PlayStation 3, then finding the game on the PS Network store, which is really delayed. It's buggy, and especially it's buggy on American PS3s. Purchase the game, and then, and only then, you're able to download it, which takes about an hour, because for my test, you have to download it through the Japan server. And then once you download it, you're able to play it, but it's now the controls are in the Japanese control scheme, because in the United States, we use X to select things, and they use circle, and so that makes it really hard for me because my brain doesn't.
Theirs makes more sense.
Theirs makes more sense, but for me, I like the X, and so yeah.
Yeah, I don't get why they changed it per region. It's weird.
So this is the main bad guy that kidnapped her, and we just basically escaped, and so he's gonna die because he kidnapped her because he wanted to transport his soul into her baby, and that's like the extent of the game. Basically, is just her escaping. And so right here we're gonna see our IGT. I did die a few times, so it's probably not gonna be updated to correct. So 2953. And if you want to know the RTA, because I don't know, well, you guys should have it on stream, but I got a 3046 based off of my ducks. Oh, you guys are actually
we have a
close.
dog level of E.
Yeah, we got a dog level of E. So Huey didn't really like us throughout the run. We also got 1% of items, and we panicked once. So yeah, that is Haunting Ground. If you guys enjoyed the game, the speedrun community does allow you to not have to get the game on the PlayStation or the PS2. I guess that's the best way I could say that. But you're able to play it that way as well, or you could purchase it through the game. If you don't mind, the Japanese version copies the game is faster than the English version. And it costs a lot less. Like I said, this is
significantly.
Yeah, significantly
it's
less.
worth
So this
the time it takes. But if you already have an English PS2 copy around, like, you might as well use that.
Yeah. A ending is only like an hour or so, so you can also do A ending. I like C ending just because I like to kind of hone in getting a rundown. And so yeah, that is Haunting Ground. If you guys enjoy it, please check out the game. They do have a Discord, so if you guys have any questions, you can go in there and they'll be able to answer any questions you guys have. And hopefully my explanation of how the game works was pretty good for y'all. David, you have anything you need to read off or say, or because I did my shouts. If you guys want to find me, it's Kuno Dimitris on Twitch. I stream kind of regularly. Right now I'm doing a Hollow Knight speedrun, Hollow Knight challenge, where every time I die, I have to walk a quarter mile. Right now I owe like 25 miles. So that's probably going to be next weekend of me walking for that long.
Nice. No donations to read, but I did want to say thank you so much for that run and displaying, showing off a good game that I've never heard of before. That was awesome. I will not be trying to get it through the PlayStation Store. I do not have access. I don't have access to a PS3, and that sounded brutal. But I will try to play this sometime. That looked like a lot of fun. I want to thank you and Super for both hanging out with us here and showcasing this game and running the game for us. Yeah, you guys were very entertaining. That was a lot of fun to watch, and thank you to everybody who participated this weekend. This is me saying good night and goodbye for the event this year. I can't wait till next year already. This has been so much fun. I'm so proud to be a part of this team and this event, and I hope to be a part of it for a long time to come here. after some health scares myself this year. So I want to thank everybody that does all the behind the scenes work, everybody who donated, everybody who was in the chat or shared us on social media. We really do appreciate all of that. Anything that you can do, and then just being here with us is a lot. That's important too. The fact that you're all here with us and we're hanging out, we're playing video games for a good cause. So thank you for that as well. And we're gonna take a quick break unless Super or Kuno have anything else to say.
Shout out to
No, but thank you
Fiery.
for
If you guys hang tight, Resident Evil Operation Raccoon City is next. So give them a good clap when they get on.
Did my work for me. There we go. Yeah, we're gonna take.
Thing.
All right, we're gonna take a quick break, and they're gonna be running some RE games with the ever lovable, your favorite, and everybody's friend Mar hosting those segments. So we'll be back with Fiery after this break.
Hello everyone. Welcome back to Breaking the Habit 2025, benefiting the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. It has been such a great event so far. Thank you so much, everyone who's been watching, donating, all of our runners who've been playing their amazing games here. So I'm very much looking forward to the rest of this event here, the rest of our horror block, which has 2 Resident Evil games. So that's amazing. So just a heads up, we still have one more poll here for the remainder of the event. It's to defend Leon here in Operation Raccoon City. We have $1 each for both of those there, either to defend Leon or to don't defend Leon. So please get those donations in. We are actually $94 away from the big 3K. So yeah, any amount counts, $1, $5, get a train going, anything. So we appreciate everyone who's been donating. So thank you. And yeah, without further ado, let's go ahead and get to Resident Evil Operation Raccoon City, Any Percent Professional by Fiery. Take it away.
Hi, I'm Fiery. This is Resident Evil Operation Raccoon City. If you will notice, I have my character Vector selected. He's going to be the character we're going to be playing throughout the run. I also have Bertha, Four Eyes, and Lupo there. Bertha's our medic. She will be healing me or our teammates throughout the run. Four Eyes can disinfect me or our teammates throughout the run. And Lupo just is really strong. She does a lot of damage. So we typically keep those 3 teammates at all times. We use Vector because he has a special ability that allows us to turn invisible or turn into the enemy. So yeah, we're going to be starting the first mission right about now. And it's going to open with a few cutscenes we're going to skip, and then we're going to be in an auto-scrolling elevator with fan favorite character Hunk. Probably the most time you ever get to spend time with him in a Resident Evil game throughout this entire mission.
And
Still
it's gonna
probably,
give-
honestly, the best Resident Evil, one of the best Resident Evil, most iconic Resident Evil characters for how little screen time he gets.
Yeah, it is honestly crazy they haven't made a side game where you play as him, or like some DLC where you play as him on the plot. Like I think the only other thing is the one extra mission in Resident Evil 2 Remake, Not a Hero, if I remember correctly.
Is he not a hero?
Is that no? I don't remember the name of it, but he's in Resident Evil. I think you play as him in Resident Evil 2 Remake, right? It's like an extra
Yeah,
mission.
one of the last
Survivor
survivor,
mission.
last stand, or something.
Yeah,
The fourth survivor, I think.
Fourth
Something like
survivor.
They say he's a survivor, but I've never seen him in a game since, so I don't know. But yeah, one funny thing. So I really like this game, but they did make a very unique choice by not having a single zombie in the very first mission, which was definitely a choice for a Resident Evil game.
Alright, it's open. Let's go.
So right up here, gonna have to focus up a little bit. We're gonna wait for some dialogue to throw a grenade, and then we're gonna start fighting some soldiers.
Yeah. To put this game into context, this game was released in 2012 for the PS3, Xbox, that whole era. If you're wondering what other games came out in 2012, Resident Evil 6 also came out. So obviously this game is not treated as canon, but it is very fun. It is taking place during the events of Resident Evil 2 and 3. It's a very good game, and any Resident Evil game, professional, is obviously very, very difficult. There's almost no leeway for mistakes, and usually if you do make a mistake or something bad happens in terms of RNG, it's usually a reset when you're trying to put up a competitive time. So I'm very hopeful that, well, I know that Fire will put on a wonderful show for you guys today.
I already messed
No
up
pressure.
a little bit of tech.
No pressure.
So messed up a little bit of tech, but I had a really good nade right there, so that was good. That's going to save me some time. But if you notice, I have a mimic ability. If I press Y, the issue is if I double tap Y by accident, I lose my mimic, or if I get shot, I lose my mimic. And mimicking is very important on professional because it keeps the enemies from shooting you most of the time. But if they see you mimic, or if they just accidentally shoot you because they're trying to shoot your teammates or some dogs or zombies or something, you kind of get messed up. Luckily, this first mission is pretty hard to die on for most of it. Like right there, I just got shot randomly. But we took out most. Very unlucky here with these enemies still being here. Usually you can get away with just there being one. And when you take out these guys down here, headshots are very important, especially on professional difficulty, because the enemies are very tanky.
That's honestly one of my favorite Resident Evil mechanics. How do we make the game the hardest difficulty? Let's just make them do 2 times the damage and just make them beat back for some bullets. Seems to be a common formula for a lot of Resident Evil games. And you can definitely feel it in the speedrun as well. This is looking pretty clean. This looks looking pretty good. The enemies are wondering why their own friend is shooting them in the back, but you know, that's mimicry for you, right?
Roger, Command. Proceeding to Birkin's lab.
Yeah, and then right here, so we finished that whole section. There's going to be some soldiers coming out of this gate, but we're just going to run past them and trigger this cutscene. Hunk's going to go show off his skills, because it's the only time he really gets to in the whole series. I'm going to throw a stun grenade right here, stun these enemies. You're going to notice I'm going to be diving into cover a lot. It's because it resets my stamina. It also just gives me some extra distance on the end of my sprint. You cannot sprint infinitely in this game. Grab some ammo, much needed. Come over here. We're going to trigger a cutscene with Hunk going to meet Birkin. These cameras do not matter. They just give you extra XP. They're just little collectibles in the game, so I like to take them out when I have free time. Going to take my teammates down to like half HP. Ooh, I did mess up a little bit. So if you notice in the bottom right, my mimic ability is just now coming back up. I needed that coming back up sooner so I could mimic sooner, so I could take these guys out.
We'll take these guys, sir.
A lot easier and faster, but we're gonna have to wait for that. This section is really hard when your mimic's not working well, so this is gonna be a little scary.
So yeah, the reason why he brings a lot of his teammates down in a lot of section is, per speedrun fashion in most games, waiting for an AI or your team is kinda slow. It's a lot faster, you know, to get rid of your teammates and hit whatever checkpoint or hit whatever door, as opposed to waiting for them being healthy and whatnot. You're also going to notice that Fiery's main weapon of choice is actually the Samurai Edge. It's probably the best weapon, if I'm not mistaken, for this run.
It is. It is the best weapon. Does the most DPS. Very unfortunate here. I'm like completely out of ammo. Yeah. Like I said, losing the mimic, not having the mimic ability still up at the beginning of this section really messed it up. I haven't actually had that happen before, so I wasn't paying attention. I should have been. It makes it really hard to finish this section, because normally you just mimic, you run all the way behind them, kind of through some lines of fire, and then take them all out from behind, like I've been doing. But not able to do that here.
And that's kind of to further emphasize the point of the hardest difficulty in any Resident Evil game. Like I said, even just the cooldown of a few seconds right there completely changed the outcome of a fight. And the reason why a lot of Resident Evil runs are so competitive is because a lot of tech is so precise, the timing of it comes down pretty much to, you know, the second. As you can see, Fiery didn't have his mimicry cooldown there, but now, as you can tell, this is going a lot smoother than what it was previously. He's using the riot gun, a very popular gun of choice, also in Resident Evil 4 as well. But it is one of the best crowd control guns in the game, for ORC as well.
Let's try to take out Lupo here. I don't have any Samurai Edge ammo, and she's kind of trolling me. Not having Samurai Edge ammo kind of sucks, but it's okay. The first mission is one of the hardest missions in the game. Most of the other missions are pretty smooth sailing, besides like 2 others and 1 big skip near the end of the game. So yeah, like that section right there is one of the hardest sections in the game. It sucks that I died, but it is just, you know, something goes unfortunate there. It's kind of, you know, it is what it is.
Hey, it wouldn't be a marathon, right, if you didn't encounter some sort of challenge.
Exactly. They think it's marathon luck, but we're actually just throwing for combo.
It's not too relevant in the early game, but once zombies do start to appear in the game, there is a chance they do have what is called an infection counter in this. There is a chance you can get infected, which gives you several buffs and debuffs as your HP ticks down. But if I'm not mistaken, for the speedrun, you don't want your team to get infected, because at that point they become enemies, and then you have to deal with them. And I would assume they
Yeah,
teach, but
yeah, in casual, it's not too bad, but in pro, if your teammates get infected and turn into zombies, they basically won't have you if they get near you. So you want to try and take them out very quickly if you get near them.
And here we're coming to the first boss. For those of you who have played Resident Evil 2 OG or Resident Evil 2 Remake, it's the one and only William Burton.
Yeah, we're gonna do our best to not interact with Birkin as much as possible. We're basically just gonna, he's gonna like chase us down this hallway. We're just gonna stun him once by shooting him in the eye, and then we're just gonna hold back until we hit a cutscene. And we're gonna wait to turn, and we'll be able to go into like little phase 2 of this hallway fight chase, and then just run straight to the door and wait for it.
Call me crazy, I've been watching Silent Hill 2 videos lately, but isn't William Birkin... Oh, hear me out. William Birkin is just an alternate universe James Sunderland. He's got the hair, he's got the metal pipe, right? Hear me out. Hear me out.
You're on to something.
Just say that's your headcanon.
That's my head. This is James Sunderland if he married Annette Birkin instead of what's her name, Maria.
I think Birkin might actually be James's like beta artwork, like the scrapped artwork.
Hey, never mind, it's two completely different companies, but alright, there we go.
Maybe that's what Pyramid Head was supposed to be. No.
Clean getaway from Birkin so far.
Yeah, right there, we're gonna charge in that dog so he doesn't grab us. We stun those soldiers and run past. Stun them, mimic, run past, dive past that dog. Over here, and we're gonna wait for our teammates, heal up. I find, so sometimes you can kill your teammates pretty fast and not have to wait for them here. Oh, I didn't even see the dog. My character thought it was in the way. Poor doggo. But sometimes it's faster, but barely faster. Other times it's not faster. It's kind of like, sometimes if you take them out, it'll make this, waiting for this, like, much faster because they're just going to respawn here. But other times it's going to be slower, so a little bit RNG. And I did this kind of wrong, but I should be fine. Okay, now we're going to have to do the one QTE in the game. Good, and we're gonna run away for our lives. That's gonna be.
He's so talented.
I think it's so much skill. So much skill.
Left stick, left stick, left stick. Oh my goodness, how does he do it?
Yep. I'm a genius. I don't know what to say.
They need to make a Resident Evil game that is on. Oh, I was gonna say. We have Resident Evil 6. Never mind. No. Resident Evil, no. Resident Evil 6 gets a bad rep, but all means aside.
We're gonna charge through here to avoid the knockback on the fire coming out, and we're gonna do it again right here. And we're reaching the end of the mission. Get that. And we run this game on IGT, but since I died in the first mission, I'm not gonna bother looking at the IGT. I think the run's just kind of GG now.
Would it be in the color red?
It would definitely be in the color red, unless you change your splits to look green. You know, some people do that.
Ooh,
that's
that might be the play, honestly. Just flip the colors around, so when you see your time go green, you're just like, okay. It gives you a little bit of motivation.
Yeah, that's a forbidden tech. I've gotten scammed by Wacom on that once, actually, for some gift subs. But yeah, so this second mission, now we're gonna have some zombies. Crazy, I know. Like, we never would have expected this in Resident Evil 2. Groundbreaking stuff. You take care of that zombie properly, you can keep them from command grabbing you. They're actually supposed to command grab you through that door, but if you back up pretty fast and shoot them pretty fast, you don't get command grab thrown to it. So that was pretty nice that I got that, because I haven't got that in a while. Take out all the zombies in this room. We're gonna meet Nikolai. So like Kamu said, this game does take place during Resident Evil 2 and 3. We're gonna be dealing with and seeing pretty much all the bosses and enemies and, you know, some teammates and stuff from those games. Or a lot of them are gonna make an appearance. We're gonna run up here, take cover, take this guy out as we take his identity, and then accidentally get shot here from this guy. Okay.
He had his identity for a whole half a second.
Yep. I was really close in committing insurance fraud. Just didn't quite get there.
We have time for a quick donation.
Yes.
All right, we have a $15 donation from Anonymous. Thank you so much, Anonymous. Just a reminder, we still have that poll going on for to defend or don't defend Leon. So get those donations in for that. I would personally like to see y'all defend Leon, but I know he's a silly himbo, so we'll see if that happens.
Yeah, to elaborate on the defend or don't defend Leon, the don't defend is eliminating Leon. Which, you know, if you ever just want to know what it's like to face Leon S. Kennedy, you know, there you go. Yeah. Got through there.
You know, I'm sick of Leon at this point. I played as Leon so many times. I am so sick of Leon.
You want to see him suffer for all the times he made you suffer in RE4 randomizer? Is that what you're saying?
I was gonna say, I know Mar will never get sick of Leon, but
I will definitely never get sick. He is my favorite man. I'm sorry, Chris Redfield. Leon always takes the cake. Literally.
But we still need to discuss.
at least your favorite Resident Evil character gets what, 4 games? Is in 4 of these games?
I'm just punching folders. We're gonna mimic that guy while he has his back turned, and then we're going to try our best to use this mimic throughout like almost the entire rest of this mission. It's pretty important because there are a billion guards right here, and near the end as well. But we're gonna have to be pretty safe. We're gonna have to throw a good flash grenade and not. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
And hit the door frame.
Oh no! Yeah, hit the door frame, almost die, lose our mimic, which it's not that bad right now, but it's going to matter a lot in the next section. That is, yeah, throwing for content, you know.
Intentional.
Let's take care of those servers.
I'm just trying to go over estimate, really, you know, just trying to see what I can get away with. Hopefully it'll be okay. Hopefully I'll be able to mimic one of these guys up here and you'll be chilling. Okay. Oh my god, they're still here. Sometimes they're still here, sometimes they're not. We'll see if I get away with this. This guy's still aiming. We're just gonna go. Okay, we're good. If you like mimic right in front of them, sometimes they'll just keep aggro and they'll know you're mimicked. We're gonna take care of these zombies so the soldiers on the left here stop shooting. And we're gonna run past all of them. So normally this part's a little bit scarier because your mimic is like pretty much at the end of time, and you lose it like right here. So it can be a little scary, but usually ends up fine. Luckily, us not having mimic didn't matter too much because we lost a little bit of time for it.
No, that was a good recovery. That was a really good recovery.
This is the evidence.
Yeah, it can be very bad and very scary. There are many times in this game where you get melted like cheese on a pizza, and you just cannot play the game and you die instantly.
Command.
So we're burning all evidence, as you know, Umbrella workers do. I don't know if I explained that. It's probably implied, but we are working for Umbrella. We're a secret Umbrella operative sent to Raccoon City to get rid of evidence.
And another very popular Resident Evil enemy, the Lickers, right here.
That was
Oh, I hate those guys.
Mid-falling animation.
They are so iconic, though. That they are just such a, I would say, well-known enemy for the Resident Evil series. It is kind of cool how many Easter eggs they do throw back to Resident Evil 2 and 3, especially in this game.
Yeah. I think this game's a little underrated. I don't think it's the best game, but it's really fun in co-op. And it definitely has a bit of replayability.
I think I've gotten 1 or 2 messages from Fiery saying, "Hey, you looking for a new Resident Evil game to play?" And I'm like, "Yay! Which one?" Or C.
I'm always
One
looking
day.
for a new Resident Evil game. Not gonna lie.
The more I watch this, the more fun I think it actually is. In all honesty.
Yeah, this run's actually like pretty easy to pick up too, which is nice, especially on casual. Pros, also not too bad. I think it's just more so like understanding some of the game and the strats and stuff, but it's not too bad. It's just a few parts that are pretty scary. But yeah, I think it's really fun.
Is this a 2-player co-op or could you play 4 players?
It's 4-player co-op.
Ooh. Now hold on there. Ooh. Hey Mar, you looking for a new Resident Evil speedrun?
I mean, let's see. How much is it? Wait. I can't tell. I can't tell how much it costs on Steam.
We're dealing with him again.
Okay, this one always goes on sale for like $3.
Okay, very good. Well, I will consider running this if either of you run Resident Evil 1 Remake.
I got you. That's actually on my to-do list at some point.
Stair skating.
Handshake.
It's easy. Trust me.
Oh my god.
Man, Nikolai is evil in this game too. That's crazy, actually.